Master Mu En, the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness is truly and deeply sorry. We hope that we can become friends in the future. If you have any requests, we will do our best to help you, said Zhou Tianxiao. He wasn't willing to kneel though. Lin Feng didn't give him face, so how could he? The elders had warned him that he couldn't be hostile with Lin Feng, that he had to control his anger. Zhou Tianxiao wasn't the only one who was angry. The other members from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness were as well. Jin Shinjun was smiling in a resplendent way though. He hoped those guys wouldn't get too close to Lin Feng. The great celestial palace of thoughtfulness tried to kill me last time, and they were arrogant. They even broke my illusion deployment spell. Now, I asked you to kneel and show your respect, but since you don't want to, just piss off, said Lin Feng impolitely. Zhou Tianxiao and the others looked dumbstruck. If they went back empty-handed, their superiors would be less than pleased with them. If we kneel, will you forgive us and the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness? Asked Zhou Tianxiao, closing his eyes as he tried to hold in the anger. Kneel and we'll talk about it afterwards, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't think that Zhou Tianxiao would accept being humiliated like that. Zhou Tianxiao was much more impressive than Zhou Tianruo. All right, said Zhou Tianxiao. Then he said to his compatriots, kneel down. He got down on his knees and lowered his head. The great celestial palace of thoughtfulness is infinitely sorry for what we've done to you. We hope you can forgive us. Even with this, Lin Feng still wasn't satisfied. Zhou Tianxiao was kneeling only because he thought Lin Feng was from the everlasting palace. He needed to oppress him more. He needed to make him question himself about what it means to be a real cultivator. Zhou Tianxiao raised his head, remaining silent as he looked at Lin Feng, waiting for his answer. Lin Feng smiled and said, piss off! Piss off! Zhou Tianxiao started fuming with anger. What a humiliation! Flames of fury filled his heart, to the point where it hurt. He had knelt, but Muon was still telling him to piss off. He slowly stood up and bowed before Lin Feng. We disturbed you, but no matter what you think, the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness is truly sorry. We hope to see you again in the future. He bowed before Lin Feng once more and then left with his team. Lin Feng looked at Zhou Tianxiao, who was expressionless. Take care, everyone, said Jin Shinjun, smiling indifferently. The great celestial palace of thoughtfulness people were on the brink of snapping from anger. If Lin Feng hadn't been a member of the everlasting palace and hadn't been such a strong deployment spellcaster, they would have killed him long ago. After the cultivators from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness left, Jin Shinjun walked to Lin Feng and asked while smiling, Master Muen, do you need me to do anything? Nothing, I just want to practice my deployment spells. Don't let anyone disturb me again, said Lin Feng to Jin Shinjun. All right, I'll see you later, said Jin Shinjun while slowly leaving. After Jin Shinjun left, Lin Feng frowned, looking rather pensive. The great celestial palace of thoughtfulness sent people to apologize, and they even knelt in front of me. They saw what happened yesterday. I wonder whether it's a good or bad thing, thought Lin Feng. Someone landed next to Lin Feng. It was Mui. What are you thinking about? Asked Mui, smiling when he saw that Lin Feng looked perplexed. I'm thinking about yesterday. The deployment spell was too powerful. I wonder whether... Lin Feng stopped talking when he saw that Mui smiled and said, Indeed, your deployment spell was astonishing. Many people will talk about it even farther away from here. Luckily, the everlasting palace is in Xianxia City, which is very far away. News won't spread that far in such a short time. Mui never asked Lin Feng about the 9 great celestial castles, but he had spent so much time with him that he understood that there are some tensions between Lin Feng and Celestial Qi Castle, the Palace of Medicinal Kings and the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have done all that. Maybe I'm thinking about it too much, but it's better to be careful, said Lin Feng, smiling. Even though Xianxia City was very far away, maybe the everlasting palace was still going to hear about it. The 9 great celestial castles couldn't go to the everlasting palace to ask about it, but if they learnt that a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer had killed several emperors, then they would send some of their people to see what that was going on. You're right. It's better to be vigilant and plan ahead, said Mui, nodding. Even though the 9 great celestial castles weren't as large as the Everlasting Palace, they still had some influence in the region. They had access to some information. There were many ways to figure out that it was Lin Feng, but Lin Feng's deployment spells were too convincing. I'm going to make some more talismans, said Lin Feng, nodding at Mui. Then he went back to his room. Mui looked at Lin Feng's back as he left, smiling and shaking his head. Lin Feng was very mysterious, but it had nothing to do with Mui, so he minded his own business. At least, Lin Feng was serious about deployment cultivation and helped him with his own. Lin Feng spent another calm and peaceful day. Nobody came to disturb him. On the second day, outside of Celestial Qi Castle's territory, Qi Yunlei and some people from Qingdi Mountain appeared in the clouds. Qi Yunshang and Qi Yuchun were in the group. Master Qi Yunlei, said Jin Chenjun, rising into the sky and bowing. Qi Yunlei had come back, and because he was a cultivator from the Everlasting Palace, he was well respected. Even though he didn't have a high social status there, he was still a member. Very good, Master Qi Yunlei and Master Muan are here at the same time, thought Jin Chenjun. Yunlei, you came back, said Qi Yunxiao, also rising into the air. He was smiling in a resplendent way. They had the same blood, so they were like brothers. Brother Yunxiao, said Qi Yunlei, smiling and nodding at everybody, one after the other. Then they rose up in the air together. Yunlei, how come you didn't tell me you were coming back? Some things happened at the Everlasting Palace and a lot of people left. Now they're hunting for someone. I stayed in Qingdi Mountain for a while, and now I thought I had to see how the clan was doing, said Qi Yunlei, laughing. All right. I've heard that a deployment spellcaster from the Everlasting Palace was here. Tell me the details. Qi Yunlei was skeptical. The Everlasting Palace was big, and there were many people. If Muan had been an ordinary cultivator, having never heard of him would have been normal. However, Muan, with the strength of the Zun Qi layer, could cast great deployment spells capable of killing emperors and posing a threat to medium-level emperors. There were only a few people like that in the Everlasting Palace, and they were very, very famous. However, Muan wasn't one of them. Of course, Qi Yunlei also thought of the possibility that this person had lied about their name when they came there. You've even heard of that, said Qi Yunxiao, smiling. Then he explained everything to Qi Yunlei, how Lin Feng had cast deployment spells, how Mui had protected him, etc. After that, Qi Yunlei frowned even more. What's wrong? Asked Qi Yunxiao when he saw Qi Yunlei's reaction. I'm almost sure we don't have anyone called Master Muan in the Everlasting Palace, but I need to see him to be sure, said Qi Yunlei. Qi Yunxiao was dumbstruck. They didn't have anyone called Muan? Yunlei, think carefully. The issue is of the highest importance. You have to think carefully before we make any final decisions, said Qi Yunxiao. He also had doubts at the beginning, but because Lin Feng's deployment spells were so powerful, he no longer doubted anything. Besides, he didn't want to have Muan as an enemy, even if he was faking his identity. In the Everlasting Palace, we have some Zun-level cultivators who can pose a threat to emperors, but the one you're talking about can even kill medium-level emperors. There are only a few with such talents. I could be wrong though, but when I see him, I'll tell you, said Qi Yunlei honestly. All right, I'll take you there, but you need to be friendly, and you can't tell him you're from the Everlasting Palace, said Qi Yunxiao. Besides, if he's not from the Everlasting Palace, don't attack him immediately. We must be careful when dealing with such a strong deployment spellcaster. I understand, said Qi Yunlei, nodding. He was already thinking of ideas to investigate about Muan. They slowly walked towards Yao Yun Peak, but they were eager to hear what Muan was going to say. Yao Yun Peak, Qi Yunxiao and Qi Yunlei stopped at the bridge. They watched as Mui cast illusion deployment spells on all the fake mountains, but they didn't see Lin Feng anywhere. Master Mui, Qi Yunxiao and the others arrived with several people. Qi Yunxiao, Qi Yunlei, Qi Yunshang, Jin Chenjun and Qi Yuchun. Mui turned around and looked at them, noting that there were some people he didn't recognize. Master Mui, I'd like to introduce you to my brothers, Qi Yunlei, Qi Yunshang and Qi Yuchun, said Qi Yunxiao, smiling. Do you know where Master Muan is? Why are you looking for him? Asked Mui. His heart started accelerating as he thought about his last talk with Lin Feng. Qiyunlei also likes deployment spells, so when he heard about Master Muen, he asked if he could meet him. He has some questions about deployment spells, said Qiyun Xiao. He looked absolutely normal and smiled as if what they were asking was perfectly harmless. I see. I'll go ask for you. Mui glanced at Qiyunlei and then left. A few minutes later, he landed before Lin Feng's door and knocked. Lin Feng said, "Come in." Mui entered the room just as Lin Feng finished another talisman. Lin Feng put it away and looked at Mui. Muen, Celestial Qi Castle brought a guy who says he likes deployment spells and is asking to see you, said Mui using telepathy. There were 3 strangers, and Qiyunlei is a medium-level emperor. I don't know why he came here. Lin Feng nodded, seemingly understanding what was going on. He stood up and said, "Since we're the guests of honor, we must go and see him. Let's go." Then they both walked out. "Master Muen," said Qiyun Xiao, waving and smiling. Lin Feng nodded and smiled. He looked normal, as if he had nothing to hide. "Master Yun Xiao, why did you come here?" asked Lin Feng, smiling. He glanced at the 3 people. He knew Qiyun Shang and Qiyuchan, but he didn't know Qiyunlei. "Master Muen, that's Qiyunlei. He is like you in that he practices deployment spells. Master Muen is a Zun cultivator, but he can kill emperors, so I don't deserve being mentioned in the same sentence as him. I just came to say hello," said Qiyunlei politely. "Master Muen, I've been practicing deployment spells for about 10 years. But there are some things that I don't understand at all. You're so young and already so strong. Could you maybe teach me some things?" "I could teach you something, sure. Carve some simple deployment marks and show me what you know," said Lin Feng. He didn't know what that person's goal was, so he had to be very careful. "All right, please sit down," said Qiyunlei, pointing to a stone chair. Lin Feng sat down. Qiyunlei started carving marks in the table in front of them using cosmic energies. Qiyunlei was very precise as he focused on each stroke. Great deployment spells are made of smaller deployment spells. Small deployment spells are made of holy marks which are interconnected to one another, and holy marks are made of deployment marks which are intertwining. Each stroke must be perfect and precise. However, I'm too slow. It gets even more difficult with each mark I add. I also have the impression that controlling them is difficult." Qiyunlei carved a small deployment spell, then lights flashed. After carving the deployment spell, he looked at Lin Feng and waited for his reply. "Master, you have an advanced understanding of deployment spells. As you said, you must control the strokes perfectly to control them properly. Concerning great deployment spells, you need to be talented to carve them," said Lin Feng, smiling. He put his hand on the table and suddenly, marks flashed, causing terrifying energies to emerge. The marks started intertwining. There seemed to be 2 small deployment spells on the table, but each were made from different types of strength. In other words, Lin Feng's marks were better. Qiyunlei was speechless. Lin Feng was telling him that he wasn't talented. He was telling him that to become stronger, he could only work diligently. But Qiyunlei couldn't refute him because Lin Feng's marks were perfect. He had almost forgotten why he was there after watching Lin Feng carve his marks. But Qiyunlei smiled wryly and said, "Master Muen, you're amazing. I practiced so hard and I am still so far behind you. My teacher is Master Jingfeng from the Everlasting Palace. I don't know if you've heard of him." Qiyunlei was smiling indifferently, but that question was crucial. "I just follow my teacher and I practice hard. He always tells me not to pay attention to what happens in the Everlasting Palace, so I don't even know who Master Jingfeng is. You must think I'm ridiculous," said Lin Feng, smiling. Qiyunlei's heart started pounding. Actually, there was no Master Jingfeng in the Everlasting Palace. He just made him up. However, Lin Feng's reply was very well worded. "I see. You're so talented though, so I must admire you. I would never think you're ridiculous," said Qiyunlei, shaking his head and smiling wryly. "The Everlasting Palace is in the northern part of Xianxia City, and now other influential groups keep rising. Some sects also want to catch up with us. which is why the Everlasting Palace wants to find the Everlasting Celestial Emperor's palace. Master Muen, you're so talented. I'm sure that someday you'll be as strong as the Everlasting Celestial Emperor. My teacher doesn't allow me to get involved in those things. I am only allowed to practice constantly and travel to gain experience. We'll see if you're right once I become stronger. Concerning the Everlasting Palace, I'm not stupid. I don't know much, but I know where it is, said Lin Feng in a calm way. He knew that Qi Yunlei was investigating him. He was doubting that Lin Feng was a disciple from the Everlasting Palace. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such questions. However, things were happening a lot faster than he'd expected. Mui and Lin Feng had just discussed those things the day before. Sorry, what did I say? Said Qi Yunlei. He didn't know what to say. I don't want to disturb you any longer, Master Muen. All right, said Lin Feng, nodding indifferently. Then Qi Yunlei and the others left. After they left, Lin Feng frowned and glanced at Mui. Qi Yunlei kept making mistakes. The Everlasting Palace is not in the northern part of the city, and nobody is threatening them. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that Master Jingfeng doesn't even exist, said Mui to Lin Feng using telepathy. He had told Lin Feng how to reply a few seconds before using telepathy. Lin Feng nodded and whispered, "They'll find out about us soon." He said that he knew nothing because he only practiced with his teacher, but that was difficult to prove in an argument. Mui nodded. He also realized the situation was getting dangerous. On the other side, Qi Yunlei walked while thinking quickly. "Yunlei, what do you think?" asked Qi Yunxiao. "I just lied about everything." When talking about his teacher, he said he only followed his teacher. If I had asked who it was, he would have probably said his teacher doesn't allow him to tell anyone who he is. That's a perfect answer to use if he were lying. I think he might not be from the Everlasting Palace. Qi Yunxiao and the others looked skeptical. What was Muen's purpose if he wasn't from the Everlasting Palace? Even if that's true, he's still a very capable deployment spellcaster. Let's go to the main palace and discuss this, said Qi Yunxiao. Qi Yunxiao was sitting in one of Qi Castle's castles with some others who looked glum. They didn't know what to think about Lin Feng. Before, everybody found Master Muen's arrogance and bad temper normal. But now it seems like he provoked the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness and the palace of medicinal kings intentionally. So, on the other day, when he caused trouble at the palace of medicinal kings, it was on purpose, said Qi Yunxiao, frowning. If that's true, if he really wanted to provoke the palace of medicinal kings on purpose, what does he want from us? Asked Jin Shenjun. Because of Lin Feng, there were now tensions between Celestial Qi Castle and the palace of medicinal kings. If it's really that way, then he also means to harm us with his grand scheme. Everybody was getting nervous. Qi Yunxiao looked at Qi Yunlei and asked, "Yunlei, are you sure that Master Muen is not a member from the Everlasting Palace?" "Almost entirely sure, otherwise he wouldn't need to conceal such things," said Qi Yunlei, nodding. Qi Yunxiao's eyes twinkled. He looked at Jin Shenjun and said, "Go and find Master Mi." Master Mi. Jin Shenjun knew what he was implying. He then immediately left the hall. They were going to take drastic measures. Since Master Muen wasn't a member of the Everlasting Palace, they could try and keep such a strong deployment spellcaster for themselves. However, they still had doubts. Master Muen and Celestial Qi Castle hadn't had any problems before. So why would he mean them harm? Now they had to wait for Master Mi. He'd know how to solve the problem. Yun Shang, bring Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi to the center of our territory and have someone guard the area. Master Muen can use deployment spells to protect the area, but we must be very careful, said Qi Yunxiao. He had seen how terrifying Master Muen's deployment spells were. I understand. Qi Yunxing nodded and left. Qi Yunxiao was waiting for Master Mi. They would be able to go to Yao Yun Peak with Master Mi and control him. That way, they'd have a powerful deployment spell caster with them, and even if there were tensions between them and the Palace of Medicinal Kings, it didn't matter because it was worth it. Lin Feng knew nothing about that as he was still studying deployment spells. Time passed slowly before someone moved in Lin Feng's direction wearing a mask. Master Mi, he's here. Qi Yunxiao and the others had been waiting for Master Mi. They rose up in the air when they saw him. Master Me, said Xianxia and the others politely. Master Me nodded at them and gazed into the distance. Where is he? Asked Master Me calmly. On Yao Yun Peak, said Xianxia. Xianxia, Lei. Master Me and Jin Chunjun left together. 3 medium-level emperor and 1 low-level emperor. 2 of the medium-level emperor controlled empty space cosmic energies. That way, even if Mui protected Muen, he wouldn't be able to do much. After all, those 3 people weren't ordinary medium-level emperor, especially Master Me, he was a step above them. Very quickly, the 4 of them arrived on Yao Yun Peak. At that moment, Lin Feng was still in the pavilion. He had broken the stone table and was carving things on the ground. Master Muen, shouted Xianxia. Even if they were strong, they didn't attack immediately. They first wanted to get close to Lin Feng before they captured him. Lin Feng saw Master Me and immediately understood that his ruse had ended. Now they wanted to control him too. Master Xianxia, what brings you here? Asked Lin Feng, pretending he wasn't worried. Master Muen, we want to introduce you to a guest of honor, said Xianxia. They kept walking towards Lin Feng while talking. Stop! Shouted Lin Feng in a sharp way. Xianxia and the others suddenly stopped. Then they looked at Lin Feng and said, Master Muen, what's wrong? If you want to introduce someone to me, you can do it from there, said Lin Feng. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng, guessing that from his sudden change in temperament that they'd been found out. Hee. Xianxia smiled in a cold way. Suddenly, he released cosmic energies. He didn't need to hide anything anymore since Muen understood what was going on. Master Muen, you pretended to be a disciple from the Everlasting Palace, but why? Asked Xianxia directly. To cause trouble, of course. For example, I got you and the Palace of Medicinal Kings to become enemies, said Lin Feng smiling. We expected as much, said Xianxia in a cold way. Why did you do that? I enjoy creating chaos, said Lin Feng, giggling like a madman. I see. But now you'll have to stay here forever, said Xianxia. He then threw himself at Lin Feng. Lin Feng jumped and suddenly, golden lights flashed underneath his feet. Prevent them from escaping, said Xianxia. He shook his hand and suddenly, a gigantic hand formed and grabbed Lin Feng. However, at that moment, Mui appeared in front of Lin Feng and punched the air. It became distorted before lights surrounded Lin Feng and Mui. Those golden lights then disappeared. Deployment spell! The hand broke the pavilion into pieces, but the lit pattern under Lin Feng's feet was still there. Lin Feng had carved an empty space deployment spell which could teleport things. Go now, chase them. Master Me suddenly started running down the fake mountain. Lin Feng's deployment spell wasn't very powerful, so it could only allow him to teleport a short distance. He was probably still in Celestial Chi Castle's territory. They had guessed right, even though he hadn't managed to cast a full teleportation deployment spell, it was still capable. Lin Feng was teleported near the central area but was immediately upset after he noticed some guards were protecting the shattering deployment spell. Emperor Dong, Xianxia and the others looked at Lin Feng and Mui in a cold way. Master Mui, said Lin Feng. Mui punched the air. His punch emitted whistling sounds and caused space to become distorted. Broken space cosmic energy. Be careful, said Emperor Dong while jumping forwards. Lights surrounded them, but the broken space energy was too powerful and broke their protection. Back! Those people moved back, but then Lin Feng threw talismans at them. Explode! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Emperor Dong and the others rose up in the air, wanting to escape the talisman's range, but they couldn't do anything against those talismans. However, when they rose up in the air, they realized that the talismans hadn't exploded. Lin Feng had fooled them. Stop him! Shouted Xianxia in the distance. However, Lin Feng was already at the center. He put both hands on the ground and suddenly, his deployment spell became dazzling as marks appeared. In a short time, all of Celestial Chi Castle's territory became dazzling. Dodge! Everybody fly higher up in the air! Shouted Xianxia extremely loudly. Then they rose up in the air while Xianxia and Emperor Dong had already started escaping. They both released empty space cosmic energy to move even faster. "I'll let you enjoy the deployment spell a bit more," said Lin Feng, fully activating the deployment spell just like he had the other day. "How can we escape?" Mui was next to Lin Feng while all the strong cultivators from Celestial Qi Castle were escaping and releasing empty space energies. They were extremely fast, much faster than the cultivators from the Palace of Medicinal Kings before. Therefore, if they didn't manage to kill those people with this attack, then they'd be in trouble. "There," said Lin Feng, jumping. Suddenly, destructive energies emerged, but this time he attacked the ground, creating a gigantic abyssal hole. "You also cast a deployment spell which pointed downwards." Mui was astonished. He couldn't believe his eyes. "It's another shattering deployment spell which I created at the same time as the other one," said Lin Feng. "Let's go. Celestial Qi Castle won't let us off, so we can't waste time." Outside of Celestial Qi Castle's territory, people raised their heads and saw Lin Feng's spell activate again. What was going on? Why was Master Mu En's deployment spell activated? After the deployment spell slowly weakened, the crowd saw a group of people from Celestial Qi Castle in the sky. They looked furious and they were staring at the gigantic abyssal hole. Celestial Qi Castle has been damaged once again, and what is Master Mi doing there? Thought some people when they recognized the guy wearing a mask. They knew that Master Mi was very strong and had a high status within Celestial Qi Castle. Maybe Master Mi wants to control Master Mu En, and then Master Mu En activated the deployment spell and left. Someone reasoned. "Don't let him escape," shouted Master Mi. He had seen how explosive Lin Feng's deployment spell was, and he knew how much of a threat Lin Feng posed to them. But even so, he still didn't know why Lin Feng had plotted against them. They could only find that out after they captured him. "Go and chase them. I'll go inform people from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness so that we can close the city," shouted Xianxia while empty space energies surrounded his body. Even though people were far away, cultivators could hear very well, so they heard what Master Mi said clearly. As they had thought, Master Mi wanted to control Master Mu En. How come Celestial Qi Castle was acting against the Everlasting Palace? The great celestial palace of thoughtfulness wasn't far from Celestial Qi Castle, and Xianxia was quick. It didn't take long for him to reach the depths of the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. "Xianxia wants to announce something terrible." "Xianxia, what's going on?" asked a medium-level emperor. "Master Mu En isn't from the Everlasting Palace," he lied. "His goal was to cause us trouble by making us all enemies. Now he has been uncovered and is trying to escape. We need help. We need to close the city and prevent him from leaving. Maybe we can stop him in Buzhou Mountain," said Xianxia. Cough. Zhou Tianxiao was very surprised to hear all that. The ground shook as Zhou Tianxiao released golden holy qi in the form of a sharp sword. He had knelt before Mu En and the latter had told him to piss off. He couldn't describe how upset he was now. "Are you sure?" asked the medium-level emperor from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. Mu En had humiliated them a few times. Then they had apologized to him, and now Celestial Qi Castle was telling them that he wasn't from the Everlasting Palace. It was too much to take in at once. "Brother Zhou, do you think I would joke about something like this?" said Xianxia in a grave and solemn way. He then left, wanting nothing more than to kill Muyi and Mu En. Xianxia was right. Lin Feng and Muyi were moving in the dark, rather slowly though. Once they came out, they appeared in the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness and found that Qiyunlei and Emperor Dong were there already. Of course, at that moment, Lin Feng and Muyi had already changed their faces. The new faces Lin Feng and Muyi were using were faces Lin Feng had already used in the small world. But in the great world, almost no one could recognize them. They also changed their clothes just in case. "Lin Feng, you go first," said Muyi to Lin Feng using telepathy. Lin Feng nodded. Emperor Dong immediately noticed that Lin Feng was a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer, so he fixedly stared at him for a while, but then he noticed that Lin Feng's Qi was filled with life Qi and it wasn't that powerful. After thinking about it, Emperor Dong gave up thinking that he was Mu En. Muyi followed Lin Feng from a distance as to reduce any suspicions. He had admired Lin Feng before, but these masks were also praiseworthy. Of course, Lin Feng was also an expert at concealing his identity. He was releasing life energy on purpose to fool people like Emperor Dong. Lin Feng didn't move too fast, trying to act like he was an average cultivator. Oh no, Celestial Qi Castle has joined hands with the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. If they seal the area, then we're going to be in trouble, thought Lin Feng. Master Mui, we can't leave because they're sealing the area, said Lin Feng to Mui using telepathy. The 9 great celestial castles had an interesting geographical characteristic in which the only way to leave was through the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. It is very dangerous, thought Lin Feng. If the strong cultivators from the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness attacked, he'd be doomed. They can't seal the area forever. Let's just wait here, said Mui indifferently. They had already changed their faces and there were billions of people in that city. With time, they would wear down their defenses. While they were talking, a mirror flashed. That mirror! Luckily, Lin Feng and Mui had changed their faces. Otherwise that mirror would have found them just now. Master Mui, let's find a guest house to stay at, said Lin Feng using telepathy. The city center of the 9 great celestial castles and the buffer zone were already chaotic. Master Muen wasn't a disciple of the Everlasting Palace and Celestial Qi Castle was chasing him. So the Palace of Medicinal Kings also started looking for them after they heard the news. The white-bearded emperor was exceptionally upset. A few hours later, between the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness and the buffer zone, the strong cultivator from Celestial Qi Castle put his mirror away with a look of defeat. Can't you find them? Asked Qi Yunlei. I looked at the entire buffer zone and the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness, but I can't find them. I'm guessing that they must have used a spell to change their faces, maybe an illusion. Of course, maybe they went to another castle, but I don't think that's the case, he explained. Celestial Qi Castle is ridiculous. First, they made friends with the deployment spellcaster and now they're causing us all so much trouble. Celestial Qi Castle is a joke, said the white-bearded emperor from the Palace of Medicinal Kings mockingly. He wouldn't forget about what Celestial Qi Castle had done to them anytime soon. At that moment, Emperor Qi's eyes flashed with insight. He suddenly thought of someone who could change his face. How could he ever forget that person? The only problem was that person probably had the strength of the 9th Zun Qi layer already after all this time. Celestial Qi Castle, Palace of Medicinal Kings, Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. Emperor Qi was thinking. But deployment spells, thought Emperor Qi. His heart was racing. Bronze plates. Back then, Lin Feng had obtained the everlasting bronze plates, and there were rumors that some people had found the Great Imperial Everlasting Palace. Deployment spells, indeed, he didn't level up because he studied deployment spells, thought Emperor Qi. Deployment spells were difficult to learn, but Lin Feng was extremely talented. If he had obtained the everlasting Celestial Emperor's deployment spells, then that would explain everything. Emperor Dong saw that Emperor Qi looked strange, so he asked, "What are you thinking about?" Emperor Qi's heart was racing, but he was sure he was right. Had Lin Feng already become a terrifying deployment spellcaster? "Father, I think that Muan might be someone we know," said Emperor Qi. "Who?" Qi Yunxiao immediately stood in front of Emperor Qi. "Lin Feng," said Emperor Qi. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Of course, he remembered Lin Feng, that obstinate and unruly guy Emperor Shen Yu had taken away. He had reappeared almost 2 years later with the Yao Yi amulet and was even more arrogant than before. Lin Feng, the white-bearded emperor, looked furious. Zhou Tianxiao released Golden Holy Qi unintentionally after he remembered kneeling down to him. "Why do you think it's Lin Feng?" Qi Yunxiao and the others were getting upset just thinking about it. Lin Feng has some techniques which allow him to change his face and qi. Besides, he doesn't like Celestial Qi Castle, the Palace of Medicinal Kings, and the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. Lin Feng made those people from the Palace of Medicinal Kings kneel down to him before. Emperor Qi glanced at the white-bearded emperor. The white-bearded emperor nodded as he remembered that. Besides, back then, Lin Feng had only broken through to the 8th Zun Qi layer, and during the past 3 years, he hasn't progressed. That would make sense since if he'd been studying deployment spells the entire time. In the end, when he saw us and Master Me, he immediately understood what was going on and used a deployment spell to escape. He recognized Master Me because he is Lin Feng. He knows who Master Me and what he does, explained Emperor Qi. Lin Feng managed to learn so much about deployment spells in just 3 years? Asked Xianxia. Master, I remember something that happened some years ago. Back then Lin Feng had only broken through to the Tianqi layer, said Emperor Qi. He then continued, back then, in the small world, in Fortune Shrine, the diviner told Lin Feng his future would certainly be incredible and that he had very rare abilities. I see, if that's the case then we have to kill him no matter the cost, said Xianxia. Since it's Lin Feng, do you know what we should do against him? Asked Xianxia to Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi. They knew Lin Feng the best since they had lived in the small world. Unless he shows up willingly, I'm not sure there's anything we can do, said Emperor Qi. Willingly? Asked Xianxia frowning. He's not stupid, he won't come out to commit suicide. We can try something else then, said Emperor Qi. You control some of Lin Feng's disciples and friends. Threaten them and maybe then Lin Feng will show up. I don't think he'd take such risks for a few friends, said Xianxia. Cultivators cherish their own lives, not others. Master, we can try. We can give him a few days and if he doesn't show up, we'll kill his friends. We can kill 1 person each day. After we kill 2 people, if he still hasn't show up, then that means he won't show up at all. We should only kill the weakest ones, so that we still have the strongest ones under our control, said Qi Qianxing. Xianxia nodded. All right, let's try that. Let's disperse and in 3 days, if Lin Feng still hasn't shown up, we can kill his friends. Roger, Master. We'll spread the news, said Emperor Qi and the others. Would Lin Feng show up though? Lin Feng, if you show up, we'll bury you alive, thought Zhou Tianxiao. At that moment, Lin Feng was resting in a guest house while making talismans. He had to prepare himself for the worst. He didn't know about Emperor Qi's evil plot just yet. Mui stayed in a room next to Lin Feng's, but he wasn't in his room. Instead, he walked around and listened to people's conversations. With his strength, he could easily leave. Besides, Celestial Qi Castle wanted Lin Feng, not him. However, he had become good friends with Lin Feng since they left the small world together. A few hours later, Mui came back to the guest house with some bad news. People were plotting against Lin Feng. He didn't know that Lin Feng's friends were imprisoned in Celestial Qi Castle. Now it made sense that Lin Feng hated them. Mui walked to Lin Feng's courtyard to tell him about it. Lin Feng would have to make his own decision about what they'd do. Mui knocked at Lin Feng's door. Come in, said Lin Feng. He stopped making talismans as Mui came in. Once he recognized Mui, Lin Feng smiled and said, Master Mui, what are you doing here? Mui and Lin Feng had agreed that they had to stay alone to reduce any suspicions about them. Lin Feng, do you have any friends imprisoned in Celestial Qi Castle? Asked Mui. Lin Feng nodded. Master Mui, how do you know? Celestial Qi Castle is plotting against you. They said that in 3 days if you don't go to Celestial Qi Castle, they'll kill your friends, 1 each day. Lin Feng visibly shuddered in anger after heard Mui. His eyes turned pitch black and some qi emerged from his body involuntarily. Celestial Qi Castle. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Emperor Dong or Emperor Qi? Said Lin Feng while grinding his teeth. They were the only ones who knew him well enough. Mui saw Lin Feng's reaction, so he understood what he was thinking. He asked, What do you intend to do, Lin Feng? Lin Feng hesitated. If he showed up, he wouldn't be able to escape, but if he didn't go, his friends would die. Lin Feng smiled and asked, Master Mui, what would you do if you were me? I don't know, said Mui, shaking his head. Master Mui, you go back. I'll continue making these talismans, said Lin Feng. Mui nodded and left the room. Lin Feng, relax. Don't let the outside world influence you. You're very talented, and someday you'll reach the clouds. When that day comes, you'll be able to get your revenge. Then, Mui closed the door and left Lin Feng alone. After Mui went back to his room, Lin Feng was completely alone. When Muyi asked him if he had friends imprisoned in Celestial Qi Castle, Lin Feng had already guessed what was going on. Now they knew he was Lin Feng, and the only one who could have guessed that would be Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi. If he showed up, it'd prove it was him, but even if he didn't admit it, they'd still kill his friends because they were sure it was him. However, Lin Feng also wondered whether they'd dare kill him or not. After all, he was now a member of Yao Yi Island. If I show up as a deployment spellcaster, Celestial Qi Castle will kill me, thought Lin Feng. They wouldn't let someone live if that person could pose a threat to their security. Phew. Lin Feng continued thinking about it while continuing to make talismans. That night, an invisible and inaudible shadow crossed the courtyard. One couldn't see it unless there was light, and even then, they'd only see a shadow on the ground. Inside the buffer zone, on the side of Celestial Summer Castle, things were very calm. People were either sleeping or practicing cultivation. However, that shadow appeared and started sleeking about. In one of the rooms, Xiaoyu said, "Who?" "It's me, Lin Feng," said a voice. Xiaoyu was surprised. Lin Feng? What did he want from him? "Come in," said Xiaoyu indifferently. A shadow appeared in front of Xiaoyu. He smiled and said, "Master Muen, you're here, you're brave." Since Lin Feng was there, it proved the rumors were true. Lin Feng was Muen. "I came to see you, Master." "Why would I need to be brave for that?" said Lin Feng, smiling. "Celestial Qi Castle, the Palace of Medicinal Kings, and the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness are looking for you everywhere. Are you not afraid that we could capture you and hand you over to them?" asked Xiaoyu in a cold way. "Would it be benefit you to do that, Master?" asked Lin Feng. "So, what do you want?" asked Xiaoyu, standing up. He looked enthusiastic. "I want to make a deal with you. In 3 days, Celestial Qi Castle plans to kill me, but I want you to attack and take me away safely," said Lin Feng. Xiaoyu was surprised and asked, "You want me to offend 3 groups of influence? What do you have for me in exchange?" "Muyi and I have obtained 2 of the Everlasting Celestial Emperor's great deployment spells, the Shattering and the Illusion deployment spells. You must have heard of the explosive power of the Shattering deployment spell. You can have both. So what do you think?" Lin Feng asked. "Besides, Celestial Summer Castle doesn't need to show up. You just have to protect me and help me leave safely. That explains how he's become so strong. He obtained some of the Everlasting Celestial Emperor's great deployment spells," thought Xiaoyu. He was tempted, of course. With the strength of the Zun Qi layer, Lin Feng had managed to kill 7 emperors. If the Celestial Summer Castle could get those, they'd become a lot stronger and their territory would be better protected. "What if I captured you now and made you give me the deployment spell?" asked Xiaoyu. Lin Feng must have known that Xiaoyu was strong enough to do that. "I told Muyi I was coming here, and if I don't go back, he'll inform everyone, including Yao Yi Island. If Celestial Qi Castle wants to kill me, they have their own reasons. However, if you decide to kill me because of the deployment spells I have, I don't think Yao Yi Island will be happy," said Lin Feng calmly. "No wonder you're not worried. What if I can't protect you when the right time comes?" asked Xiaoyu. "Master, if you accept, I'll transmit the illusion deployment spell to you right away. Then, after you help me leave safely, I'll transmit the shattering deployment spell to you. Of course, if I realize that you didn't do your best on the D-Day, you can forget about it. However, if you want to obtain my illusion deployment spell and then don't appear on the D-Day, even if I die, Yao Yi Island will remember you and will come to settle accounts," explained Lin Feng. "Now I need an answer. I need to go and find some other people as well." It seemed like Lin Feng had spent some time planning this out. "All right, it's a deal," said Xiaoyu, nodding. "Great. I'll transmit the illusion deployment spell to you now then," said Lin Feng, condensing his godly awareness. It then emerged from his third eye and moved to Xiaoyu's third eye. "Master, I'm off." Lin Feng then quickly left the room and disappeared in the darkness. Xiaoyu left the room and looked at the shadow, whispering, "He's incredible. Such young people are rare. Even if we don't make friends with him, we can't be enemies." Celestial Qi Castle and the others wanted to kill Lin Feng, but who knew what he would do in the future? Lin Feng left Celestial Summer Castle and went to his second target. Muyi was in front of Lin Feng's door, but it was closed. Muyi looked at the sky, noting that the sun was high above the city. The weather was good, but Lin Feng didn't seem to care about appreciating it. Muyi had mixed feelings. He was sad for Lin Feng, and at the same time, he was happy that he didn't go. It was difficult to explain. "What is he doing?" whispered Muyi. He wanted to inspect Lin Feng's room with his awareness. He hadn't disturbed Lin Feng the past few days, but now he wanted to see what he was doing or how he was feeling. He opened the door and looked astonished. Where was Lin Feng? How come? Muyi was surprised. He hadn't heard Lin Feng leave. He had been observing Lin Feng's house for 2 days, and he hadn't seen anything. Moron, thought Muyi. Maybe Lin Feng left the other day and hadn't come back. He was convinced that Lin Feng hadn't ran. So there was only one reason. Lin Feng didn't want Muyi to be involved, so he hadn't told him he was going. What a guy, thought Muyi, smiling wryly. Then, he disappeared from there and immediately flew towards Celestial Chi Castle's buffer zone. Muyi wasn't the only there. Countless people knew about Master Muen and Lin Feng now. The one who had caused trouble 4 to 5 years ago had come back and pretended to be someone else. Then he tried to cause trouble between Celestial Chi Castle and the Palace of Medicinal Kings. Are those Lin Feng's friends? They look extraordinarily strong. At least they aren't any weaker than the younger generation from Celestial Chi Castle. They have potential, thought the crowd. Would Lin Feng show up though? Many people thought that Lin Feng would die if he showed up. Emperor Dong, Emperor Qi Qianxing, they were all there looking at Yuan Fei and 3 other disciples from Tiantai in a cold way. Would this work? Strong cultivators from the Palace of Medicinal Kings and the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness were there too. If Lin Feng showed up, they'd make sure he died. Emperor Dong took a step forwards and glanced at the crowd. Lin Feng could change his face, so he might be in the crowd. Lin Feng, now you're here, just come out, said Emperor Dong. Everybody heard him, even those who were far away. Emperor Dong's robe fluttered in the wind and he was smiling a cold way. If Lin Feng didn't come out, they were going to kill his friends. Master Me. Emperor Dong turned around and bowed before Master Me, looked at Yuan Fei and the others. You 4, fight against each other. When one person dies, stop. Yuan Fei and the others' mouths twitched. They glanced at each other, and even though they didn't want to, they had no choice but to obey Master Me Qi Yun Xiao. Emperor Dong, Emperor Qi and Jin Shinjun guarded the surroundings. Lin Feng won't come, thought the crowd. The probability that Lin Feng would come was small. Everybody knew that, but they still came. However, at that moment, a silhouette rose up in the air from the crowd. He was wearing a white robe, he looked handsome, and had long black hair. Lin Feng, it's you, said Emperor Qi. He had guessed right, Muen was Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Zhou Tianxiao will kill you, shouted Zhou Tianxiao furiously. It was Lin Feng. Other members from Celestial Chi Castle and the Palace of Medicinal Kings were all staring at Lin Feng. I am here. Master Me, make them stop fighting, said Lin Feng. Master Me waved and said, move back. Yuan Fei was bleeding. He looked up at Lin Feng with bloodshot eyes. He looked sad because he was being controlled. He was sad because his friend, whom he considered a brother, had come to die for him. However, what he felt in his heart different from what he thought rationally. His soul was sealed, and he could only listen to orders. Ban Ruo and the others felt the same. They felt humiliated, but they could only listen to Master Mi's orders. I'm very surprised, Lin Feng. I can't believe you're Master Muen, said the white-bearded man from the Palace of Medicinal Kings. Lin Feng had killed 7 of his emperors and would pose a threat to them in the future. Back then, you said you'd make the Palace of Medicinal Kings pay, and now I really think you could do it if it weren't for the fact that you're not going to leave today. Many people rose up in the air behind Lin Feng, blocking his escape. There were a dozen emperors in that group. Don't you fear Yaoyi Island? Asked Lin Feng to the crowd. Of course we do. But do you think you can do whatever you want thanks to Yaoyi Island? Those things are between you and us, not Yaoyi Island and us. Qingdi Mountain won't let Yaoyi Island get involved anyways, said Qiyunlei. Lin Feng, cripple your own cultivation and we won't kill you. Cripple my own cultivation? Ridiculous, said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. He glanced at Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi and said, "You guessed it was me, right? We also came up with the idea of killing your friends to make you show up, and it worked," said Emperor Qi. "You will regret that very quickly," said Lin Feng, glaring at Emperor Qi. Then, he glanced at the crowd, and his eyes gradually became pitch black. "Celestial Qi Castle, listen to me carefully. If you kill me, fine. But if I leave, don't threaten me using such methods again. If you do, I won't show up. Instead, I will make all of the strong cultivators from Yao Yi Island come and kill you without exception." Lin Feng then released demonic qi which dashed to the skies. "Remember what I said. I always follow through on what I say. I'm a demon cultivator, so I don't have emotions. Therefore, I hope for you that there won't be a second time." There were 30 powerful emperors there while Lin Feng was alone with Mui. Lin Feng was a demon cultivator, but was he actually emotionless? Why had he shown up if he was emotionless? "You think you can escape?" asked Qi Yunxiao. "Capture him." A few emperors moved towards Lin Feng, reaching for him. Boom! Suddenly, in the distance, black silhouettes appeared and divided themselves into two groups of around 10 people. Those people were all emperors. How could Lin Feng persuade around 20 emperors show up? "Stop them!" shouted Qi Yunxiao furiously. "Hurry up and run!" shouted one of those people. "Do you think you can escape?" Qi Yunxiao, the white-bearded emperor from the Palace of Medicinal Kings and the medium-level emperor from the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness, flew forwards. A gigantic hand moved towards Lin Feng, as well as vines and golden holy qi. Lin Feng shook his hands and talismans appeared. He then threw them around and destructive energies surged out. Explode! Lin Feng threw more talismans. He was covered in a cold sweat because he knew that it would only take a small mistake and he'd die. He moved like the wind using his wind chant, and at the same time those people wearing black clothes flew over to him and protected him. "Go!" said one of them hoarsely. Their only goal was to protect Lin Feng. "Do you think you can leave?" shouted Qi Yunlei. A golden beam of light appeared. Intertwining golden marks then formed, and a cage made from empty space energies formed. A deployment spell, Celestial Qi Castle, also has deployment spellcasters. Even though his deployment spell isn't as powerful as Lin Feng's, he's a medium-level emperor, so his deployment spell must be, at least as strong Lin Feng, thought the crowd. Cage. Qi Yunlei jumped forwards. "Lin Feng, you're going to die." Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi appeared next to him. Emperor Qi was the first one to release cosmic energies. Wind chant. Lin Feng started moving in the direction of Celestial Qi Castle. "Where are you going?" asked Emperor Dong, releasing terrifying empty space energies. Lin Feng threw a talisman as he ran away. He knew he couldn't fight against medium-level emperors, and he didn't mind using several talismans at this juncture. "Stop him!" shouted Emperor Dong, releasing more cosmic energies. Explode! Lin Feng threw another talisman. Then suddenly, he disappeared and reappeared next Qi Qianxing. He made those talismans using empty space strength, but because he could only use abstruse energies to make them, he could only travel a short distance. Qi Qianxing subconsciously shivered after he saw Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes. They contained both death and cursing energies. Empty space fissures. Qi Qianxing released abstruse energies which moved towards Lin Feng. In the Great World, his fissures weren't as powerful as they were in Ba Huang, but still shouldn't be underestimated. Great Earth Destruction. Lin Feng punched the air in Qi Qianxing's direction. Explosions sounded and Qi Qianxing's hand crackled. His arm crackled too. It was feeling sore. Lin Feng was too preoccupied with everything going on around him. Otherwise, he could have killed him. He had killed a cultivator who was much stronger than Qi Qianxing with the same attack in the Great Imperial Everlasting Palace. "Lin Feng!" shouted Emperor Dong furiously when he heard Qi Qianxing give a horrible shriek. Then a force multiplied by 1,000 oppressed Qi Qianxing, a gigantic hand grabbing his head. The last things he saw were Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes. He was a cultivator at the very top of the Zunqi layer, but he could barely compete with Lin Feng. Lin Feng had broken his arm in the blink of an eye, and now his life was in Lin Feng's hands. Emperor Dong, Emperor Qi Yunshang, and Jin Qinjun surrounded Lin Feng. "Let him go!" shouted Emperor Dong furiously. Lin Feng was still holding Qi Qianxing by the neck. He looked at Emperor Dong with his pitch-black eyes and said, "If he takes me away safely, I'll think about it." "So he will die," said Lin Feng with a demon voice. "No!" shouted Qi Qianxing furiously, and his body started burning. He looked desperate. Was he going to die? Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi didn't know what to do. "Die!" Whoosh! Lin Feng moved like the wind, this time surprising everybody because he was moving towards Emperor Dong. Lin Feng was insane. Emperor Dong was a medium-level emperor. So how did Lin Feng plan to attack him? "Don't kill him!" shouted Qi Yunlei furiously to Emperor Dong. Emperor Dong shook his head. He had almost forgotten about Qi Yunlei in that moment. "Even if I don't kill you, I'll cripple your cultivation," thought Emperor Dong. He couldn't kill Lin Feng, so he had to at least cripple his cultivation. "Explode!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He turned into an illusion, and at the same time, a talisman remained. Boom! A strong wind started blowing as destructive energies surrounded Emperor Dong. Then a loud sound followed. It seemed like Lin Feng's silhouette was going to explode. What's going on? Are there two Lin Fengs? The crowd didn't understand what they were seeing. The one who had thrown a talisman at Emperor Dong and the one who was attacking Emperor Dong were two different people. Lin Feng was bleeding and covered with sweat. The energies around him were too powerful. If Emperor Dong's attack had completely reached him, it would have crippled his cultivation. Piss off! Emperor Dong released more energies, but Lin Feng took out another talisman and disappeared again. He glanced at Emperor Dong, noticing that his talisman had exploded off one of Emperor Dong's arms. A medium-level emperor lost his arm. The crowd shivered. Jin Qinjun and the others didn't feel like attacking Lin Feng anymore. Emperor Dong had been too careless. He wanted to kill Lin Feng, but then Qi Yunlei shouted and distracted him. He thought that he could cripple Lin Feng's cultivation with that attack, but Lin Feng had prepared a rather powerful talisman. Emperor Dong hadn't dodged because he hadn't thought that Lin Feng wouldn't attack him head-on like that. Then he had tried to attack Lin Feng again, but Lin Feng was too fast and dodged. "You're a bunch of trash. You are emperors, but you can't even deal with him," shouted Qi Yunlei furiously. "Seal the area," shouted Qi Yunshang. The emperors surrounded Lin Feng once more. Lin Feng glanced at them and then jumped away without hesitation. Luckily, Celestial Summer Castle and the ancient Celestial Castle had sent so many emperors to help him. Besides, he also had his talismans to protect him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Lin Feng moved towards Emperor Qi this time. Emperor Qi looked concerned. Even though he was stronger, he feared Lin Feng after what he did to his father's arms. If Lin Feng used a talisman to attack him, he'd die. While Emperor Qi hesitated, Lin Feng closed the gap between them. At the last moment, Emperor Qi suddenly moved away. "Piece of trash!" shouted Qi Yunshang furiously. Emperor Qi was such a moron. Even if he didn't fight Lin Feng head-on, he could defend. Lin Feng threw two talismans at Emperor Qi as he ran away. Destructive energies quickly surrounded him, causing the empty space cage to shake violently. Qi Yunlei's deployment spell is quite powerful, thought Lin Feng. Surprisingly, he couldn't destroy it. At that moment, Emperor Dong and Qi Yunshao arrived in front of him. Qi Yunshao was shouting furiously. Then a gigantic empty space, golden hand moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng began to dodge, but Qi Yunshang released more energies, and a curtain of empty space energies surrounded Lin Feng. Break! Lin Feng punched the curtain of light, breaking it apart. Lin Feng continued running away, but Emperor Dong appeared again. Using the hand, he still had to release cosmic energies. Emperor Dong didn't hesitate this time. He figured that Lin Feng probably had more talismans. As expected, Lin Feng took out another talisman, this one containing empty space strength. With it, he disappeared. At the same time, outside of the cage, two silhouettes in black clothes finally broke through the cage, allowing Lin Feng to escape. "You think you can still escape?" shouted Emperor Dong. He was faster than Lin Feng, so he quickly caught up with him. But at the same time, a black silhouette moved in front of him and blocked him. Xianxia and the others followed Lin Feng, but 1,000 deadly punches launched out as Lin Feng continued running away. Xianlei glanced at Lin Feng in a cold way and smiled. Did he think he could escape? Where to? At that moment, more people appeared in front of Lin Feng, forcing him to stop. They were even more terrifying than Emperor Dong. Not far away, Lin Feng noticed an Ai-Chun from Qingdi Mountain. Qingdi Mountain. Lin Feng looked at him in a cold way. With his strength, he couldn't escape anymore. There were too many emperors, and with Qingdi Mountain he had no chance. Emperor Ai-Chun glanced at the crowd. "Stop!" Emperor Ai-Chun yelled. Instantly, everybody stopped fighting. The cultivators in black clothes also stopped. Emperor Ai-Chun glanced at those people in black clothes and said, "I don't care who you are. Just leave now." Emperor Ai-Chun didn't want to ruin the cohesion between the 9 great celestial castles, so he made them leave before they showed who they were. The cultivators in black clothes moved away. They knew they couldn't do much in front of Qingdi Mountain. After a short time, all the cultivators in black clothes disappeared. The emperors from Celestial Qi Castle and the Palace of Medicinal Kings were surrounding Lin Feng. "What an army!" thought the crowd, speechless. Lin Feng glanced at the strong cultivators from Qingdi Mountain. He hadn't thought that Qingdi Mountain would get involved. He took out a talisman and suddenly, he reappeared 1,000 meters away. However, even as he did this, Qi was blocking him. How could he escape? Vines appeared around his body and constricted him. Lin Feng felt like coughing up blood as they strangled him. He released demonic Qi to try and resist. Does he still think he can escape? The crowd was speechless. Against all expectations, Lin Feng took out another talisman. However, a golden hand appeared and blocked him. Lin Feng. Yuan Fei clenched his fists and released bestial Qi. He was furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. Ban Ruo and the others felt the same. Their souls were sealed, but they still knew what they were feeling. They were too weak, so they couldn't break the seals on their souls. Lin Feng looked at Emperor Ai-Chun and said, "Are you getting involved because of the tensions between you and Emperor Xinyu? Or is it because you are friends with Celestial Qi Castle? Perhaps it's because of my abilities when it comes to using deployment spells. I don't need to explain anything to you. Now, cripple your own cultivation and leave. Otherwise, you'll die," said Emperor Ai-Chun calmly. He didn't need to justify himself. He could do whatever he wanted with Lin Feng and nobody could say a thing about it. Lin Feng didn't insist. If Emperor Ai-Chun was that confident in his decision, then it meant he had already thought about Yaoyi Island. "Before I cripple my cultivation, you must fulfill your promise to Emperor Xinyu, a competition." "Where is your disciple?" asked Lin Feng to Emperor Ai-Chun. "You're already dead, so the competition has become pointless. Just cripple your cultivation. I don't have time to waste with you. If you don't, they will," said Emperor Ai-Chun indifferently. However, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Ai-Chun, you're a coward. You asked for a competition and now you're scared. Emperor Xinyu is infinitely stronger than you." "That guy is insane," thought the crowd. But it didn't matter anymore. He was going to have to cripple his cultivation now. "If you want to cripple my cultivation, make them come. At least then I'll cripple 1 or 2 of their cultivations," said Lin Feng in a demonic voice. With that, he took out many talismans and smiled devilishly. Ai-Chun couldn't attack Lin Feng himself because he was too strong, and his social status was too high. So instead, he said, "Cripple his cultivation." Emperor Dong, Zhou Tianruo, Qi Yunshang, and the emperors from the Palace of Medicinal Kings released their qi at the same time, surrounding Lin Feng. "Arg!" Yuan Fei turned into a gigantic ape after going insane from watching. Emperor Ai-Chun turned his head and saw Yuan Fei. He was surprised. "He's in a frenzy." "Shut up." Master Mi appeared in the air above Yuan Fei, and lights penetrated Yuan Fei's eyes. Even if Yuan Fei was getting out of control, Master Mi could solve the issue. Qingdi Mountain and the 9 great celestial castles are bullying a little cultivator of the Zun Qi layer. How amazing, said someone at that moment. Did someone want to die? Someone appeared next to Lin Feng and looked at the crowd in a despising way. What a powerful army to fight against a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer. Qingdi Mountain is amazing. No wonder they reign over the region, said Muyi mockingly. Qi Yunxiao smiled in a cold way and said, Muyi, initially, we only wanted Lin Feng, but it seems that you want to bring about your own destruction. Shut up. Who the fuck do you think you are to talk to me that way? Shouted Muyi furiously. Qi Yunxiao did shut up. He was wondering if Muyi had a domineering social status? Lin Feng smiled wryly, thinking that he shouldn't have come. While everybody else was recovering from his rather sudden entrance, Muyi was talking to Lin Feng using telepathy. Who are you, Your Excellency? Asked Emperor Anai-chun indifferently. Even if Muyi was there, Lin Feng was going to die. Muyi was just a medium-level emperor, so he couldn't change anything. Open your eyes and you'll understand who I am, said Muyi in a cold way. Then a talisman appeared in his hand with a big word written on it. Weapon. Weapon. Emperor Anai-chun scrunched his eyebrows. He recognized that it was a fire talisman at least. Your Excellency? Which weapon manufacturing group are you from? Qingdi Mountain's people really are ignorant, surprisingly. You don't even recognize my talisman. You little dog, watch and learn, said Muyi arrogant. He threw his talisman at Emperor Anai-chun and Emperor Anai-chun grabbed the talisman. From what Muyi was saying, he seemed to belong to a very powerful group. Emperor Anai-chun looked at the talisman and tried to think of all the weapon manufacturing groups he knew of. Explode! Muyi yelled loudly. The talisman Emperor Anai-chun was holding suddenly released a special qi, causing Emperor Anai-chun's facial expression to change drastically. The weapon talisman exploded, and the qi surrounded Emperor Anai-chun. At the same time, Lin Feng also used a talisman which contained cosmic energies. The space around them changed completely and the two of them disappeared. Chase them! Shouted Qi Yunlei furiously. A group of people started chasing them, but Muyi was a medium-level emperor, so he was as fast as them. Let alone Lin Feng kept using talismans, widening the gap between them more and more. Qi Yunlei was the fastest one, whether by strength or determination. They had asked Qingdi Mountain to come to avoid any problems. Back then, when Emperor Qi told them that Master Muan was Lin Feng, he had asked Emperor Qi to transfer him some images of Lin Feng. After that, he had realized that Lin Feng was also the one the Great Imperial Palace was looking for. At that moment, Lin Feng and Muyi were moving at full speed. Muyi knew that his talisman couldn't slow down Emperor Anai-chun for too long, so they had to hurry. If Emperor Anai-chun caught up with them, they'd be doomed. Don't hesitate in using all the talismans you've got, said Muyi to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's entire body felt sore. He already knew he couldn't save any talismans at a time like this. There! Lin Feng pointed at a direction. Lin Feng and Muyi flew above some ruins. At the same time, lights flooded the sky and empty space strength surrounded them. Then they disappeared. Teleportation deployment spell. They sensed the energies from very far away. There! However, Lin Feng and Muyi used another deployment spell and disappeared again. Emperor Anai-chun chased them, but he soon stopped. Where are they? Shouted Anai-chun furiously. He had lost them? Lin Feng kept using deployment spells. They couldn't stop Lin Feng and Muyi. There, I guess, said Qi Yunxiao pointing in a direction. Emperor Anai-chun didn't have time to think as he immediately continued chasing them. However, at that moment a person in black appeared. He looked ordinary and his wind abstruse energy looked weak, so nobody paid him any attention. After a short time, Emperor Anai-chun flew back looking furious. He couldn't even capture a cultivator of the Zun Qi layer. If they didn't manage to capture them, what would everybody think of Qingdi Mountain? Great celestial palace of thoughtfulness, you go and seal the area. They can't escape, no matter what. Then, tell all the 9 great celestial castles, including yourselves, to seal the buffer zone as well. Nobody can leave the buffer zone now, said Emperor Anai-chun. Even if Lin Feng changed his face, he wouldn't be able to leave now. "Hurry up! Guard the area! Nobody can leave!" shouted Emperor Enai Chun after he saw that nobody reacted. "I'm going to guard the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness's exit. I'm going to the palace of medicinal kings. I'm going to Celestial Chi Castle." People from the three groups hurriedly flew away with strong cultivators. Lin Feng and Mui had changed their faces again, but they didn't run in the direction of the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. This time they were running towards Celestial Summer Castle. How fast? Thought Lin Feng. He wouldn't have thought that almost all the paths could be blocked before they escaped. During those 3 days, Lin Feng had cast teleportation deployment spells in many places where there weren't many people. Of course, without Mui he couldn't do much, but now things were beyond Lin Feng's calculations. What about the paths to the other 8 castles? Thought Lin Feng. He then immediately flew towards another city. But once he arrived, he realized that it was blocked too. He couldn't get out. Lin Feng frowned. All these areas were sealed. "I can only wait again," thought Lin Feng, sighing. People kept flying above him, seemingly inspecting the crowd. Time passed, and people remained silent. They couldn't leave, but what could they do? Not much. Celestial Chi Castle didn't kill Yuan Fei at least. Lin Feng posed a threat so he could come back for Yuan Fei another time and then they'd regret killing him. Also, it was a humiliation for them to kill powerless people. Time passed and on the second day people could leave, however they had to queue. The rules were even stricter. People had to leave within 7 days, emptying the buffer zone completely. Lin Feng smiled. He had figured that was something they'd try. Within those 7 days, he'd be able to leave, even if it was troublesome. Lin Feng didn't leave immediately. Instead, he patiently waited in his room in the guest house. Emperor Enai Chun was guarding the exit to Celestial Chi Castle as he glanced around and checked everyone passing through. There were 9 exits in the buffer zone and all of them were guarded by strong cultivators. They just had to wait for Lin Feng to show up. In the distance, above Buzhou Mountain, a gigantic animal was flying madly through the air. Its cosmic energies would create hurricanes as it flew along. There was someone wearing red clothes riding the animal's back, a gigantic ape, and a bunch of other animals. They were all flying in the direction of the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. Lin Feng had no chance to leave the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness's territory. At that moment, the gates were closely guarded by more than 10 emperors from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. A few days into this lockdown, a strong wind carrying dust and sand rose to the skies from the distance. It was terrifying as it seemed to be getting closer. "What's that?" One of the emperors gazed into the distance and was startled by what he saw. That wasn't a natural occurrence. There was a silhouette inside that hurricane. "Master, there's a powerful bestial chi coming from over there," said a low-level emperor. The thick bestial chi was getting denser and nearer. "It's a beast, a terrifying one at that," replied the medium-level emperor who was gazing into the distance. They were starting to get a better view of it as it got closer. It was a type of flying beast. Suddenly, the medium-level emperor rose up in the air and shouted, "What brings you to the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness? Bzzz!" A terrifying wind blew around him. The gigantic beast stopped, and then the emperors from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness saw many beasts and humans resting on the back of the flying beast. "Piss off!" The flying beast was hundreds of meters long and was glancing at the crowd in a cold way. The medium-level emperor suddenly stopped moving and shivered. He realized that this beast could only be from Yaoyi Island. "Yaoyi Island is here," realized the emperor, shaking. The beast suddenly disappeared from his field of vision and directly went to the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. Something serious was about to happen. In the center of the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness, a terrifying black cloud appeared, causing many people to raise their heads and start shaking. It was a terrifying beast. "Master?" Many people were standing behind a cultivator who was wearing a golden robe. They wanted to know what to do. "This time, it's between the Qingdi Mountain and Yaoyi Island. We can only observe," said that person calmly. The Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness was only one of the 9 great celestial castles, so they couldn't deal with Yao Yi Island. After a short time, they arrived in front of a gate where people were being checked by guards. "Whom are you looking for?" asked a gigantic ape at that moment. He was black and looked as tall as a mountain. When he glanced around at the crowd, they felt as if they were paralyzed. The ape's voice was also extremely loud, resonating in the whole region. The strong cultivators from the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness looked astonished. They wanted to reply, but words wouldn't come out. Could they admit that they were looking for Lin Feng? Lin Feng was from Yao Yi Island, just like those beasts. "You came from so far to pay us a visit. It's our honor," said a medium-level emperor smiling. His voice was febrile, and he wasn't done talking when the gigantic ape shouted furiously, "We are asking you who you're looking for." The strong cultivator's mouth twitched. He was terrified. "Brother Hey, he's ignoring you," said the beautiful woman in red clothes, smiling thinly. "Dear friends, we've been asked to look for Lin Feng," replied that person. "Arg!" The ape's energies erupted. "Let's go." A few emperors from the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness started running away, but the ape raised his gigantic hand and slapped the air. This simple slap was equivalent to mountains falling from the sky. "No!" A few strong cultivators shouted furiously. The ground quaked ferociously, and then several gigantic canyons appeared in the ground. The ape himself landed on the ground, causing another gigantic crater to form. On the other side, the mountains which fell from the sky landed on the slower emperors, turning them into stones. Dong, dong. The ape continued running. Each of his steps gave birth to earthquakes. Even though he was heavy and slow, each of his steps were wide. The crowd started panicking. Just that ape alone was terrifying. The beasts who were still on the back of the gigantic flying beast jumped and started flying above the buffer zone. Even though they didn't attack, the people on the ground were still terrified. "Lin Feng, little boy, come out!" shouted the ape extremely loudly. People's eardrums felt like they were going to explode after each syllable. "They're from Yao Yi Island and they're here for Lin Feng," thought the crowd. "Let's go back to the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. We can't get involved any longer," said a strong cultivator at that moment. Everybody in his group agreed. Qingdi Mountain and Yao Yi Island could fight each other if they wanted to, but the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness wouldn't do anything against them. Lin Feng came out of his room and looked at the animals. Then he smiled in a resplendent way. His friends from Yao Yi Island were finally here. "Brother Lin Feng." Lin Feng raised his head and saw a familiar silhouette in red clothes. Lin Feng took off his mask and Huyu immediately noticed him. She grabbed him and hugged him tightly. "Brother Lin Feng, I missed you so much," said Huyu smiling. Lin Feng smiled wryly and said, "Hello sister Huyu." Huyu enjoyed fooling around with Lin Feng before he left, and since he'd been gone, she'd been bored. "Who bullied you? Tell me and I'll go and settle accounts with them," said Huyu looking angry. "You're hugging him so tight he can't talk." "Let go of him," said Emperor Xinyu. He was speechless too. "You talk too much," said Huyu glancing at Xinyu. "Uncle Yu," said Lin Feng smiling. The ground crumbled beneath them as the gigantic ape hopped over. "Uncle Feng, Uncle Sure," said Lin Feng to all the animal emperors. "Lin Feng, who wanted to kill you?" asked the stone ape. "The 9 great celestial castles, but the main perpetrators must be Qingdi Mountain," said Lin Feng. If Qingdi Mountain hadn't gotten involved, he would have escaped already. Qingdi Mountain. Emperor Xinyu looked furious as he said, "Lin Feng, tell us the details." "All right." Lin Feng nodded and explained the tensions between him and Celestial Qi Castle, and then what had happened after Emperor Anaichan appeared. "Arg!" The stone ape roared furiously, causing several buildings around them to explode. As soon as Lin Feng finished his story, the stone ape started running towards Celestial Qi Castle. The area became chaotic as people were running in all directions. Emperor Anaichan finally sensed all those bestial energies at this time. Surprisingly, Yao Yi Island had come, and this time, it wasn't only Emperor Xinyu, but many strong cultivators. People from Celestial Qi Castle frowned, fearing for their lives. The ground started shaking under their feet, and then canyons and fissures started forming in the ground around them. The sounds were getting scarier and scarier. Finally, a gigantic black silhouette appeared before them. A gigantic ape. "They're here," thought the crowd. Their hearts were pounding. The gigantic ape suddenly rose up in the air, suffocating everyone there. Emperor Anichun was there, but he remained motionless. Some of them raised their heads to see how tall the ape was, but he was so tall that they couldn't figure it out. There was also a wind beast resting on his back. Then Emperor Shen Yu and a beautiful woman wearing red clothes appeared. Lin Feng was standing next to her. "Those who are not concerned can go piss off," shouted the gigantic stone ape. Instantly, people started running away. Only Emperor Anichun and some of the strong cultivators from Qingdi Mountain stayed. "Brother Shenyu, why did you come with so many friends from Yaoyi Island?" asked Emperor Anichun in a cold way. "You're asking me? Brother, sure, you tell him," said Emperor Shenyu also in a cold way. The ape roared furiously and released cosmic energies which turned into a gigantic stone, crashing towards the ground like a gigantic meteorite. The gigantic ape suddenly started charging. "Stop!" yelled Emperor Anichun. His facial expression changed drastically. The ape ignored him, and the gigantic stone continued to fall from the sky, oppressing everything beneath it. Emperor Anichun looked furious at this point. He jumped forwards and suddenly, a terrifying light shot out and countless golden lights appeared. The gigantic mountain broke apart and turned into a myriad of small stones. Emperor Anichun controls two different types of cosmic energies. Thought Lin Feng, empty space, and golden cosmic energies. He was thus stronger than an emperor who controlled only one type of cosmic energy. "Brother, if you want to say something, talk with words," said Emperor Anichun to the stone ape coldly. "First, I'll slaughter someone from Qingdi Mountain and then we'll talk." "Lin Feng, whom should I slaughter?" asked Emperor Shen Yu to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised, but since Emperor Shen Yu was asking him, Lin Feng wasn't going to refuse the offer. Emperor Anichun looked furious as he said, "You're not scared about things getting out of control? You're from Qingdi Mountain, but you gave one of my people the order to cripple his own cultivation. Weren't you afraid that things could get serious when you did that? Should Yaoyi Island be afraid?" asked Xinyu. Then, he said to Lin Feng, "Did you choose someone?" Lin Feng glanced at the people from Celestial Qi Castle. There were so many people he wanted to kill. "Since I have to choose someone from Qingdi Mountain, I have to choose someone who's also from Celestial Qi Castle," thought Lin Feng. Finally, he looked at someone and that person instantly filled with regret. Xianxia, he was an important member from Celestial Qi Castle, and at the same time, he was also a cultivator from Qingdi Mountain. "Kill him," said Lin Feng pointing at Xianxia. "Emperor Anichun," said Xianxia to Emperor Anichun. He wanted Emperor Anichun to save him. The gigantic stone ape raised his hand and punched the air in Xianxia's direction. Emperor Anichun looked upset, but he performed some hand seals, and golden lights appeared. Then explosions sounded, and the golden lights disappeared. Emperor Anichun raised his hands again and a golden shield appeared, moving to block the fist. However, as they collided, the wind beast moved too. Because he controlled pure wind cosmic energy, few people could compete with him in terms of speed. "No!" The crowd only heard Xianxia shout furiously. A strong wind brushed against his body, and he couldn't open his eyes anymore. When the crowd could see clearly again, Xianxia was in the air. The wind beast was holding him in his claws. "Master Anichun, save me!" shouted Xianxia. He looked terrified. Anichun raised his head. He wanted to say something, but suddenly, Xianxia's body was torn to shreds. He was an emperor, but he was so weak, thought Lin Feng. "Shun Yu," said Emperor Anichun. People from Yaoyi Island had killed a cultivator from Qingdi Mountain in front of him. Thus they weren't giving him any face. "Are you angry? Who do you think you are to shout at me angrily?" shouted Emperor Shenyu. "Now, we have to talk seriously. How many people got involved in chasing my disciple?" said Emperor Xinyu, glancing at the people from Celestial Qi Castle. Talk! Emperor Anichun was baffled. In the world of emperors, talking meant nothing, strength was all that mattered. People from Celestial Qi Castle, the Palace of Medicinal Kings, and the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness tried to kill my disciple Lin Feng. They resorted to various methods to bully him. Now, if we want to settle accounts with them, we can, said Emperor Xinyu. You have a high status within Qingdi Mountain and you wanted to kill my disciple. You even asked people from the 9 great celestial castles to kill him. And I hope you have a good excuse. Otherwise, things will get far worse for you. The strong cultivators from Qingdi Mountain looked furious. Xinyu was threatening them. He was telling them that Yaoyi Island had the right to attack Qingdi Mountain if they wanted to. At that moment, Qi Yunlei rose up in the air and flew next to Emperor Anichun. Then he said to Xinyu, "Do you want to know who tried to capture Lin Feng?" Xinyu frowned and asked, "Did anyone else get involved?" "I'm from the Everlasting Palace," said Qi Yunlei in a cold way. Everlasting Palace? Lin Feng's eyes flashed with insight for a second. He remembered that Qi Yunlei had shouted that they couldn't kill Lin Feng after Emperor Dong tried to kill him. He hadn't thought that the Everlasting Palace would want to capture him. It's him, the great emperor in cyan clothes. Lin Feng remembered. There was only one reason. The great emperor in cyan clothes had realized that the everlasting celestial emperor had probably transmitted his knowledge to Lin Feng. So he had ordered the Everlasting Palace to capture Lin Feng. That was the only reason why Qi Yunlei wanted to capture him alive. "Xinyu, do you know what you're doing?" asked Anichun. "So it's the Everlasting Palace." Hu slowly walked to Qi Yunlei and smiled. Suddenly her red robe fluttered in the wind as she flew forwards with incredible speed. Qi Yunlei wanted to dodge, but Hu managed to grab him. "Break!" shouted Qi Yunlei, furiously releasing sharp sword cosmic energies. "Can you break free though?" said Hu smiling. Qi Yunlei could feel his blood dripping down his side. In a flash he lost an arm. "No, what are you doing?" Qi Yunlei looked terrified. She was modifying his blood. "I want your flesh and blood." She suddenly threw Qi Yunlei to the ground violently. Qi Yunlei couldn't fight back as his blood was strangely changing. "I'm from the Everlasting Palace," shouted Qi Yunlei. However, Hu just smiled and looked at him. "The Everlasting Palace doesn't want someone whose cultivation has been crippled." "What are you doing?" Qi Yunlei stammered. Hu's smile invoked a primal fear in him. His flesh was falling apart, and his blood was rotting. His veins started breaking apart too. She was going to cripple his cultivation. "Master, no." Qi Yunlei finally realized what was going on. "Am I that old? You should call me Queen," said Hu giggling. "Queen, let me go." Qi Yunlei begged her. He knew that if she crippled his cultivation, neither the Everlasting Palace nor Celestial Qi Castle would want him anymore. That'd be a fate worse than death. "I didn't think the Everlasting Palace could have such trash," said Hu. The other cultivators from Qingdi Mountain and Celestial Qi Castle looked terrified. And Anichun hadn't thought the cultivators from Yaoyi Island could be so insane. Qi Yunlei even said that he was from the Everlasting Palace, but Hu still didn't care. Xinyu didn't even frown. He just looked at Anichun and said, "How could the Everlasting Palace have such trash?" I think he was bluffing. He must have only been a cultivator from Celestial Qi Castle. You're only humiliating the Everlasting Palace by saying that. Besides, even if he were from the Everlasting Palace, so what? Since when has Qingdi Mountain been a subgroup of the Everlasting Palace? "We are not a subgroup of any other group," said Anichun in a cold way. "Since you're not a subgroup of the Everlasting Palace, why would you want to capture Lin Feng? It's the Everlasting Palace who wants to capture Lin Feng. Are you trying to rise by helping the Everlasting Palace capture disciples from Yaoyi Island?" said Xinyu. "Now, people from Celestial Qi Castle, piss off. It's between Qingdi Mountain and Yaoyi Island, of course. If you want to help Qingdi Mountain, I don't mind." After Xinyu said that, the wind beast started blowing insanely towards the people from Qingdi Mountain. "Where are all the leaders of the 9 great celestial castles? Have they disappeared?" shouted Anichun. People from the 9 great celestial castles looked scared. If the leaders of the 9 great celestial castles helped fight against Yaoyi Island, they could oppress them. However, who was willing to offend Yaoyi Island? If they didn't come though, then Qingdi Mountain would be offended. They had a dilemma, but the choice was obvious. Even if they offended Qingdi Mountain, it was less concerning because they lived in the same territory. Qingdi Mountain might reproach them, but they couldn't annihilate them. However, if they offended Yaoyi Island, those beasts would attack them, leaving no survivors. Celestial Qi Castle was already gone. They didn't understand why Yaoyi Island was doing so much for Linfeng, but they weren't going to stick around to find out. If Emperor Xinyu was the only one, that wouldn't have been a problem, but so many cultivators had come for him. Xinyu, do you really want to start a war between Qingdi Mountain and Yaoyi Island? Asked Emperor Anaichun. Anaichun, don't think too highly of yourself. Maybe you're the only one involved, or perhaps Qingdi Mountain is involved. But since you attacked our disciple, we are not afraid of anything. Now, those from Qingdi Mountain who had attempted to kill our disciple must die, said Xinyu. Arg! The gigantic ape jumped, making the ground explode beneath him. His gigantic hand descended from the sky. We'll remember this, shouted Emperor Anaichun. Then, he rose up in the air with someone and their silhouettes flickered. The wind beast wanted to chase them, but Xinyu said, forget it. Anaichun controls empty space and gold cosmic energies. He's too fast and strong. Even if we catch up with him, we can't kill him. Let him go. We'll just kill all of Qingdi Mountain's cultivators who are still here. Brother Feng, let's have some fun too, said Huyu to Lin Feng. Suddenly, she landed in front of an emperor from Qingdi Mountain, stretched out her slender white hand, and blood appeared. The emperor sensed he was losing control over his blood, just like the other emperor. Suddenly, he looked horrified. Brother Feng, forget about me being so brutal, said Huyu smiling gently. Blood continued splashing around her until the emperor turned into a rotten corpse and died. That's what happens when there's a huge difference between cultivation levels, thought Lin Feng. After breaking through to the Huangqi layer, Lin Feng would also understand that even at the same level, there could still be gigantic differences between cultivators. That was already the case for him with people of the same level. People from Celestial Qi Castle, who were now in the distance, looked terrified. Yaoyi Island didn't fear fighting Qingdi Mountain. It's better to offend Qingdi Mountain and not Yaoyi Island, they reminded themselves. The 9 castles considered Qingdi Mountain's cultivators strong, but against cultivators from Yaoyi Island, they seemed so weak. Amongst people Emperor Anaichun had brought from Qiding Mountain, some of them managed to escape, such as Qi Yuchun, who had left with Celestial Qi Castle. He wasn't only a cultivator from Qingdi Mountain. He was originally from Celestial Qi Castle. Besides, he was a Zun cultivator, so Emperor Anaichun wouldn't blame him. Emperors from Yaoyi Island, you said it was between Lin Feng and Celestial Qi Castle, but he offended us first, said Qi Yunxiao politely. Who the hell do you think you are to talk to us like that? Yelled Xinyu. No one from Celestial Qi Castle could say anything to Yaoyi Island as they belonged to 2 completely different worlds. They were acting ridiculous. Qi Yunxiao's body felt completely rigid as he realized his mistake. Lin Feng, what do you think? Asked Xinyu. Lin Feng was thinking, Yaoyi Island had already offended Qingdi Mountain, and now if they offended the 9 great celestial castles, things would get even more serious. After all, if Yaoyi Island attacked Celestial Qi Castle, the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness and the Palace of Medicinal Kings would also get involved. 3 large groups like that might oppress Yaoyi Island. Besides, Lin Feng also understood that Yaoyi Island wasn't his group, and it wasn't Xinyu's group either. Sometimes he had to rely on himself. You can't get involved. Celestial Qi Castle and the Palace of Medicinal Kings are my enemies, said Lin Feng. Though I want one person to die. Qi Yunxiao and the others all looked upset when they realized who he was talking about. They glanced at Master Mi. Oh no, Master Mi can't die. Master Mi had an incredible status within Celestial Qi Castle. He controlled a large number of their forces, so who knew what would happen if he died? Even if you kill me, your friends will never break free from my seal. Never, said Master Mi. He was wearing a mask, but Lin Feng knew he was looking at him. So what should I do then? Asked Lin Feng. If you don't kill me, I'll break their seals myself, said Master Mi. Lin Feng smiled in a cold way. He had been waiting for this for a long time. Even if they didn't attack Celestial Qi Castle, Yuan Fei and the others had to be released. Bring them here and break their seals in front of me, said Lin Feng. All right, I'll have them come over. Master Mi closed his eyes and called them. He was connected to them through their minds thanks to the seals. After a short time, a medium-level emperor brought Yuan Fei and the others over. You better think carefully and not leave anything dodgy in their brains, said Hu Yu smiling devilishly. Master Mi nodded as he landed in front of Yuan Fei. Then a light penetrated Yuan Fei's godly awareness. Master Mi knew that even high-level emperors couldn't break those seals. He was the only one who knew the code. With that, Master Mi slowly broke the seal. Arg! Yuan Fei shouted furiously, looking insane. He was fixedly staring at Master Mi. Suddenly, he raised his fist and punched the air in Master Mi's direction. He had come back to his senses and immediately started swinging. Stop! Shouted Master Mi, blocking Yuan Fei's attack. I broke your seal, so now you're free. Yuan Fei glared at him for a moment. Then he recalled his qi. Arg! Another shout sounded. A silhouette rose up in the air and shouted, Yuan Fei! Lin Feng turned around and noticed someone. Then he looked delighted. It was the great ape emperor. He had been staying in the region, but he wasn't strong enough to save Yuan Fei. When he saw that Yuan Fei was freed, he showed up again. This time he was so happy. Arg! The stone ape shouted furiously. Yuan Fei was an ape like him. In Yao Yi Island, there were many apes. He was a stone ape. Then there was the great earth demon ape. But they didn't know what kind of ape Yuan Fei was yet. The apes gathered and smiled. Then the great ape emperor and Yuan Fei walked over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, thank you, said the great ape emperor. He looked at Xin Yu and the others and said, Thank you, masters. I wouldn't have thought that you'd be the same type as me. Yao Yi Island is a good place for you. Apart from the stone ape, there's also a great earth demon ape, so you won't feel lonely, said Xin Yu smiling. Yao Yi Island. The great ape emperor looked happy and nodded. Thank you, master, for accepting us. There are millions of islands in Yao Yi Island, all of them filled with different animals. There's no need to thank me. I'm just accepting one of my own, said Xin Yu. Master Mi also broke Ban Ruo and the other seals. Ban Ruo and the others came back to their senses looking very upset. They had been controlled for quite a while, their heads were heavy, and they felt guilty. Luckily, Lin Feng was a true friend. Are you all right? Asked Lin Feng to Ban Ruo and the others. They all bumped fists and smiled happily. You should be thankful. Celestial Qi Castle took care of you, and they even healed Xing Zhan's leg. Don't worry about the rest. Indeed, we are grateful, said Xing Zhan smiling. Without Celestial Qi Castle, his leg wouldn't have been healed as it was now. Besides, they had become stronger during that time. Celestial Qi Castle had them practice constantly. Lin Feng, should we settle accounts with the great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness and the Palace of Medicinal Kings? Asked Xin Yu to Lin Feng. Uncle Yu, let's go back to Yao Yi Island, said Lin Feng. He didn't intend to fight against them now. If he had the choice, he would have done everything without Yao Yi Island. Because of him, Yao Yi Island had already offended Qingdi Mountain, and there was an even more dangerous group, the Everlasting Palace, to worry about. Apart from Qi Yunlei, nobody else from the Everlasting Palace had appeared yet. Lin Feng figured that Qi Yunlei probably wanted to capture Lin Feng alone and then go back to the Everlasting Palace to improve his status. Lin Feng also thought that Qi Yunlei didn't know that Lin Feng knew the 1,000 great deployment spells. Otherwise, the great emperor in cyan clothes wouldn't have let a stupid cultivator like Qi Yunlei try to capture him. All right, said Xin Yu nodding. Then, he raised his hands as to tell everyone that they were going back. Arg! The stone ape shouted at the people from Celestial Qi Castle. He attacked in their direction again. Then he turned around and left. His steps made extremely loud sounds, causing the ground to shake. Everybody ran away, and nobody prevented them from passing. Lin Feng, how did you end up in such a situation? Asked Xinyu to Lin Feng. Now they were on the back of the wind beast. I hadn't thought that a disciple from Celestial Qi Castle, who was also a member of the Everlasting Palace, would come back and uncover my real identity. You should tell me when you're doing such things. Then you won't have to take such risks. Lin Feng smiled wryly and shook his head. He had problems with the 9 great celestial castles, but those things had nothing to do with Yao Yi Island, and he wanted it to stay that way if he could help it. Even if he had known that Qingdi Mountain would get involved, he still wouldn't have told Emperor Xinyu. Lin Feng. Someone rose in the air next to him. Lin Feng smiled and said to the wind beast, Uncle Feng, that's my friend. Let him come. The wind beast slowed down and allowed Muyi to jump on his back. He smiled at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, we're safe. Thank you, Master Muyi, for helping me. They could have killed me before if you hadn't helped. I wouldn't have had time to inform Yao Yi Island then, said Lin Feng smiling. Master Muyi, come with me to Yao Yi Island. We can continue studying deployment spells there. Muyi glanced at Xinyu, and Xinyu looked at him and said, Lin Feng's friends are also friends of Yao Yi Island. Thank you, Master. I'm alone, so I will try not to disturb too much, said Muyi. He was happy to go to Yao Yi Island. Back in Yao Yi Island, in a field full of medicinal herbs, there was a beautiful girl wearing white clothes. She was helping farm some plants. Suddenly, she sensed something. She raised her head and gazed into the distance and saw many people, including Lin Feng. Muyun rose up in the air. She smiled at Lin Feng and said, When did you come back? We just came back. I brought you some medicinal herbs. I hope they help, said Lin Feng. He had put the herbs he stole from the Palace of Medicinal Kings into a ring. But because he didn't understand herbs at all, he gave them to Muyun. Thank you, replied Muyun, smiling in a gentle way as she took the ring. I have to go and see a few emperors. Take care, Yun, said Lin Feng. He didn't want to spend too much time there. Then Muyun watched as Lin Feng and the others disappeared. Her mouth twitched like she wanted to say something, but she didn't manage to. Instead, she just smiled. Lin Feng went to an island which wasn't that far away. Buddy, shouted Lin Feng. His voice was so loud that the sound waves blew back all the surrounding trees and water. Immediately after, a gigantic demon ape appeared. It was the great earth demon ape. He smiled after he saw Lin Feng and said, Did you come to get hurt again? You couldn't hurt me 3 years ago already, replied Lin Feng smiling. The great earth demon ape was terrifyingly strong, but Lin Feng was too fast. I brought some friends. I hope you can teach them some things, said Lin Feng smiling. Arg! The great earth demon ape and Yuan Fei shouted, turning themselves into gigantic apes. The great earth demon ape was surprised and smiled. All right, they can stay with me. And there's someone else, said Lin Feng. Then Xingzhan turned into a beast too. A horned battle beast. The great earth demon ape looked at him and said, It's the first time I've seen one. Their only purpose in life is battle. I can't wait to see how strong he is. They can stay with you for now, and if you have the time, take them to some of the other emperors, said Lin Feng smiling. Then his silhouette flickered. Ban Ruo and Li Hen left with him too. Yuan Fei and Xingzhan were beasts, so the great earth demon ape was a perfect teacher for them. Ban Ruo and Li Hen were different. Ban Ruo was a Buddhist cultivator, so Lin Feng still didn't know which beast was the best teacher for him. Li Hen was a singer, controlling soundwave and illusion abstruse energies. Lin Feng already knew who to take him to. Lin Feng had spent years in Yao Yi Island, so he knew more than most how helpful the beast emperors were. He hoped his friends could stay there to study cultivation, one day breaking through to the Huangqi layer. After a short time, Lin Feng landed on another island. This time he was looking for Hu Yu. Sister Hu Yu, I would like to ask you something. Hu Yu was an empress and she was very familiar with the islands. Back then, she had taken him to many places, so maybe she could do the same with Ban Ruo and Li Hen. Bro, why are you so polite? Asked Hu Yu smiling. She put her arm around Lin Feng's shoulders, making them look like a couple. Lin Feng was used to her behavior, but he still smiled wryly. I have 2 friends whom I'm hoping you can help. You know so many emperors in Yaoyi Island, so you can guide them yourself, said Hu Yu, caressing Lin Feng's face. Tell me, do you want to leave Yaoyi Island? Lin Feng nodded. You want to get away from me, you and your little girlfriend, said Hu Yu angrily. Lin Feng suddenly felt awkward. Sis, Yun and I are just friends. Concerning you, I don't want to leave you, but after what happened with the 9 great celestial castles, I'm worried about the everlasting palace, said Lin Feng. Little boy, do you need my help? Asked Hu Yu to Lin Feng. The everlasting palace was a terrifying group. They wouldn't attack Yaoyi Island because they were a great imperial force. However, it seemed like the everlasting palace wanted to capture Lin Feng beyond reason. Sis, I've been to the great imperial everlasting palace and I saw the everlasting celestial emperor as well as the new great emperor of the everlasting palace. He thinks I received the teachings of the great imperial everlasting palace, said Lin Feng to Hu Yu. She fixedly stared at him and said, Darling, this is something very serious, so tell me the truth. Did you get his transmissions? Lin Feng nodded, leaving Hu Yu speechless for a moment. Let's go. We have to leave Yaoyi Island immediately, said Hu Yu. She wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would be involved in such things. Sis, what about Yaoyi Island? Asked Lin Feng. He was worried about them. Don't worry. After you leave, we'll just say you left and that we know nothing. Even if people from the everlasting palace come, they can't do anything against us because we're a great imperial force. Especially considering our leader is not an ordinary beast. Hu Yu grabbed Lin Feng's hand and started flying away. If the great emperor from the everlasting palace came, it would be very difficult to protect Lin Feng. No need to rush. I haven't even talked to Uncle Yu yet, said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. He initially wanted to stay in Yaoyi Island for a few more days. After all, the everlasting palace was extremely far, so they'd need some time to get to Yaoyi. Why would you need to talk to him? I can talk to him for you, said Hu Yu while dragging Lin Feng. Li Hen and Ban Ruo were surprised, so she smiled and said, You 2 can wait for me. Lin Feng. They were happy to be with Lin Feng, but now he had to leave again. Ban Ruo, Li Hen, practice cultivation seriously. One day we'll recreate Tiantai in the great world. By the way, Wuxia is in Sword Mountain. Lin Feng managed to say all that before Hu Yu dragged him away. We will, whispered Ban Ruo and Li Hen. They would practice cultivation like their lives depended on it. Hu Yu and Lin Feng soon landed on a mountain. Mui was there too. Master Mui, I need to leave Yaoyi Island. Are you coming with me or are you staying? Asked Lin Feng. Mui was surprised. Lin Feng wanted to leave already? Master Mui, I think you should come with me actually. Back then, Qi Yunlei said the everlasting palace was looking for me, but maybe the great emperor in the cyan clothes is looking for everyone who had been in the caves in the great palace. It's not safe for us to stay in Yaoyi Island. That's why Sister Hu Yu wants me to leave immediately. Lin Feng didn't tell Mui everything. He had known Hu Yu for 5 years already, so she knew a lot about him and she was a beast. Beasts weren't interested in deployment spells. Even though Lin Feng and Mui got along well, the everlasting celestial emperor's teachings could make anyone go insane, especially someone who loved deployment spells. Therefore, Lin Feng had decided to keep all this a secret. The everlasting palace is getting involved, said Mui, surprised. Then he added, All right, I'll come with you. I'm happy to have a friend. Let's go. Hu Yu dragged Lin Feng away. They tried not to draw people's attention as they flew away. A few hours later, Lin Feng and Hu Yu arrived at the periphery of the islands, an extremely vast area. Brother Feng, you can leave from here. If you're in danger, you know how to reach me, said Hu Yu, smiling at him. He nodded and smiled. Sister Hu Yu, take care. I'm going to miss you. Come back and see me sometime, said Hua Yu, and then she left. I will, whispered Lin Feng. Lin Feng, where do you want to go? Asked Mui to Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I come from a small world, so I'm not familiar with the great world. I haven't been to many places, and I'm only a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer. I need to travel to break through to the Huang Qi layer. All right, let's leave this place and we'll find a place for you to break through to the 9th Zun Qi layer, said Mui. Lin Feng was already at the top of the 8th Zun Qi layer, so he still needed to focus on reaching the 9th Zun Qi layer. After you break through to the 9th Zun Qi layer, I'll take you to another place which should be suitable for you, said Mui, smiling. After Hu Yu left, she gazed into the distance where she saw a light appear before. It was a lot faster than her. She wanted to take Lin Feng even farther, but she saw that light and had decided to go back. I wonder if those are people from the Everlasting Palace. If they are very fast, thought Hu Yu. As Hu Yu thought, there was only one person, and that person landed on Yao Yi Island. Yao Yi Island. That person's eyebrows looked like swords. He was wearing a simple robe, and he looked ordinary, but his eyes were as dazzling as stars. He released his godly awareness and inspected the area, every single inch of the area, but he didn't say anything. If someone noticed his presence, then he'd talk. He inspected the area, and several beasts sensed someone was looking at them, but didn't act out about it. Yao Yi Island was an animal's world, so even a strong cultivator like him could only glance around for a bit. After some time, he frowned, and his silhouette flickered away. After Hu Yu went back, she landed at the top of a mountain. Her red robe was fluttering in the wind as a light passed in front of her, intriguing her. She was right, it was a strong cultivator from the Everlasting Palace. Maybe other people didn't know, but she did. She completely understood what was going on. If she hadn't taken Lin Feng away just a second before, the situation would have been tragic for him. Hu Yu went to Xinyu and asked him, using telepathy, "Did you sense that someone was spying on us?" Xinyu looked at her and said, "I did, but I noticed that he wasn't doing anything, so I didn't pay attention." "It might be someone from the Everlasting Palace," said Hu Yu. Xinyu frowned nervously. "Don't be nervous. I already took Lin Feng away. He's far away in the middle of the sea. Even if that person is extremely strong, he can't possibly find someone that far," said Hu Yu, still using telepathy. "But if he doesn't find anyone, he might ask us to hand him over. If that happens, we must remain calm and courteous." When Xinyu saw Hu Yu smile, he nodded. "I know what you mean. We have to observe and be patient." As expected, the strong cultivator spent a lot of time looking for Lin Feng on Yao Yi Island, but he didn't find him. He rose up in the air and noted the spectacular landscape. He then flew above the clouds. The beasts heard something, so they raised their heads and looked towards that guy. "Someone really is spying on us," thought the beasts furiously. They felt that person was extremely strong though. Qingdi Mountain is helping the Everlasting Palace. Otherwise, the Everlasting Palace wouldn't have come that fast, thought Xinyu. "Who crippled my disciples' cultivation in the 9 great celestial castles?" shouted that strong cultivator. His voice resonated throughout the entire region. Xinyu and Hu Yu glanced at each other. Then they rose up in the air. "You two did it?" asked the strong cultivator, looking at Xinyu and Hu Yu in a cold way. "Master, I did cripple someone's cultivation in the 9 great celestial castles, but that person wanted to capture one of my disciples, a cultivator of the Zun Qi layer. I thought that the Everlasting Palace couldn't possibly send a medium-level emperor to capture a Zun cultivator. I thought they were only humiliating the Everlasting Palace, so I crippled his cultivation. Don't blame me," said Hu Yu politely. "Where's the cultivator of the Zun Qi layer?" asked the strong cultivator straightforwardly. He didn't really care about Qiyunlei. His goal was actually Lin Feng. "Master, after we came back to Yao Yi Island, he left. I don't know why. I asked him, and he said he wanted to travel to gather experiences and become stronger. We don't know where he went either. Master, why are you looking for a Zun cultivator? Did anything happen? Maybe we can help you," said Hu Yu in a calm and innocent way. However, the strong cultivator released energies which oppressed Hu Yu. "Release your godly awareness and show me your memories," said the strong cultivator. He didn't believe her, and this matter was too serious. "Master, even though I'm a beast, I'm also a woman. I have many secrets, so you can't inspect my memories, said Hu. She suddenly looked very angry. Stop, yelled the strong cultivator. He released his godly awareness, wanting to forcefully inspect Hu's memories. However, at that moment the sky became pitch black. Eh? That strong cultivator frowned and glanced around. He couldn't see anything but darkness. Bestial night, said the strong cultivator from the everlasting palace. You think you can inspect my people's memories as you wish? Said a voice which seemed to come from the darkness. Her memories contain clues about someone we're looking for. It's important for the everlasting palace. If you inspect her memories, let me inspect yours as well, said the voice. The strong cultivator looked angry. He was a great emperor, so how could he let someone inspect his memories? Everybody had secrets, and he was no exception. Since you know that nobody wants to let anybody else check their memories, why do you think you can inspect my people's memories? She told you the person you're looking for is not here. So I came here for nothing? You can choose to stay here too, but you can't touch any of my people, said the voice in darkness. The strong cultivator from the everlasting palace looked furious. His Highness the Beast of the Night was an unfathomable cultivator. Very few people had ever seen his real body. Almost nobody even knew what kind of beast he was, and in general, people feared him. The everlasting palace wants that person. If you find him here, then you can take him with you. I'm giving the everlasting palace face, but if you can't find him, then the everlasting palace must give me face too by not touching my people. The same applies to the leader of the everlasting palace. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the responsibility for your actions, said the voice in the darkness aggressively. Then, the darkness slowly dispersed, and the sun reappeared. All right, I'll spend some time here then, said the strong cultivator in a cold way. He was a great emperor, so he could practice cultivation anywhere. He could even spend years there if he wanted to, so he wanted to see if Lin Feng would come back eventually. Hu took a deep breath. She was amazed. His Highness the Beast of the Night was terrifyingly strong. He could solve any problem, it seemed, and on top of that, it seemed that His Highness the Beast of the Night also knew about Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Mui were traveling already, so they had no idea about what was going on there. But at least the great emperor didn't know where they were. 3 months later, very far away from Yao Yi Island, Demon Chi was dashing to the sky from a cave in a mountain range. Boom, boom, boom. Everything around that cave was quaking. Even small pieces of stones exploded. Mui was at the top of a precipice, fixedly staring at the cave in the distance. He was surprised by how powerful that Demon Chi was. He had seen Lin Feng fight with talismans, but he had never really seen how Lin Feng battled. Bang! Another sound resounded through the mountain chain. Even more terrifying Demon Chi rose up to the skies, condensing into clouds. Ninth Zun Chi layer. What a terrifying and aggressive demonic energy, thought Mui. A demon-like silhouette rose up in the sky. His eyes were pitch black, and his long black hair was messy. Lin Feng looked like a demon god. Ninth Zun Chi layer, and soon, I'll become a demon emperor, thought Lin Feng, remembering all the emperor's statues. He was getting closer and closer to breaking through to the Huang Chi layer. If he were still in the small world, people would admire him. Lin Feng inhaled and exhaled demon chi for a little while, then he recalled his demon chi, and his eyes progressively became normal again. Finally, he turned into a handsome young man again. He landed in front of Mui and smiled happily. Uncle Mui, sorry to have kept you waiting. It's only been about 2 months, I guess. It's not that long, said Mui smiling. For a medium-level emperor, a few months were nothing. Let's not waste time, we continue onwards. How far are we from Goldfire City? Asked Lin Feng to Mui. Mui initially wanted to take him to Goldfire City, which was a gigantic city. It was a lot larger than all of the 9 great celestial castles together. We're not that far from it, only 3 days of traveling left. Lin Feng, once we get to Goldfire City, maybe then you will realize how vast that world really is. You will see how magnificent and splendid the city is as well. That city is famous for its weapon manufacturers and its weapon manufacturing groups. Mui and Lin Feng then left. Lin Feng was smiling. The city of weapon manufacturers. He had never heard of such groups in the small world. Uncle Mui, back then, when you saved me, you used a weapon talisman. Was that a talisman from a powerful group in Goldfire City? Asked Lin Feng. Indeed, however, Goldfire City is gigantic and has many such groups. It's divided into 4 parts: East, South, West, and North. Each district has bigger and smaller weapon manufacturing groups. There are probably hundreds of large ones. If you also count the smaller groups and individual manufacturers, then it's probably impossible to know exactly how many there are. However, for a few reasons, I got expelled from such a group a long time ago. That's why I just used the talisman to scare Emperor and I-Chin. I couldn't do much more than that, explained Mui, smiling and shrugging. If Emperor and I-Chin had known about that, he might have regretted. I see you study deployment spells for weapons. That's surprising, said Lin Feng, smiling. Besides, you are a medium-level emperor and surprisingly, you got expelled from your group. Are there very powerful groups in Goldfire City then? Just a little stronger than the 9 great celestial castles, but everyone here are experts at manufacturing weapons. You won't find any great emperor here, because after a weapon manufacturer becomes a great emperor, they immediately leave town. Everyone respects great emperors, so even if some people become great emperors in Goldfire City, they usually go abroad to become stronger, explained Mui. Concerning deployment spells, I do study them for weapons. Lin Feng, do you know what a cultivator needs to know to become a weapon manufacturer? Deployment spells, fire, soul strength, and materials. You're right. That's where the name of the city comes from. Goldfire City. Fire to fabricate weapons and gold is a great material to fabricate weapons. Fire and materials constitute the environment. They are necessary elements, however, a powerful soul and a powerful deployment spells make a huge difference. The most difficult part is the deployment spell. Without a powerful deployment spell, you can't make a powerful weapon. Mui continued. Alchemists and weapon manufacturers had a similar range of knowledge, but weapon manufacturers had to understand deployment spells better than alchemists. Uncle Mui, why did you take me to Goldfire City? Because of their weapons? Asked Lin Feng. Mui knew how good Lin Feng was at using deployment spells. If you're interested, you can try and study how to fabricate weapons. Maybe it could be beneficial for you, said Mui, smiling. It seemed that Mui had planned things out for Lin Feng, but Lin Feng didn't mind. He was interested in everything, and studying the arts of weapon manufacturing was interesting. They both walked and chatted. Lin Feng understood weapons a little bit better after Mui finished explaining everything to him. It seemed that many groups in Goldfire City were great imperial forces, and it also seemed that many influential groups were connected to those weapon manufacturing groups. 3 days later, they finally made it to the gigantic city. We're here, said Mui, smiling at Lin Feng. Goldfire City was different from the 9 great celestial castles. People here are free to move as they wished. Mui and Lin Feng first went to the city center. They didn't fly, they simply walked on the vast streets. There were many street vendors on the sidewalks, reminding Lin Feng of his previous life. However, in Goldfire City, those street vendors sold weapons. Goldfire City is also a gigantic open market where people trade weapons. Many people have traveled a long way to come here to find materials. You can even buy fire here. Mui smiled wryly. In the great world, people could buy almost anything, even fire. Do you want to see documents and resources concerning weapon fabrication? Asked Mui. Where? Asked Lin Feng. Let's go. I'll show you some stuff, said Mui, smiling. He took Lin Feng to a pavilion and found some bookshelves with very ancient books resting on it. Officials' documents, instruction manuals, and so on. There were stickers everywhere to help people find the resources they needed. Introduction to Weapon Manufacturing. Lin Feng noticed a book, so he stopped and started leafing through it. The book dealt with new technologies and the levels of weapon manufacturers. People who can fabricate holy weapons can't be called masters? They can only be called amateurs. Lin Feng was stupefied. In the small world, holy weapons were considered great weapons. There are various levels of imperial weapons, and those who can fabricate level 1 Imperial weapons are called level 1 professors. Those who can fabricate level 9 weapons are called level 9 professors. Only those who are level 6 professors and above can be called weapon manufacturing masters. Finally, only those who can fabricate great Imperial weapons can be called great scholastic masters of weapon manufacturing arts. Lin Feng gasped with amazement. He learned a lot from reading that book. Mui was reading an ancient book next to Lin Feng from time to time, glancing at Lin Feng. Uncle Mui, are there any great scholastic masters of weapon manufacturing arts in Goldfire City? Asked Lin Feng. From what I know, there should be one, said Mui smiling. A great scholastic masters of weapon manufacturing arts had a very, very high success rate when manufacturing level 8 and 9 Imperial weapons. They could easily create terrifying armies all on their own. Lin Feng nodded and continued reading. Someone next to Lin Feng was reading a book, but when he saw what kind of book Lin Feng was reading, he looked at him mockingly. Lin Feng was probably a beginner in the arts of weapon manufacturing because nobody would read such books. But Lin Feng didn't care about what people thought of him. He released his godly awareness and inspected some official documents. He was just skimming them though. After some time in the pavilion, he already knew all the basics. Uncle Mui, let's leave, said Lin Feng to Mui. Mui nodded, but when they reached the exit, Mui had to give the guard a few abstruse tablets. After all, nothing was free in that world. There are always foreigners stopping here, and since so many people come, the price is not too high. The people who manage those libraries must make a lot of money, said Mui to Lin Feng. So, what do you think? Are you interested in weapon fabrication or not? Asked Mui smiling. I am a bit interested, but I think it could only be a hobby at best for me. If I want to have a high level in weapon fabrication, I would need to spend a lot of time and energy on it. I don't think it's something suitable for me, explained Lin Feng honestly. I think so too, said Mui smiling. Then he continued, in the world of cultivation, no matter whether you're an alchemist or a weapon manufacturer, there's only one goal: become stronger. People fabricate weapons to become stronger, however, it always requires time. That's why most strong cultivators only want to practice cultivation. However, you're not even 30 yet and you're still carving out your own path in the great world. You must remember that in the great world, many people break through to the Xianxia layer shortly after their birth. However, even in the great world, getting close to breaking through to the Huangqi layer before 30 is something exceptional already. With your talent and your understanding of deployment spells, you don't really need weapons. We'll see, maybe someday I'll study weapon fabrication and immediately become a great scholastic master of weapon manufacturing arts, said Lin Feng jokingly. Lin Feng, this time I took you to Goldfire City because I have something in mind, said Mui, gazing into the distance. He seemed pensive. Uncle Mui, you saved my life a few times, so you can tell me what you want, and I'll do my best to help, said Lin Feng. Maybe it had something to do with Mui having been expelled from his group. I would like you to approach someone, said Mui. He seemed moved that Lin Feng wanted to help him. Approach someone? Indeed, my clan. I'm from the Mu clan from the northern part of Goldfire City. It's a very powerful weapon manufacturing clan, and there's a very talented young disciple who is an expert at fabricating weapons. Mu Lin Shui. She's one of the most talented young people there. She has broken through to the 9th Zunqi layer. She's an expert at using fire and has a powerful soul strength. I hope you can get close to her, said Mui honestly. Lin Feng looked skeptical and asked, Uncle Mui, may I ask you what your relationship with Mu Lin Shui is? She's my daughter, said Mui. Eh? Lin Feng looked surprised. Mui had a daughter? And why had he been expelled from the clan? You have to ask her why I got expelled. My daughter is very talented and she's a good cultivator. She will soon become stronger than me, but the leader of the clan wants to control my daughter's future, said Mui, smiling wryly. Uncle Mui, why do you want me to approach Mu Lin Shui though? Asked Lin Feng. He still didn't understand. It has something to do with a grand meeting that will happen in half a year. After you get close to Lin Shui, you will know what I mean. I took you to Goldfire City for just this. I hope you don't think I'm selfish, said Mui, sounding embarrassed. He had saved Lin Feng from Emperor Anichen back then, so that Lin Feng could help him back. Uncle Muyi, I will soon become an emperor. No matter where I am, I can become stronger, including Goldfire City. During my time here, I will get to know many weapon manufacturing masters and I will have a broader knowledge. I don't think that's so bad, said Lin Feng kindly. Thank you, Lin Feng. I'll take you to the Mu clan now, but don't tell her or anyone from the Mu clan that I told you to do this, said Mui. Then, Mui put on a mask Lin Feng had made him use in the 9 great celestial castles. Outside of the Mu clan's territory, there was a vast public square where there were big roads leading to various places. Nostalgia rushed over Muyi as he looked at the familiar buildings. He didn't know how Lin Shui was doing since he left. Perhaps she'd changed since then. Uncle Muyi, how do I approach her? Asked Lin Feng, smiling wryly. He didn't know her, so getting close to her was easier said than done. She looks proud, but on the inside, she's kind and gentle. If she has the feeling you're a good person, it should be easy to get close to her. Of course, if she hates someone, it's another story. If anything happens, just tell me, said Mui before leaving. Then he smiled and turned around, saying, Lin Feng, if you want to have some fun with my daughter, I don't mind either. Eh? Lin Feng smiled wryly. He hadn't thought about that. He missed Meng Qing and Yu Xian. But Lin Feng couldn't protect his wives in the great world if he didn't have the strength of the Huang Qi layer, so he still had to hide them. Lin Feng looked at the territory of the Mu clan. For some reason he had a headache. He was used to doing things for himself, and he didn't really feel like getting close to someone. But since Uncle Mui asked him for a favor, he'd do his best to help. At that moment, a group of young men and women came out from the Mu clan and frowned. What are you looking at? Asked a girl in green clothes. She had a furry white cloak which made her look heroic. She was also very beautiful. I find the Mu clan's territory to be majestic, replied Lin Feng. He had recalled his qi before, so now he looked like an ordinary cultivator at the top of the Zun qi layer. Even if that's true, don't just stand in front of the main gate, said the girl in a cold way. Then those people passed in front of Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng glanced at them one more time before he entered the Mu clan. He asked to a pedestrian, Do you know that girl's name? The pedestrian smiled and whispered, Brother, she's the jewel of the Mu clan. You can't fall in love with her. I won't, I'm just asking, said Lin Feng smiling. He figured that the pedestrian was easygoing. Hee, bro. I perfectly understand you. There's no need to justify yourself, said the pedestrian, tapping on Lin Feng's shoulders and smiling in a gentle way. Qing-ying, is that guy asking about you? Asked a young man who was smiling at Mu Qing-ying. Mu Qing-ying didn't reply. Instead, another young man smiled and said, In the northern part of the city, many men are interested in her. There's nothing surprising if he is. I'm just amused that some people overestimate themselves, said the one who had just talked before. Then they left. Lin Feng heard them clearly, for they hadn't tried to act discreet. But he didn't care. He needed to learn more about Mu Lin Shui. Brother, I'll tell you something. Lin Feng turned his head around. The pedestrian was still talking to him. Do you want to know something about Miss Qing-ying? Asked that person, smiling. No, I want to know more about Mu Lin Shui. Do you know anything about her? Lin Feng shook his head. When the young man heard Lin Feng, he smiled in an even gentler way. His eyes were wide open as he said, Brother, I think you shouldn't think about her too much. Miss Lin Shui is incredible. I have broken through to the 7th Zun Qi layer and you probably have the same level, but in front of Lin Shui, we're still nothing. I'm just asking. It's not like I'm having any perverted thoughts. Don't worry, bro, replied Lin Feng. Miss Lin Shui is the most beautiful girl of the Mu clan. She's only 20 years old and she's already a cultivator at the very top of the Zun Qi layer, and she's very talented at fabricating weapons. She can already create imperial weapons, which means she has become a level 1 professor, but she's studying deployment spells these days. She wants to become a level 2 professor, so she's getting ready for the big contest. That person explained slowly. Brother, she's a public figure and that's it to people like us. We can fantasize about her, but we stand no chance. Only the strongest young cultivators from the Yen clan can be a good match for her. I see, she must be incredible, said Lin Feng. He was impressed. Being a cultivator at the very top of the Zunqi layer before being 25 was amazing, but in the great world those things didn't seem as astonishing. Lin Feng had even heard of beasts which were born with the strength of the Tianqi layer. They didn't even need to gather experience to become Zun-level beasts, which meant they could easily turn into humans if they wanted. However, he had also heard of some incredible beasts which started very weak, but given enough time they were even more terrifying. This seemed to be a law of the universe. If people relied on their own strength and luck to become stronger, it would bring about better results than by relying on a powerful and rich family to take pills or solely relying on a blood heritage. Brother, what if I want to see Miss Lin Shui? What do I have to do? Asked Lin Feng. That's difficult to say. Miss Lin Shui is studying deployment spells. Unless she comes out now, you'll have to wait to see her, replied that guy smiling. Of course, if someone takes you in, you might see her sooner. Let me in? Asked Lin Feng. That was a good idea. Since he wanted to get close to her, he had to get into the buildings first. Thank you for helping me, said Lin Feng smiling. The guy smiled and shook his head. So you really want to get in? I can only wish you good luck. I'm off. After that guy left, Lin Feng didn't leave. Instead, he leant against a wall and closed his eyes. If anyone walked by, they'd probably assume he was asleep. Lin Feng finally opened his eyes after Mu Qingying and the others came back. Then he approached Mu Qingying. Mu Qingying frowned when she saw Lin Feng. Was Lin Feng purposely preventing her from walking forwards? Miss Qingying, can you take me inside the Mu clan? Asked Lin Feng to Mu Qingying. Eh? The people next to her frowned and released qi. One of them even shouted, Move away! Mu Qingying waved and said, For what reason? Lin Feng nodded. He moved back a few steps and then knelt. Then, he raised his hands and released fire strength. Mu Qingying didn't think Lin Feng wanted to attack her, so she continued walking and passed in front of him. But then a light caught her attention, making her turn her head back to see Lin Feng carving marks. Deployment spell. Mu Qingying seemed surprised. Lin Feng was still carving marks until holy marks formed. Then he shook his hand and fire emerged from the marks. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Mu Qingying. Since you're so honest, you can become one of my guards. Come with me, said Mu Qingying, walking towards the governmental buildings. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at the fire marks, smiling indifferently. Then he stood up and followed Mu Qingying. You're lucky, said one of the young men in a cold way. A small deployment spell made of only a few holy marks is nothing. In the Mu clan, just about anyone can become a guard. Lin Feng ignored him and continued to follow Mu Qingying. After entering the governmental buildings, his deployment marks outside became wider and wider. They looked mysterious, but unfortunately, Mu Qingying didn't have the patience to watch. In the governmental buildings of the Mu clan, Mu Qingying took Lin Feng to a courtyard. There, a cultivator of the 9th Zunqi layer came to Mu Qingying and bowed. Miss Qingying. The Mu clan was a large clan, so there were many people who had a similar social status as Mu Qingying. Mu Xiao, that's my new guard. Please arrange everything for him, said Mu Qingying to that person. Then she continued walking. Mu Xiao nodded and smiled at Lin Feng. Not bad. Miss Qingying hasn't recruited any new guards for a while. What's your name? Lin Feng. Lin Feng. This courtyard is only an outside one, but it's where her guards stay. I'm the leader of the guards, Mu Xiao. That path leads to the inner courtyard where the noble young men and women live. We are not allowed to go there without permission. You must remember that. Mu Xiao quickly explained to Lin Feng. I became a guard, thought Lin Feng speechlessly. He wouldn't have the opportunity to meet Lin Shui that way. Now he needed to improve his social status to see her. It seems like it'll take some time, thought Lin Feng. He didn't feel dispirited though. Now that he was in the governmental buildings, his chances of meeting Lin Shui by chance were still higher. Mu Xiao found a place to live for Lin Feng. Even though they were Mu Qingying's guards, they had nothing to do if she didn't leave the clan's territory. With that free time, Lin Feng just practiced cultivation. Sometimes he would chat with the other guards, trying to learn useful things from them. He quickly became acquainted with many of them. Besides, Lin Feng also found out that many of the guards were attracted to Mu Qingying, but nobody had confessed to her. Concerning Mu Lin Shui, they just said that she was way too incredible and that she didn't mix with people like them. Lin Feng had been in the governmental buildings for 10 days now, but he still hadn't seen Mu Lin Shui. He had seen Mu Qingying only a few times too. Lin Feng wasn't too surprised though. It was because the great tournament at Goldfire Tower would start in 6 months. Young men and women who were younger than 30 years old could participate, and if they did well, they could become disciples of the Goldfire Tower and would obtain even more weapon manufacturing techniques. According to legends, the Goldfire Tower had a great scholastic master of weapon manufacturing arts. Apart from the opportunity to become disciples of the Goldfire Tower, those who would rank amongst the best ones could also obtain incredible imperial weapons and powerful types of fire. Lin Feng still wondered why Mui had asked him to get close to Mu Lin Shui. Was it because of the tournament? How could he help if so? Did he want Lin Feng to help Lin Shui learn deployment spells? Lin Feng was sunbathing in the courtyard and chatting with all the guards. It was relaxing. The guards were nice and didn't act arrogantly with him. Lin Feng preferred those kinds of people the most. "Miss Qingying is here," said Mu Xiao. Everybody stood up and looked at her, sneaking glances at her stunning figure. It wasn't that surprising that they all fantasized about her. "I have a deployment spell, try and carve it," said Mu Qingying, giving a book to Mu Xiao. Then, she looked at Lin Feng and said, "I know you're interested in deployment spells, which is why I took you in as a guard, but don't relax too much. If in a few months your deployment spells are like the one from the other day, then I'll fire you. The Mu clan doesn't work with pieces of trash, and that goes double for me." With that, Qingying turned around and left. Mu Xiao smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, Miss Qingying asked me if you had asked us for help with your deployment spells, so I told her the truth." "That's no problem," said Lin Feng smiling. Did he need them to teach him anything? Mu Xiao smiled apologetically and turned to everybody else. "You all heard Miss Qingying. That book contains a deployment spell. Everybody can carve it into some talismans and I'll give them to Miss Qingying. Now use your godly awareness to study the deployment spell." "Brother Mu Xiao, is Miss Qingying going to choose one of us to help her?" asked one of the guards. "Keep dreaming. Even if Miss Qingying wanted to choose one of us to help her, it wouldn't be you. Brother Mu Xiao is much stronger than us when it comes to deployment spells. We can practically congratulate him already," said another one smiling. "Indeed, Master Mu Xiao. You'll always be with Miss Qingying in the future." Everybody agreed. Although they were jealous, they were happy for him. Maybe Mu Xiao would make weapons with her soon, and then someday, they'd fall in love. "Master Mu Xiao, if you marry Miss Qingying, your future will be incredible," said someone else jokingly. "Behave yourselves, you rascals," shouted Mu Xiao, rolling his eyes. "Everybody get over here and study the deployment spell. If you take this seriously, you all will have a chance." Mu Xiao gave the book to one of them. That guy looked excited and impatient. Everybody laughed once more before they turned their attention to the book, inspecting it with their godly awareness. Eventually, it was Lin Feng's turn. He inspected the book with his godly awareness and was surprised. That deployment spell wasn't as ordinary as he'd thought. It was quite powerful. When everybody finished inspected the book, Mu Xiao took it back and said, "All right, don't waste time. You have 3 days to carve marks, and if you do well, then maybe Miss Qingying will be satisfied." "Hee, Master Mu Xiao, you're daydreaming too much," said one of them jokingly, but then he turned around and left. Everybody left, but Lin Feng didn't hurry to leave. He was still enjoying the sun. "Lin Feng, why are you not leaving?" asked Mu Xiao. "Don't we have 3 days? There's no need to rush," said Lin Feng smiling. "Lin Feng, you can't act like that. The more time you have, the better results you'll have. You should use all the allocated time," said Mu Xiao in a moralizing tone. Lin Feng glanced at Mu Xiao in a deep and meaningful way, thinking that Mu Xiao hadn't acted that way during the past few days. Lin Feng smiled on the inside. That deployment spell seemed very important to Mu Xiao. maybe the best one really would be chosen to stay with Miss Qingying. All right, I'll do my best, said Lin Feng, nodding. Then he went to his room. The deployment spell was an offensive deployment spell, just like the shattering deployment spell. Thus, it wasn't very difficult for Lin Feng. He just had to cast a few small deployment spells and then they'd turn into a larger one. Lin Feng carved the spell in a short time, but he still waited the 3 days before coming out and handing over his talisman to Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao numbered the talismans and said, I remember your numbers. If Miss Qingying likes your talisman, I'll tell you. Master Mu Xiao, don't fool us, your talisman must be better than all of ours, said the crowd, smiling. Mu Xiao then walked to the inner courtyards to give Miss Qingying the talismans. He's going to become rich. He'll stay with Miss Qingying all the time, and maybe they'll even share a room. Said someone, smiling and looking at Mu Xiao. Imagine if it happened though, said that person, laughing. He glanced at Lin Feng and tapped his shoulder. Lin Feng, I heard you begged Miss Qingying to allow you into the governmental buildings. How does it feel to know that Mu Xiao is going to end up with the woman of your dreams? Lin Feng scratched his head and smiled. I may be a little jealous. Ha ha! Everybody laughed. At that moment, Mu Xiao was already in the inner courtyard. He went to Miss Qingying and said, Miss, here are the talismans, have a look. Make them explode to show me how powerful they are, said Mu Xiao. All right. Mu Xiao moved back and made them explode. Mu Qingying looked expressionless. Those people had made progress, but it was still far from being enough. Maybe Mu Xiao's talisman would be better though. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying fire dashed to the skies, looking like a fire dragon. Mu Qingying was very surprised. 9 dragons. The carvings are perfect. Mu Qingying was stupefied, and Mu Xiao was too. 9 dragons? How was that possible? That deployment spell. Mu Xiao, you've made progress. Now you can help me, said Mu Qingying to Mu Xiao, who had just come back to his senses. Mu Xiao frowned and looked at Mu Qingying. What's wrong? Asked Mu Qingying. Nothing, replied Mu Xiao. He had many thoughts when he looked at her. His heart was pounding as he said, It's an honor for me to help you. All right, you can move into the inner courtyards with me and live in the room next to mine. I can call you any time that way, said Mu Qingying. Roger, Mississippi, said Mu Xiao, nodding. He clenched his fists. There was still 1 talisman left, but he was never going to take it out because it was his talisman. Go back, pack and inform the others, said Mu Qingying. If you need anything, just call me. Mu Xiao went back to his room, but he looked strange. People in the outside courtyard were waiting for him. When they saw him come back, they smiled and asked, Master Mu Xiao, how did it go? Practice hard. I may not be here to help you anymore in the future, said Mu Xiao, smiling. Everybody smiled. Master Mu Xiao, don't forget about us in the future. Good luck. Everybody congratulated him, even though they were jealous. Lin Feng looked surprised, but he immediately understood what was going on. He smiled indifferently when Mu Xiao looked at him. Lin Feng, Miss Qingying said you're quite good. You should continue with your efforts. I will, said Lin Feng, nodding. Then Mu Xiao left and packed his stuff. He was going to move to the inner courtyard. Lin Feng was still waiting for an opportunity. Some months passed, and Mu Xiao came to visit them occasionally. At that moment, Mu Qingying was in a courtyard. She stretched her back, making her breasts look even perkier. Mu Xiao was drooling, but when Miss Qingying looked at him, he immediately looked elsewhere. Mu Xiao, you must be tired too. But there's something I still want to talk to you about. Your deployment spells are not as good as before. You need to start making perfect deployment spells like that one day, said Mu Qingying in a grave and solemn way. I understand, said Mu Xiao, nodding. Miss, I want to tell you something. Tell me, said Mu Qingying. On that day, I checked everybody's deployment spells, and although Lin Feng begged you to join us, he's still too weak. His deployment spells are really bad, and he's not interested in learning. I think we should expel him, said Mu Xiao. Mu Qingying remained silent and then nodded. We don't need to keep any trash here. I'll take care of it. Mu Xiao turned around and got ready to leave. Qing Ying, said a voice in the distance. It was a beautiful woman. She had beautiful long hair, beautiful eyes. She was slim. Miss Lin Shui, said Qing Ying, smiling at her. Lin Shui, how come you're here? I need one of your guards, said Mu Lin Shui. Mu Qing glanced at her and said, You should have asked the clan to help you with that. You always rely on yourself after all. I'm used to it, said Mu Lin Shui. I know how talented you're though. My guards can't help you, said Mu Qing. Actually, Mu Lin Shui was right. Nobody could really help her. She didn't really need guards, but she was getting ready for the tournament, so she needed someone to give her new ideas. Let's go. You just can't choose Mu Xiao. He'll be turning 30 this year and he'll be helping me at the tournament. You can choose anyone else though, said Mu Qing, smiling. Mu Lin Shui and Mu Qing were about the same age. However, Mu Lin Shui was much more talented and even more beautiful. She admired Mu Lin Shui. I understand, said Mu Lin Shui, nodding. Since Mu Qing wanted Mu Xiao for herself, Mu Lin Shui wasn't going to choose him. Mu Xiao listened to them and then watched them leave. Mu Qing was beautiful, but Mu Lin Shui was even more beautiful. Two beautiful girls together, side by side, what a scene. They arrived in the outer courtyard and called the guards. Mu Qing smiled at Mu Lin Shui and said, Lin Shui, these are all my guards. Mu Lin Shui. Lin Feng looked at Mu Lin Shui, immediately thinking that she was beautiful. She had perfect breasts, but she still looked pure and innocent. The guards didn't even dare look at her. Mu Lin Shui looked at Lin Feng, thinking that he looked handsome and unfathomable. It seemed like he had been through a lot. That was the reason why she immediately took note of him. The others didn't dare look at her, but Lin Feng did. Not only did he just look at her, he continued looking at her in a calm way, as if he didn't seem scared. She looks like Mu Yun, thought Lin Feng. How would Mu Lin Shui react if she knew what he was thinking? Lin Shui, whom do you want? Asked Mu Qing. The crowd looked nervous. Mu Lin Shui didn't have a single guard, so the one she chose was probably going to stay with her all the time. Just thinking about it made them all feel excited. Lin Feng hoped he would become her guard. That would be the opportunity he had been waiting for. Miss Lin Shui, I would like to become your guard, said Lin Feng. He had to act bold now, otherwise she might choose one of the others. Mu Qing looked at Lin Feng. She looked furious as said, Mu Xiao said he wanted you to leave the clan just a few minutes ago. You only joined the clan for me and now you want to follow Lin Shui. You must be dreaming. You won't become Lin Shui's guard. The Mu clan doesn't need such trash. Lin Feng knew what she meant. He should have become Mu Qing's guard. But he hadn't tried because he wasn't interested. When Mu Xiao saw that Lin Feng was looking at him, he turned his head. He wanted to expel Lin Feng on his own to avoid any trouble. Lin Feng, you're not a bad deployment spellcaster, but you don't make any efforts. I told Miss Qing you should leave, so please do, said Mu Xiao to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him in a cold way. He was starting to get upset. Then he looked at Mu Lin Shui again and said, Miss Lin Shui, I would like to become your guard. How audacious, said Mu Qing. Back then you begged me to join the Mu clan's government, and I gave you a chance. Now you're just trying to fool Lin Shui in the same way. Qing, I just need an assistant, not someone to help me with deployment spells. Since you want him to leave, it's perfect. I can take him with me without bothering you, said Mu Lin Shui. Miss Lin Shui, said Mu Qing. He's a bad guy, he might even be a pervert. Back then, he begged me to join the government. He can't do anything to me, said Mu Lin Shui. All right, said Mu Qing, nodding. She didn't insist on it. She just glanced at Lin Feng in a cold way and said, You better behave yourself. I'm off, said Mu Lin Shui, nodding at Mu Qing. Then she looked at Lin Feng and said, Let's go. Lin Feng started walking, but when he passed next to Mu Qing, he stopped for a few seconds and whispered, I never joined the Mu clan for you. Then he followed Mu Lin Shui away. Mu Qing repeated, You didn't join for me? I see. You wanted to punch above your weight. Lin Feng ignored her. His goal was Mu Lin Shui and he was finally getting there now. Mu Lin Shui took Lin Feng to her own inner courtyard. Each noble disciple from the Mu clan had their own courtyard. Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui then immediately went to her laboratory where she fabricated weapons. The room was gigantic. A gigantic cauldron stood out the most, though it looked different from the cauldrons alchemists used. That one was more like an oven in that it could shut. There were several tools on that oven. A hammer, fire tongs were amongst those Lin Feng was familiar with. "Why did you want to become my guard?" asked Mu Lin Shui to Lin Feng. She had the feeling that Lin Feng wasn't someone that was easy to understand. At least, she didn't think that he looked like a piece of trash like Mu Qingying said. "I didn't want to become your guard. I wanted to help you," said Lin Feng calmly. Mu Lin Shui looked surprised. Even if she thought Lin Feng didn't look like trash, she wouldn't have thought he'd say such a thing. People who were better than her at fabricating weapons could be counted with just one hand, and those people were preparing the tournament, so they couldn't help her. "How can you help me?" asked Mu Lin Shui. She was curious. "I understand deployment spells," said Lin Feng calmly. Mu Lin Shui looked unhappy and said, "I'm like you. I'm proud. But I've never said that I understand deployment spells. Maybe we have different ways of talking, but at least the deployment spells I understand can help you," said Lin Feng. Mu Lin Shui looked excited now. She just said, "All right, since it's that way, I'll give you one opportunity to prove it. Go out and get some materials for me, use this ring to buy some things. When you come back, we'll start fabricating weapons." "I'm used to it," said Mu Lin Shui. Lin Feng went to town, and when he came back, Mu Lin Shui was right where he left her. The only difference now was that it was scorching hot inside. Inside the oven, there was a fire with 5 colors, and Mu Lin Shui was controlling that fire. Lin Feng watched her, studying how she moved her fingers in the fire. Mu Lin Shui possessed a bestial-like fire. It was wild and fierce as it continued to grow hotter. "Did you get everything?" asked Mu Lin Shui to Lin Shui without turning her head. "I have everything," said Lin Feng, throwing the ring at Mu Lin Shui. She wasn't facing Lin Feng, but when the ring neared her back, she still managed to catch it from behind. In a flash, all the items appeared outside of the ring. "Look at that deployment spell, and when the right time comes, carve the marks. I hope I won't be too disappointed, otherwise you won't have a second chance," said Mu Lin Shui calmly. It was exhausting for her to prepare the items. Besides, the materials she used were very expensive, so if the deployment spell failed, she wouldn't be very happy with Lin Feng. With that, she threw a book at him. "I will do my best." Lin Feng nodded and took the book. He inspected it with his godly awareness and studied the marks. Very quickly, he reopened his eyes. A short time after, Mu Lin Shui put more materials in the fire. There were many techniques to fabricate weapons, and weapon manufacturers could either use existing techniques or make up new ones. However, relying on one's own techniques was very difficult because it was difficult to know what items and materials to use. It was a process of trying repeatedly before succeeding. Most masters didn't try that, they usually tried to modify an existing technique. "Sword," thought Lin Feng. The weapon still didn't have a shape, but he could tell that it was going to be very sharp. "Carve the marks," shouted Mu Lin Shui suddenly. Lin Feng immediately moved to the cauldron, and even though it was scorching hot, Lin Feng practiced fire cultivation, so it didn't affect him. Lin Feng released earth abstruse energy to the carve marks, which were incredibly clear. They almost looked alive. "Earth abstruse strength. I can change the shape of the weapon based on the energy used to carve the formations. With earth energy, we can make a heavy sword," thought Mu Lin Shui. Mu Lin Shui couldn't wait to see what kind of weapon they'd managed to make. Lin Feng kept shaking his hands. Each time, the marks etched themselves onto the weapon. Progressively, heavy energies weighed down on the air around them. Mu Lin Shui started looking at it in a strange way. "He modified the deployment spell I gave him and is using his own marks," thought Mu Lin Shui. She was wondering whether Lin Feng had thought of modifying it when he read the book or if he changed it on the spot. Changing the deployment spell could have dramatic consequences. Although it was more complicated, if Lin Feng really changed it on the spot, then he really might have a chance at helping her. More and more marks appeared. Now destructive energies were invading the space around them. Mu Lin Xue looked pensive. She was wondering what kind of weapon would be suitable for that deployment spell. Mu Lin Xue initially wanted to make a peerless holy weapon, thinking it would be easier for Lin Feng, but now her plans were changing. After Lin Feng changed the deployment spell, she had decided to change the weapon, maybe making it into an imperial weapon. Lin Feng continued carving marks, eventually carving the last one. A terrifying strength filled the room after the last mark was drawn. If Lin Feng had carved those onto a talisman, it would have been enough to threaten a low-level emperor. With Mu Lin Xue's experience, that weapon could be terrifying. After Lin Feng carved the marks, Mu Lin Xue nodded at him with a smile which said that she acknowledged Lin Feng's talent. Mu Lin Xue added some materials in the fire, and after that, she used a gigantic hammer to give it a better shape. Ding! A loud clanking sound resounded each time her hammer fell. Lin Feng smiled. He thought that a beautiful woman using a hammer was a funny scene. "I'll help you," said Lin Feng to Mu Lin Xue. "Lin Feng, that's the dancing wind hammer technique. It's not suitable for you. I'll help you learn another hammer technique. But no matter which hammer technique you use, the goal is to make the weapon perfect. Just watch and learn," said Mu Lin Xue, still hammering the weapon. Lin Feng nodded, accepting that he had no experience. He agreed that the hammer technique wasn't suitable for him. How interesting, thought Lin Feng. He was captivated, but not by her body, but by her movements. Each movement was important, contributing to the overall strength and precision of each strike. Even with her skill, the chances of failing were quite high. An average level 1 professor had a 70% chance of failing while making imperial weapons. When she makes weapons, she's controlling the intensity of the fire as she slowly defines the shape of the weapon, thought Lin Feng. Now it made more sense as to why a powerful soul and fire was required. After hammering the weapon for what seemed to be 1,000,000 times, a strong wind blew throughout the room. It didn't affect Lin Feng though. He was still focused on what was going on. He wanted to make sure that the weapon was perfect. "The weapon is almost finished," said Mu Lin Xue to Lin Feng. The fire became even hotter at this point. Lin Feng looked at her face, noticing that they were both covered in sweat. It's much more complicated than concocting pills, but weapons serve a different purpose in battles as they can help cultivators make up for their deficiencies, thought Lin Feng. Time passed and then the sword started shaking. Even the room around them started shaking. Mu Lin Xue didn't stop focusing. They were only one step away now. "Rise," said Mu Lin Xue, raising her head. "Condense." Mu Lin Xue shook her hands and the fire marks flew throughout the weapon. The scene was incredible. It was the first time Lin Feng had seen something like that. Finally, the sword rose up and whistled. Seemed heavy, destructive, and sharp. "We did it," said Mu Lin Xue, smiling in a resplendent way. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "We did it. It's a level 1 imperial weapon. You should clean yourself up," Lin Feng said, glancing at her clothes. She wasn't wearing much, and since she was drenched in sweat, anyone could see through her clothes. Lin Feng was getting turned on. Mu Lin Xue looked embarrassed. Usually, she was always alone when she fabricated weapons, so this was the first time a man was with her when she looked like this. "I'll go and change my clothes," said Mu Lin Xue, leaving hastily as if she had forgotten about the imperial weapon. "Lin Xue made another imperial weapon," said an old man at that moment. He looked pleasantly surprised. Even though Mu Lin Xue was a level 1 professor, making an imperial weapon still wasn't easy for her. At that moment, Mu Qingying was in the air when she saw the imperial weapon. She thought to herself, "I wonder when I'll be able to make imperial weapons." Lin Xue is too talented. She only relies on herself and still manages to make such powerful weapons. Mu Lin Xue changed clothes and came back. She now looked clean and beautiful. She smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Let's go and see." Then they both rose up in the air and looked at the sword. "Come," said Mu Lin Xue to the sword. In a flash, it flew to her hand, whistling as it went. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. The sword kept shaking. Then it left Mu Lin Xue's hand and moved to Lin Feng, turned around him and whistled even louder. Lin Feng looked surprised, noticing that the sword possessed a soul. Lin Shui and Lin Feng had made it together so they could easily modify it if they wanted to. Lin Shui, you became even better at making weapons, said a middle-aged man who walking to Mu Lin Shui while smiling. Uncle, said Mu Lin Shui, nodding at the middle-aged man. She didn't say too much. If you continue improving like this, you'll soon be able to make level 2 imperial weapons. But right now, you're still not stronger than Yan Feng, especially comparing your fires. Besides, he also has someone to help him with deployment spells. He can make level 3 imperial weapons, so if you can, I hope you'll participate in the tournament in a team with him. You'd be a perfect match, said the middle-aged man. However, Mu Lin Shui frowned and said, I'm a member of the Mu clan. Why would I join with Yan Feng? He's a good boy for you, Lin Shui. You want me to join the Yan clan and help him? You only want him to be my master, said Mu Lin Shui in a cold way. Why don't you make your daughter leave the clan instead? The middle-aged man groaned coldly and said, when the tournament finishes, if you lose, you'll have to marry him no matter what. After I leave, your daughter will get the best education. Am I right? Said Mu Lin Shui. That's enough, said an old man. He glanced at them firmly. Then he said to Mu Lin Shui, Lin Shui, you know about Sword Mountain and the Yan clan? They fabricate weapons exclusively for Sword Mountain, so they can very easily oppress our clan. Yan Feng likes you, so there's a lot of pressure on our shoulders to wed you. I know, Grandpa, but you know how evil that guy is, replied Mu Lin Shui. But if I don't give the Yan clan face, they will oppress us even more, because they will have an excuse. Of course, the clan is trying to help you, which is why we've determined some rules. If you win, you can do whatever you want, and the clan will make great efforts to make you become even stronger. There are only a few months left before the tournament, so we need to try and find someone who can help you with deployment spells. I understand. Thank you for showing your willingness to help, replied Mu Lin Shui bowing. But you don't need to find a deployment spellcaster to help me. I'm good on my own. You're so stubborn, said the old man, smiling wryly. Since that's what you want, I won't insist. The old man thought that Mu Lin Shui was going to lose this time. The genius from the Yan clan was too good. Even on his own, he could make great weapons. It was rumored that he was already a level 2 professor. Mu Lin Shui didn't mention Lin Feng because she didn't know if Lin Feng could help her win against Yan Feng yet. She still needed to see how good Lin Feng could really be. Lin Shui, if you make great efforts, you'll win, said Mu Qingying smiling. Thanks, said Mu Lin Shui nodding. Mu Qingying glanced at Lin Feng and asked, Lin Shui, did he offend you? Don't worry, said Mu Lin Shui, shaking her head. She took the sword and gave it to Lin Feng. Then she smiled and said, Take the sword. No need, it's not useful for me, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. There were many types of holy weapons and imperial weapons. Lin Feng already had an empty space robe and the scepter. Those weapons were very difficult to make and even harder to replace. An ordinary imperial weapon like this wasn't any better than Lin Feng's talismans. All right, I'll ask someone to clean the laboratory, so you can have a rest, said Mu Lin Shui, smiling at Lin Feng. You can walk around, just don't go to other people's courtyards. Mu Lin Shui then rose up in the air and left. Lin Feng had nothing to do, so he just walked in circles in Mu Lin Shui's courtyard. Uncle Muyi, I'll do my best to help Lin Shui defeat Yan Feng. I hope this is what you wanted me to do, said Lin Feng, looking at the sky. Mu Lin Shui eventually came back and walked over to Lin Feng, whispering, I wouldn't have thought that you would be so good at deployment spells. Why would you want to be an ordinary guard in the Mu clan? Lin Feng looked at her, infatuated in her beauty. He smiled and said, If I told you I came here because of you, would you believe me? Mu Lin Shui looked surprised, but smiled and said, Mu Qingying was right. You're a bad boy. It doesn't matter. She thinks I joined the Mu clan for her, but actually, she means nothing to me, said Lin Feng. Then he asked, By the way, how far is Sword Mountain from Goldfire City? It's not that far. It's in a mountain range away from the city. The Yan clan makes swords exclusively for their cultivators. I see. Lin Feng nodded. I know some people in Sword Mountain. One of them is a girl and she has the same name as you, but her family name isn't Mu, it's Lin. Her name is Lin Shui. What a coincidence. Mu Lin Shui was surprised and asked, How did you meet her? I saw them together before, said Lin Feng, referring to Wuxia. Maybe you can introduce them to me at some point. By the way, here is a hammering technique. It's good that you know Earth strength, it can be especially useful for you. That hammer technique can help me out a lot. Since you came here for me, I guess you can ask me any questions you have, said Mu Lin Shui, handing a book over to Lin Feng. Then she smiled in a gentle way. Of course, said Lin Feng, smiling. He was willing to help her. Lin Feng practiced the hammer technique for 3 days before he started helping Mu Lin Shui refine her weapons again. A month later, inside the lab, deployment mark strength filled the room. Each time Lin Feng hammered down, loud banging sounds resounded, fires jumping in every direction. Lin Feng was finally getting used to it. Mu Lin Shui controlled the fire and the materials which were burnt. In that month, Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui's weapons were becoming better and better. They didn't even need to talk to each other anymore. Their teamwork was perfectly coordinated. Fire rise, said Mu Lin Shui. Fire moved in every direction, magma gushing out of the cauldron. Lin Feng continued hammering the weapon into something flat and extremely heavy. Finally, once they finished, an incandescent sword appeared in front of them. Peerless holy weapon, almost an imperial weapon. It's just because we used ordinary materials, Mu Lin Shui said, smiling happily. Then she looked at Lin Feng. They worked well together, they could even make peerless holy weapons as they wished, as well as imperial weapons if they used better materials. Thank you, Lin Feng, Mu Lin Shui said to Lin Feng. He was covered in sweat, so she stretched out her hand and wiped his sweat away with her sleeve. Lin Feng was embarrassed. I told you, I came to the Mu clan for you, said Lin Feng, smiling. I'll continue using you as my slave then, said Mu Lin Shui, smiling teasingly. They were getting closer every day, they were joking all the time now. As you wish, said Lin Feng, shrugging. Let's go get some better materials, we need to use our full strength next time, said Mu Lin Shui, smiling. She wanted to see if they could make level 2 imperial weapons now. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Then they went to town to buy the materials. Miss Lin Shui. Mu Qingying was in Mu Lin Shui's inner courtyard and was smiling. Her courtyard was next to Mu Lin Shui's, so it wasn't surprising to see her. Miss Lin Shui, are you going to buy materials yourself? Asked Mu Qingying. Indeed. I'm going to buy a few materials and I can't waste time, said Mu Lin Shui honestly, nodding. All right, I'm going shopping too. Let's go together, said Mu Qingying. All right, why not? Said Mu Lin Shui. Mu Qingying looked at Mu Xiao and said, Mu Xiao, come with me. Roger, Qingying, said Mu Xiao. Lin Feng looked surprised. Mu Xiao was now calling Qingying by her name. They had become close too, just like him and Mu Lin Shui. Even though Mu Xiao had plotted against Lin Feng, he only ended up helping him. The 4 of them walked out. Mu Qingying was chatting with Mu Lin Shui, while Lin Feng and Mu Xiao were walking behind them. Even though Mu Qingying didn't like Lin Feng, she didn't say anything. Congratulations, whispered Lin Feng to Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao frowned and looked at Lin Feng in a cold way. He was furious. He had hoped Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui weren't too close. Lin Feng, you're too lucky. Surprisingly, Miss Lin Shui lets you stay with her. You better enjoy it, said Mu Xiao, insisting on the last words. I will do my best, said Lin Feng, smiling. The 4 of them left the governmental buildings of the Mu clan, and as soon as they did, a group of people appeared in the sky above them. They were looking at Mu Lin Shui and the others. Yan Feng. Mu Qingying was surprised. Mu Lin Shui looked at them in a cold way. Lin Shui, long time no see. I missed you so much, said Yan Feng, smiling. You're shameless, shouted Mu Lin Shui. My future wife, why are you saying I'm shameless? Asked Yan Feng. He didn't care, he felt like he had the situation under control. Who's your future wife? Shouted Mu Lin Shui. 3 more months and then we'll be married. We'll see if you dare say anything then, said Yan Feng. He glanced at Lin Feng and Mu Xiao and said, boys should stay away from my woman, otherwise, I'll have to teach you a lesson. You're insane, shouted Mu Lin Shui furiously. But Yan Feng smiled and said, Lin Shui, your people are my people. Yan Feng then left with his friends. Mu Xiao looked upset, he felt humiliated even. Yan Feng was extremely talented. As expected, someone like Mu Xiao couldn't become friends with someone like Mu Lin Shui. It was his goal to marry Mu Qingying anyways, so it didn't matter. How arrogant and shameless, whispered Lin Feng. However, it wasn't that much a surprise that he was so arrogant. He was from a clan who was stronger than the Mu clan, and he was a disciple of Sword Mountain. Mu Lin Shui's heart was pounding. She was furious, but she quickly tried to control herself. Everything will be all right, said Lin Feng to Mu Lin Shui. Mu Lin Shui smiled at him in a resplendent way and said, right, everything will be all right. Then, they continued walking, however. Mu Lin Shui couldn't manage to calm down. She was happy with Lin Feng, but they still weren't strong enough. Yan Feng was already a level 2 professor, and maybe he'd be able to make level 3 imperial weapons at the tournament. Mu Qingying glanced at Lin Feng and said to Lin Shui, Sister Lin Shui, don't let insignificant people fool you. How come Lin Feng was so close to Mu Lin Shui? Mu Lin Shui glanced at Mu Qingying and shook her head. But Lin Feng smiled and said, that applies to you even more than me. Don't let insignificant people fool you. Mu Xiao looked furious. Since when did scumbags get so determined? Said Mu Qingying in a cold way. Then, she walked to Mu Lin Shui and pushed Lin Feng backwards. At the same time, she said, Sister Lin Shui, I know you're a kind person, but don't let him fool you. He begged me to join the Mu clan back when. Don't worry, I'm a grown-up and can make my own decisions, said Mu Lin Shui smiling wryly. She wanted to defend Lin Feng, but it was better to hide her feelings. She hoped Lin Feng and her would amaze everyone at the tournament. Then the 4 of them went to Goldfire City Market. Mu Lin Shui had prepared lots of things to trade. Fate seeds, peerless holy weapons, imperial weapons. She really hoped Lin Feng and her could manage to make level 2 imperial weapons together with the materials they bought there. After half a day, Mu Lin Shui had found everything she needed. She wanted to go back, but at that moment, 3 people appeared in front of them. One of them had an ancient sword on his back and he was walking towards her. It was an emperor, a sword emperor. The 2 people on his sides also had swords resting on their backs. People from Sword Mountain, Mu Lin Shui thought. The she said, Master, I'm Mu Lin Shui. I've never offended Sword Mountain. Miss Lin Shui, you haven't indeed, but the 2 people behind you offended Yan Feng, so they must die, said the Sword Emperor. Mu Xiao was scared. He hadn't thought that Yan Feng would do that to them. Although he was upset, he couldn't do much. If Sword Mountain wanted to kill him, they could. Master, you're an emperor from Sword Mountain. How could you kill 2 little boys? Asked Mu Lin Shui calmly and indifferently. Of course, I won't attack. I only came to ensure your safety. My partners will kill those boys. All right, make them fight then, said Mu Lin Shui calmly. Lin Shui. Mu Qingying looked upset. Mu Lin Shui didn't care about Lin Feng, but Mu Qingying cared about Mu Xiao. How could she let him die? Sister Lin Shui, I like people like you. Why are you 2 still not attacking? Said the emperor to his 2 partners. Then, they both fused with their swords and flew forwards. Mu Xiao, said Mu Qingying. Suddenly, terrifying abstruse energies filled the space around them. Lin Feng moved back with incredible speed. Qingying was surprised. That bastard was escaping. Dong! Lin Feng suddenly jumped forwards and a gigantic stone enveloped him with Mu Xiao and the 2 attackers. Now everybody around them couldn't see them. His eyes suddenly became pitch black as he condensed demon and death abstruse energies. Oof! The one who was attacking Lin Feng started shaking after he saw Lin Feng's eyes. Die! When Mu Xiao saw that the cultivator attacking them had stopped moving, he released his own fire energies. However, his fire didn't affect the cultivator too much. Lin Feng's death energy had already caused a lot of damage. Lin Shui doesn't want me to show how strong I am, thought Lin Feng. He said to the other sword cultivator using telepathy, "Here." That person looked at Lin Feng, staring into his eyes. Then demon, death, and cursing abstruse energies started corrupting his body. After having broken through to the 9th Zun Qi layer, Lin Feng's best abstruse energies were demon, earth, death, and cursing abstruse energies. Few people could resist him who were at the same level. Lin Feng's attack allowed Mu Xiao to use his fire. After a short time, the stone disappeared, and the two sword cultivators had already died, burnt alive by Mu Xiao's fire. "They're dead." The Sword Emperor was astonished. He hadn't cared to watch the battle because he'd assumed his companions would make easy work of the two guards. Mu Qingying was also surprised. She was looking at Mu Xiao, wondering when Mu Xiao had become that strong. Of course, she didn't even consider that Lin Feng had done anything. She just thought he had tried to run away. Mu Lin Shui wasn't surprised. She knew that Lin Feng's abstruse energies were terrifying. That's why she agreed to the fight in the first place. "Master, what are you doing? You can't get angry because of their battle, right?" said Mu Lin Shui after she noticed the emperor was upset. "Very good," said the Sword Emperor in a cold way. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and Mu Xiao right then, but he turned into a light and left. 2 disciples from Sword Mountain had died against 2 guards from the Mu clan. This was an embarrassment. "Let's go back," said Mu Lin Shui to Lin Feng and Mu Xiao. Then the 4 of them left. Mu Qingying walked to Mu Xiao and said something. She looked curious. She wanted to know how Mu Xiao had one. Mu Lin Shui and Lin Feng went to the lab. Mu Lin Shui gave a book to Lin Feng and said, "This time, I want to make an imperial armor. The deployment spell for it is in here, so have a look." Lin Feng nodded and inspected the book. Each time, before Mu Lin Shui started making weapons, they agreed on everything so that they could make the best weapon possible. "I can make that deployment spell better, I just hope it will be suitable for the armor," said Lin Feng. Mu Lin Shui smiled and said, "It seems like you've never used your full strength then." "You haven't either," said Lin Feng. Then they both laughed. Mu Lin Shui then looked at Lin Feng in a serious way and said, "Let's get serious. Let's see if we can make weapons at a higher level." "I will never refuse your requests," said Lin Feng smiling. "Thank you, Lin Feng." Mu Lin Shui nodded. She could see that Lin Feng was being honest and kind-hearted. She didn't ask him anything. Lin Feng just told her everything she needed to know. "Let's start. You do you, especially if you can improve the spell. I really hope we can succeed," said Mu Lin Shui. After discussing the details, Mu Lin Shui released her fire. This time, her fire was brighter than ever. Lin Feng could sense how incredible her fire was, which implied that her soul was probably very powerful as well. Mu Lin Shui made the gold melt, then she dipped it and polished it. Each of her movements were very precise. Lin Feng calmly watched her. Then he started carving deployment marks. They were making an armor this time, so Lin Feng didn't use a shattering deployment spell, but a defensive one. He was an expert at casting offensive deployment spells, but not defensive deployment spells. No matter, he still did his best. He changed the deployment spell again. It looked amazing. It's almost a pity to cast such an incredible defensive deployment spell on this armor. I wonder if it'll be perfect for the armor though, thought Mu Lin Shui as she watched Lin Feng. It was the first time she saw Lin Feng so focused because he was trying harder this time. It was also taking him longer to draw the marks. Mu Lin Shui was filled with anticipation. With a great deployment spell and great materials, what would their imperial armor look like? In another courtyard, in another lab, Mu Qingying and Mu Xiao were also trying to create an imperial weapon. It was the first time they had tried. Mu Qingying was covered with sweat. Her cauldron was surrounded by a dazzling fire. Mu Xiao had just finished carving deployment marks, was now hammering away at the weapon. They were trying to make a big blade, and they were almost done. Mu Qingying was nervous. She knew that if she wanted to participate in the tournament, she had to get better. It wasn't that there were a limited number of people allowed to participate. It was that the Mu clan wouldn't let people go if they weren't good enough. Otherwise, they would end up humiliating them. The blade was looking better and better. It was already starting to emit buzzing sounds. Like most people, she could only make swords and blades. She didn't have the knowledge or the power to fabricate special weapons such as scepters or ancient mirrors. Finally, the blade twinkled. It even looked bloodthirsty. "Condense," said Mu Qingying. Lights rose up to the skies, piercing through the ceiling of their room. An imperial weapon. Mu Qingying was pleasantly surprised. She had finally made an imperial weapon. "Qingying, we did it," said Mu Xiao happily. He had helped Mu Qingying fabricate an imperial weapon. Even though he had initially cheated to become her personal assistant, he still worked hard to prove to her that he was worth it. He spent most of his time studying. He knew that the only way to make Qingying fall in love with him was to improve his contributions. "Indeed, we did it," said Mu Qingying, smiling in a resplendent way. When Mu Xiao saw her resplendent smile, he slowly walked towards her and put his hands on her cheeks. It looked like he wanted to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "Qingying, you're really beautiful." Mu Qingying shivered, and suddenly her facial expression changed drastically. "How shameless!" Mu Xiao's facial expression suddenly changed too as he jumped backwards. "Qingying, Mu Xiao, you've gone too far," shouted Mu Qingying. Mu Xiao's heart twitched as he said, "Miss Qingying, you're too beautiful, and I've liked you for so long. I'm crazy about you. I wouldn't have made such efforts if it weren't for you. I know that my social status is low, and I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry for upsetting you. I know what I have to do." "Miss, take care," said Mu Xiao, slowly walking backwards. Then he turned around and left. Mu Qingying was giving him a cold stare. They had already fabricated an imperial weapon, and now there wasn't much time left before the tournament. So Mu Qingying couldn't let him go. "Stop!" Mu Qingying calmed down and took in a breath. "Do you need me to do anything else, miss?" Mu Xiao asked. "You can't go," said Mu Qingying. "If I hadn't done that, I would have continued secretly dreaming about you. But now I made a mistake and you despise me. I can't stay. If you want to kill me, I'll understand," said Mu Xiao, lowering his head. He was trying to look like victim to force Mu Qingying's hand. By now, there were many people gathered outside her lab. Mu Qingying had surprisingly made an imperial weapon. "Qingying, you did it," said someone who was pleasantly surprised. It was Mu Qingying's father. "Mu Xiao, I reacted too aggressively. I don't despise you, I actually like you. Please forget about my outburst before. I went too far, so I'm sorry," said Mu Qingying in a low voice. "What you mean to say is that you want to be with me?" asked Mu Xiao, staring at Qingying. "I need some time to think about it, all right?" asked Mu Qingying. "I will do everything for you. I would even die for you," said Mu Xiao. Mu Qingying was confused and had mixed feelings. She hadn't thought Mu Xiao would do that, and she had never thought Mu Xiao would ever become her boyfriend. Even though she wasn't as amazing as Mu Lin Shui, she was still very beautiful, and she could get a much better boyfriend if she tried. However, she knew what kind of threat Mu Xiao would pose her if he left now. "Let's go out and greet everyone," said Mu Qingying, avoiding the topic. Then she ran towards everyone who were currently inspecting the weapon she just made. They all smiled pleasantly when they saw Mu Qingying come out. "Qingying, congratulations. Now you're a real weapon artisan. Qingying, it seems like you're going to be able to participate in the tournament." Everybody was complimenting Qingying. Some people were jealous too, especially anyone who was around the same age as her. Mu Qingying had made an imperial weapon, which meant she'd surely be able to make it to the tournament, meaning less opportunities for them to be qualified. "Father," said Mu Qingying. She was looking at a middle-aged man and smiling in a resplendent way. "Qingying, not bad. You're even catching up with Lin Shui. You'll certainly participate in the tournament now," said Mu Qingying's father. Mu Qingying almost forgot about what happened with Mu Xiao a moment before because she was so very happy. Everyone was flattering her, and she couldn't get enough of it. She had been jealous of Mu Lin Shui, but she just never showed it. Now, she felt like she could be treated like Mu Lin Shui. "I really don't deserve so much praise, father. Sister Lin Shui has been making imperial weapons for a long time already," said Mu Qingying smiling. You're all level 1 professors now, so it doesn't matter whether she's been doing it for a while or not, said her father. Slash. Slash. Strange sounds and a terrifying qi were coming from Mu Lin Xue's courtyard. Then, her laboratory exploded, dazzling lights lighting up the night sky. With those lights, a dazzling armor appeared in the sky. Level 2 Imperial weapon, the quality of it is incredible too. The crowd was astonished. Someone had made a level 2 Imperial weapon. Then, 2 silhouettes rose up in the air. One was the most beautiful woman of the Mu clan, Mu Lin Xue. Mu Qingying's father was dumbfounded. He had just said that his daughter was as talented as Mu Lin Xue, but a few minutes later, Mu Lin Xue already proved she was more talented by creating a level 2 Imperial weapon. Mu Qingying was just as stunned as her father. She initially looked happy, but now she looked dispirited. Lin Xue could already make level 2 Imperial weapons. Miss, we still have time to try and make level 2 Imperial weapons, said Mu Xiao. Mu Qingying turned around and nodded. Indeed, we still have time, so we need to try as well. More strong cultivators gathered, including many older people. Making level 2 Imperial weapons under the age of 30 was something incredible. Even in the Mu clan, only 2 people could do that, and the other one was even older than Mu Lin Xue, almost 30. Lin Xue, I will get even better materials for you. If you need someone to help you, just ask and I will help you find someone, said Mu Lin Xue's second grandfather. No need. I can do it myself, said Mu Lin Xue, shaking her head. Finding someone better than Lin Feng was impossible. Even if she did find someone, they wouldn't help her like Lin Feng. Weapon craftspeople were proud, and they didn't like doing things for other people for free. Even though she didn't know why Lin Feng was so good to her, at least she knew he was honest and kind-hearted. That was enough. All right, replied her second grandfather. She was stubborn and expected this answer. However, even if she could make level 2 Imperial weapons now, it still wasn't enough to defeat Yan Feng. All right, everybody can disperse, said the old man, waving. With that, everybody left, even the people around Mu Qingying left. Mu Qingying went to Mu Lin Xue and smiled. Sister Lin Xue, congratulations, you're a level 2 professor. If you found someone who could help you, you'd be able to beat Yan Feng. I will do my best. Qingying, you've improved as well. You just made an Imperial weapon. We still have time, so let's do our best, said Mu Lin Xue, smiling. Then, she took the armor and said to Lin Feng, take the armor. Mu Qingying took in a deep breath of surprise. Lin Xue wanted to give Lin Feng a level 2 Imperial weapon? Miss Lin Xue, said Mu Qingying unhappily. What had that perverted bastard done to Lin Xue? Did he make her take drugs against her will? Lin Feng initially wanted to refuse, but when he saw Mu Qingying's reaction, he smiled and took it. Thank you. You? She also didn't think that Lin Feng would take it, but then Mu Lin Xue said, all right, Qingying, you can leave. I have things to do. Mu Qingying's mouth was wide open. She was astonished, but finally, she nodded and said, I'm also going to make more weapons. Sister Lin Xue, be careful. After Mu Qingying left, Mu Lin Xue smiled at Lin Feng and shook her head. Lin Feng, Qingying is not a bad person. She just doesn't understand you. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Mu Qingying was from a noble and powerful clan. Even though she was talented, she hadn't traveled much. She was spoiled growing up that she had developed a bad temper. Lin Feng had no time to waste with such people. He wasn't her dad. Just beware of Mu Xiao, said Lin Feng indifferently. Mu Lin Xue turned around. Beware of Mu Xiao? It seemed like she had to warn Mu Qingying if Lin Feng was serious. Mu Lin Xue looked at the cauldron and said, a level 2 Imperial weapon isn't enough. We have to stabilize our knowledge and then continue improving. Lin Xue, said Lin Feng. First, think of what Imperial weapon you want to make at the tournament. Then, let's see what deployment spell we need. I still need to practice and improve my deployment spells. I should mention that I didn't use my full strength for that armor. I can even do better than that, said Lin Feng to Mu Lin Xue. He knew the 3,000 great deployment spells from a great emperor. How could that be the best he had? He just needed Mu Lin Shui to know exactly what she wanted to do, and then he'd think of the deployment spell he could use. With some practice, he could figure it out before the tournament. Mu Lin Shui looked surprised. His deployment spells could be even more powerful? Lin Feng, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, said Mu Lin Shui, smiling. You keep thanking me? Said Lin Feng, smiling wryly before he joked. Since I keep telling you not to thank me, but you continue to anyways, how should I go about asking you to stop thanking me? Mu Lin Shui's eyes twinkled and she said, Maybe we could have sex? Would you dare? Lin Feng was dumbstruck. He smiled wryly and said, I wouldn't dare. First, tell me what imperial weapon you want to make. I'll go for a walk while you decide. Mu Lin Shui looked at Lin Feng and smiled. She was thinking, You little cutie. You came to the Mu clan just to help me, and I thought you really liked me, but now I tried to offer you sex and you ran away. She leant against the wall and daydreamed about Lin Feng. Now, she had to think of which weapon she wanted to make. Lin Feng had told her he could make even better weapons, so if she used her full strength, used the best fire and the best materials, maybe then she would be able to make a level 3 imperial weapon. If that happened, then maybe she could win against Yen Feng. Time passed, and the date of the event was quickly approaching. There were only 7 days left before Lin Feng finally came out of his room. As the sun shone upon him, Lin Feng closed his eyes and took in a deep breath of fresh air. Finally, you came out, said Mu Lin Shui, smiling in a cute way. I'm done. Should we try to make a level 3 imperial weapon? I think it'll be easy, said Lin Feng. No need. We should rest and save our energy before the competition, said Mu Lin Shui. Then, she got closer to Lin Feng, smiled and said, Lin Feng, my life is in your hands. Lin Feng, my life is in your hands. Lin Feng looked at her resplendent smile. Then he smiled back and asked, What kind of weapons can Yen Feng make with an assistant? Yen Feng can make level 2 weapons on his own. With an assistant, he might be able to make level 3 imperial weapons of higher quality, said Mu Lin Shui. She was a bit worried because everybody knew about Yen Feng's skill in the northern part of Goldfire City. He was an outstanding young man, while the Yen clan was rich and powerful, so it was no surprise that he had access to the best materials. Level 3 imperial weapons, whispered Lin Feng. Then, he caressed Mu Lin Shui's head and smiled. Leave it to me. Mu Lin Shui rolled her eyes and walked away. She looked embarrassed, and after Lin Feng noticed, he laughed and said jokingly, Didn't you want to have sex with me? Mu Lin Shui grinded her teeth after she heard Lin Feng. She knew he was only getting his revenge. Both of them sat down. Lin Feng closed his eyes, letting the sun warm his body. And after a few minutes of relaxing like this, he started dreaming. Mu Lin Shui watched Lin Feng without saying anything. She was surprised, wondering what he was doing. Was he resting? Had he really joined the Mu clan just for her? Why was Lin Feng helping her? The sun gradually moved westwards, and everything became dark. But Lin Feng was still motionless. Mu Lin Shui was still not that far from him. She had calmed herself down a bit, but it'd be a lie to say she was completely at peace. In the courtyard next to hers, Mu Qingying and Mu Xiao had just succeeded in making another peerless holy weapon. After that, Mu Qingying went to take a shower, washing away the sweat which had stained her skin from a long night's effort. Mu Xiao was near her, taking in her beautiful hair and supple breasts. Her curvy features were even more noticeable under the moonlight. Mu Xiao suddenly became very aroused, gulping down. He got closer, taking soft steps as he tried not to startle her. He was now close enough to smell her, pushing him forward even more. Mu Qingying frowned. She knew that Mu Xiao was behind her, but she didn't think he'd be this bold. Suddenly, 2 hands grabbed her from behind and she shouted, Mu Xiao, what are you doing? Qingying, you're just too beautiful. I feel bewitched even, said Mu Xiao, firmly holding her. Mu Qingying wanted to push his hands away, but he held her firmly. Her heart started pounding. She didn't know what to do. Mu Xiao, I want to focus on the tournament, so we'll have to wait and think about our relationship until after the tournament, all right? Asked Mu Qingying. She didn't try to push him away. She just put her hands on his hands and talked using a gentle way. Mu Xiao smiled in a cold way. After the tournament? They had already gone so far, and after the tournament she'd probably get rid of him. He didn't want to gamble that, especially if he had sex with her now. She wouldn't be able to get rid of him after the tournament. Qingying, I love you so much. I promise I'll devote my entire life to you, said Mu Xiao, whispering in her ears. He didn't answer her question because he wanted to try his luck first. Mu Qingying bit her lips. She knew what he was thinking. If she got rid of him now, she wouldn't be able to make imperial weapons. She wouldn't even be able to participate in the tournament. Mu Qingying didn't know what to do, so Mu Xiao called her out on her hesitation. With that thinking, he held her even tighter, caressing her back. Ow! Mu Qingying moaned in pain. She couldn't stop him anymore. In the distance, Mu Lin Shui heard her moan and looked towards them. As she did, she saw Qingying and Mu Xiao acting very intimately. Qingying, said Mu Lin Shui suddenly. Mu Qingying and Mu Xiao turned at the same time, both looking back at Mu Lin Shui. Lin Feng also woke up and looked in their direction. He instantly knew what was going on after he saw Qingying and Mu Xiao. He immediately stood up, knowing Mu Xiao wouldn't hesitate resorting to evil methods for his own interests. Even though Lin Feng didn't like Mu Qingying, he didn't want her to get raped. Mu Xiao was furious. Now he was regretting not taking Mu Qingying beforehand. Miss Lin Shui, I'm off, said Mu Xiao bowing before Lin Shui. He could do whatever he wanted with Qingying, but not with Mu Lin Shui there. Mu Lin Shui looked at him in a despising way. Then, she looked at Qingying and said, Qingying, how come you didn't see this coming? Miss Lin Shui, Mu Qingying didn't know how to explain. It's my fault. Lin Feng warned me about him and I should have told you, but I thought you'd notice if something was wrong. It's not too late now though. You can't let that shameless bastard bully you anymore, said Mu Lin Shui. Lin Feng. Mu Qingying was surprised, so she walked up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had told Mu Lin Shui that Mu Xiao was shameless? He was way more shameless. Sister Lin Shui, how could you trust him? Whatever Mu Xiao does, Lin Feng must be worse. Don't let him fool you. Eh? Lin Feng was speechless. Qingying, Mu Xiao and Lin Feng can't be compared with each other, said Mu Lin Shui. How could Mu Xiao be worse than him? I helped Lin Feng join the Mu clan, and then he flirted with you. You have to be careful. Mu Qingying was still unconvinced. Even though Mu Xiao had gone too far, he still helped her make imperial weapons. Lin Shui didn't expect Qingying to react like that. Lin Shui still wanted to say something, but Mu Qingying interjected. Sister Lin Shui, don't worry. I know what I'm doing, and you know what you're doing. No matter what, Yan Feng is 100 times better than Lin Feng, so you won't have to worry much longer. With that, Qingying went back to her room. Mu Lin Shui looked at her and sighed. Yan Feng? She hadn't thought Mu Qingying would be that mean. Mu Lin Shui turned around and said, I'm sorry she offended you. Lin Feng smiled wryly and shrugged. I don't care. She's the only one who is going to suffer by not listening to us. I hope she'll find a solution. Let's go back now, sighed Mu Lin Shui, shaking her head. Mu Qingying went back to her room, still angry. How could Mu Lin Shui talk to her that way? Qingying. A short time after, Mu Xiao entered Mu Qingying's room and said, Qingying, Miss and Lin Feng went too far. Surprisingly, she keeps defending Lin Feng and she offended you. I'm all right. She said you're not as good as Lin Feng though, said Mu Qingying unhappily. But Mu Xiao didn't care about that. Rather, he walked over to her and whispered, I will always protect you and make you happy. I don't care about what other people think as long as you love me. Mu Qingying felt nervous, but she kind of felt happy after she heard Mu Xiao. For most women, that's exactly what they wanted to hear. Suddenly, Mu Xiao put his arms around her again and said in a gentle way, Qingying, I will always protect you. Qingying shivered. She tried to move away, but Mu Xiao held her even tighter. He thought angrily, Mu Lin Shui, if I have the opportunity, I'll get you too. Surprisingly, you dared insult me. Mu Qingying's face turned pale. She tried resisting, but Mu Xiao forced her into his arms. What should I do? Mu Qingying was confused. At that moment, she really didn't know what to think. She didn't have feelings for Mu Xiao, and she only considered him an assistant. But without Mu Xiao, she wouldn't be able to make imperial weapons and she'd lose face at the competition. How shameless! Someone shouted at that moment. Mu Xiao suddenly flung himself away from Mu Qingying. Mu Qingying was also startled, so she started running away. She looked around, but she didn't know who was talking. Qingying, who's that? Asked Mu Xiao, following her. I don't know, said Mu Qingying, shaking her head. The wind suddenly felt cold now. She looked at Mu Xiao and said, Mu Xiao, I'll forget everything that happened tonight, and you can continue being my assistant. However, if you try to touch me again, I'll get angry and I'll drop out of the tournament after letting you go. Mu Qingying wasn't stupid. She understood why Mu Xiao was acting that way. Someone had shouted, and it was her wake-up call. She knew that she couldn't sell her body to participate in the competition. She was more willing to give up if things were put that way. Mu Xiao remained silent and lowered his head, but secretly he was furious. Who was ruining his plan this time? Lin Feng, it must have been Lin Feng, thought Mu Xiao. After thinking about it, he raised his head and said, Miss Qingying, I understand. From now on I'll make sure such things won't happen again. I'll just stay with you and protect you. Mu Xiao was now pretending to be a protector. He knew that no matter what he'd say, nothing would work, so a protector was still a better status than a guard. Go and have a rest. In the future, you can't come into my room without my permission, said Mu Qingying in a cold way. Roger, Mississippi, said Mu Xiao, bowing. Then he went back to his room and closed the door. He felt like crying, but he was so angry that he couldn't do it. Lin Feng had ruined his dream of making his dream girl fall in love with him. It was either Lin Feng or Mu Lin Shui. However, the voice they had heard was a woman's voice. Just like Mu Xiao had guessed, the voice he had heard was Lin Feng's. They hadn't gone too far, so Lin Feng and Lin Shui had heard them after they left. Mu Qingying glanced around and then went back to her room. She didn't know who had shouted, but she also thought that it might have been Lin Feng. She didn't understand why he was helping her, though. Qingying is too naive and sensitive, whispered Mu Lin Shui. You guessed right, Mu Xiao really is evil. Lin Feng smiled but said nothing. He had gone through a lot in his life, so he understood people. You've probably done such things in the past too, said Mu Lin Shui, laughing. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and then smiled at her. If you think so, I can do it to you too. Mu Lin Shui smiled teasingly and said, If you do that to me, I won't reject you like Qingying rejected Mu Xiao though. Eh? Lin Feng smiled wryly. She was somewhat cold to other people, but she was kind and gentle to him. She even joked with him. But thank you, Mu Lin Shui said after she saw Lin Feng looking embarrassed. Lin Feng shrugged. He didn't mind. He didn't like Mu Qingying, but they weren't enemies either. If Mu Lin Shui hadn't cared about Mu Qingying, Lin Feng wouldn't have done anything for her. She was old enough to make her own decisions after all. Good thing she came back to her senses in the end. Otherwise, nobody would have been able to help her, said Mu Lin Shui. In the following days, Mu Xiao did his best to help Mu Qingying. They focused, and with more sweat, they made another imperial weapon. On the other hand, Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui didn't make any weapons. They just chatted, laughed, sunbathed, and slept. Finally, it was the day of the tournament. Mu Lin Shui came out of her room, looking at Lin Feng, who was lying down in the grass with his eyes closed. She smiled and said, Lin Feng, the clan called everyone, so we have to go. I'm coming too? Asked Lin Feng. Even though he had spent a lot of time there, he had only stayed with Mu Qingying or Mu Lin Shui. He felt like a stranger in the Mu clan. Of course, they're going to choose the people who will participate in the tournament. We're a team, so we have to go, said Mu Lin Shui, smiling. Lin Feng smiled wryly and stood up. Once again, many people were going to pay attention to him. Mu Lin Shui had a higher status in the clan, so him appearing with her might cause some issues. I have no choice then, said Lin Feng indifferently. You almost never go out, instead you work so hard to help me, said Mu Lin Shui in a gentle way. Lin Feng's deployment spells were incredibly powerful. and he kept helping her without anyone else knowing. She almost felt guilty. She knew that if she raised these concerns, he'd just say, "I don't mind being discreet." So, she didn't say anything more. Instead, the two of them walked away with Mu Qingying and Mu Xiao behind them. "Miss Lin Shui," said Mu Qingying. Mu Lin Shui turned around and smiled at Mu Qingying. "Qingying, you should come with us." "All right." Mu Qingying felt guilty because of what happened the other night. Even after that, Mu Lin Shui was still so nice to her. "Miss Lin Shui, why is he?" asked Mu Qingying, glancing at Lin Feng. "Why was he coming with her?" "He's my assistant, of course he's coming with me," said Mu Lin Shui, smiling. The tournament was going to start soon, so she no longer needed to keep it a secret. Before, she used to hide that fact because she feared someone from the clan would try to harm him. Though, if she had known how strong Lin Feng was from the beginning, she might have done everything differently. "Your assistant?" Mu Qingying looked dumbstruck. Lin Feng was her assistant? "Indeed," said Mu Lin Shui, nodding. Mu Lin Shui was a genius in the clan. Her fire, her deployment spells, her weapons, everything about her was incredible. Of course, nobody thought she was stupid, so her choosing Lin Feng must have meant that? It meant that Mu Lin Shui was stronger with Lin Feng than by herself. How? Thought Mu Qingying. She was still under the impression that Lin Feng's deployment spells were very weak. Mu Qingying glanced at Mu Xiao, but Mu Xiao avoided her gaze. He looked like a child who knew he'd done something wrong but didn't want to admit it. She had the feeling that if she asked about it, it would affect their cooperation, and he couldn't do that to Mu Qingying before the tournament. How? Could Lin Feng's deployment spells be more powerful than Mu Xiao's? Then, Mu Qingying's thoughts were chaotic. She felt like she had been fooled. On that day, Qingying had been pleasantly surprised by Mu Xiao, but maybe he had actually taken credit for Lin Feng's talisman? Elders and many other people were crowded on the main square of the Mu clan. Mu Lin Shui and 3 others had arrived. Many people were looking at them, which wasn't a surprise because Mu Lin Shui was the most beautiful woman of the clan. Each time she showed up, everybody couldn't help but look at her. Of course, some people were noticing Lin Feng standing next to her. Those who did frowned. They had never seen him before, so what was he doing with Mu Lin Shui? Did it mean anything? Mu Lin Shui's uncle had seen Lin Feng, but he just thought that he was a servant. But now, when he saw Lin Feng, he suddenly stood up. He walked to the edge of the battle stage and looked at them. "Lin Shui? Who's that person? What is he doing here?" "His name is Lin Feng and he's my assistant," said Mu Lin Shui. Her uncle frowned and looked at Lin Feng. He had seen him a few months before when Mu Lin Shui made the level 2 imperial weapon. He had thought that Mu Lin Shui was working alone, but had that person helped Mu Lin Shui? No wonder she wasn't looking for anyone to help her. She had already found someone suitable for her. Thought her uncle angrily. "You're not from the Mu clan?" "I joined the Mu clan by becoming Lin Shui's guard," replied Lin Feng, smiling. "The tournament is something extremely important for us. Do you have powerful deployment spells to show us?" asked Mu Lin Shui's uncle. He wanted to check how strong Lin Feng was and if he could really help Mu Lin Shui. "Uncle, you're asking too much. Lin Feng is my assistant and that's all. I hope you can respect my decisions," said Mu Lin Shui. She knew what her uncle was thinking. He was wanting to see if she had a chance at defeating Yan Feng. "You're going to participate in the tournament, but you're not the only one involved, and your participation will have an impact on our whole clan," said Mu Lin Shui's uncle in a cold way. "Mind your own business. Go find your daughter if you want handout advice," snapped Mu Lin Shui. "That's enough," shouted Mu Lin Shui's grandpa furiously. Her uncle turned around and walked to the other old men. Then he said, "Lin Shui is going to participate in the tournament, which is a very serious matter. With this consideration, I believe that her assistant must be experienced. First, we need to select the participants," said the main old man. His eyes were closed, and he sounded indifferent. With that, Mu Lin Shui's uncle shut his mouth. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng angrily, though. Of course, Lin Feng knew that was going to happen. Now he understood why she hadn't talked about him earlier. All the members from the Mu clan finished gathering there before one of the old men stood up and nodded at the crowd. This afternoon, the tournament will be held in Goldfire City. The Mu clan is going to select 5 teams, so all those who can make Imperial weapons need to step forwards now. Having the ability to make Imperial weapons was a decisive factor, eliminating most of the candidates. A few people jumped onto the stage. Mu Lin Shui tapped Lin Feng's arm and grabbed his hand, but she noticed that his eyes were closed. "Let's go," said Mu Lin Shui to Lin Feng. Then he opened his eyes and followed. The crowd was wide-eyed. The most beautiful girl from their clan was holding hands with a young man. What was going on? Had she fallen in love with him because she had spent some time with him? Everybody knew that after the tournament, Mu Lin Shui would probably marry Yan Feng. Even though she could make level 2 Imperial weapons, she still couldn't beat Yan Feng. But surprisingly, now she was holding hands with another young man. Mu Qingying and Mu Xiao were behind them, also dumbstruck. Were Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui that close? 16 people, 8 teams, 30 years old and under, all able to make Imperial weapons. Of course, they weren't the only ones, but they had the highest potential with those requirements. "Master, how can we be sure we chose the right people?" asked someone to the old man who had his eyes closed. Only 5 teams could join in the tournament, so 3 teams had to be eliminated. The old man opened his eyes and looked at the teams. Tap, tap. 2 people from different teams took a step backwards. The old man looked at them and said, "If you can't stand the pressure, you can't become weapon manufacturing masters. Those 2 teams must leave." "Master, it's not my fault," said a young man. His assistant was one of the 2 who had stepped away. "Since you chose your assistant, you must bear responsibility for what he does," said the old man strictly. Now 6 teams were left, so only 1 more had to be eliminated. "Show us the best Imperial weapons you've made," said the old man to the teams. Then they took out Imperial weapons and gave them to the old man. Only 2 weapons were level 2 Imperial weapons, while the rest were all level 1 Imperial weapons. One of them belonged to Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui, while the other one belonged to another team, a young man and a young girl who were Mu Lin Shui's uncle's children. The old man looked at the Imperial weapons and gave them back to the potential participants. He looked at 2 of them and said, "Your Imperial weapon was the weakest. Leave." They said nothing, bowed, and then left. Many people were going to participate in the tournament and millions of people would probably watch. Therefore, failing before the tournament was a type of relief. Phew. Mu Qingying took a deep breath. She had passed the first test, so now she could participate in the tournament. "All right, get ready to leave," said the old man, looking at the participants in a calm and serene way. They had to hurry over to Goldfire Tower. Mu Lin Shui's uncle frowned. He initially wanted to cause trouble, but now he had no choice. The leader of the clan had made the decision, so who was he to argue? In any case, he was convinced that Mu Lin Shui and Lin Feng would fail, so he gave up worrying over it. "Even Mu Lai and Mu Yu can defeat you," thought the uncle. Mu Lai and Mu Yu were his children, so of course he gave them high praise. "Everyone should go and watch the tournament. It will be beneficial for you," said the leader of the clan. Then he rose up in the air. "Come," said the leader to Mu Lin Shui and the others. Mu Lin Shui and the others rose up in the air and everyone followed them. At that moment in Goldfire Tower, there were millions, if not billions of people. They were all incredible weapons craftspeople with extraordinary statuses in Goldfire City. Who would want to miss this? Everybody was excited. Even people from other cities and regions came to watch. For example, there were some people from Sword Mountain there. There were many people from the powerful sects and clans of Goldfire Tower greeting the members of the Goldfire Tower in front of the main stage. They all wore special robes with different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, golden red, golden purple. 9 different colors which each represented different social statuses. Those who were wearing red were level 1 professors, those in orange were level 2 professors, those in golden red were level 8 professors, those in golden purple were level 9 weapon manufacturing masters. There was only one person wearing a golden purple robe. At that moment, The old man in the purple robe was chatting with some people happily. That weapon manufacturing master looked at a young man in a gentle way and smiled. Yanfeng, you already received the teaching from Goldfire Tower. You're a level 2 professor already, and someday I'll be your teacher. I'm sure that within 3 years, you'll be a level 5 weapon manufacturing master. Yanfeng wore a Goldfire Tower robe, and it was orange. That was an honor to him. He felt proud to wear that robe. Soon, he'd become wearing a yellow robe. Master, you're flattering me. I will do my best to make you proud, said Yanfeng politely. He was happy that a level 7 professor was flattering him. But who wouldn't? Haha, little boy, I'm sure you won't let me down, said the old man smiling. I've heard that you have an agreement with the Mu clan. Is that true? Indeed. Mu Lin Shui is the most beautiful girl of the Mu clan, and she's a very talented weapon craftswoman. If I win, we'll get married, said Yanfeng. You're a good boy. Heroes love beautiful women, so this is only normal. I've heard of her, and I think you two would be a good match. I support you in this, said the old man smiling. Thank you, master, said Yanfeng. Yanfeng, how come you're saying master? Asked an elder. Yanfeng bowed before the old man and said, I'm not a powerful weapon craftsman yet, so I must be polite. I wouldn't dare tarnish elders' reputation. When I become strong enough, things will change. Haha, I like you more and more, little boy, said the old man in the purple robe. It was as if Yanfeng had already become a protagonist of Goldfire Tower. Master, I need to get ready for the tournament, said Yanfeng politely. The old man in purple clothes nodded. Go. Don't disappoint us. I won't, said Yanfeng, walking away and smiling. The Mu clan is here, said a member of the Yen clan who was gazing into the distance. Let's go and greet them, said an old man from the Yen clan smiling. Just after he said that, the Mu clan landed. Brother Mu, I trust you have been doing well since we last met, said the leader of the Yen clan smiling. You're early, said the leader of the Mu clan smiling. Even though he was smiling, it was difficult to see what he was really thinking. Let's go and have a chat. Yanfeng and Lin Shui haven't seen each other for a while, so let's leave the young people alone, said the leader of the Yen clan. It sounded like he was forcing them, leaving the leader of the Mu clan in a position where he couldn't refuse. Yanfeng went to Mu Lin Shui. Lin Shui, it won't be long before you become my wife, said Yanfeng. He had been waiting for this day for a long time now. You're ridiculous, said Mu Lin Shui in a cold way. You have no choice because you're absolutely going to lose. And after that, you'll become my wife and we will live together, said Yanfeng. Then he looked at Lin Feng, instantly looking furious. I remember back then, I told you not to stand next to my wife, said Yanfeng coldly. He's my assistant and we're going to participate in the tournament as a team, Mu Lin Shui retorted. He can't be your assistant, said Yanfeng coldly. Then he looked at Lin Feng and said, Talk. Lin Feng frowned and asked Mu Lin Shui, Lin Shui, is it safe to be here at the Goldfire Tower? The Yen clan was in the northern part of Goldfire City, and they had a lot of influence. So, Lin Feng had to make sure that they wouldn't have another run-in as they did in the marketplace. Goldfire Tower guarantees the safety of those who rank in the top 10, said Mu Lin Shui. Goldfire Tower was an important institution in Goldfire City, so if anyone got hurt in one of their tournaments, then they might lose participants in future competitions. Therefore, the rule was that those who ranked in the top 10 couldn't be killed. Otherwise, they'd become enemies with Goldfire Tower. Oh! Lin Feng nodded and smiled at Yanfeng indifferently. Piss off! Yanfeng was astonished. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Lin Feng was telling him to piss off? In the northern part of Goldfire City, nobody has ever told me to piss off, even in the entire city, said Yanfeng provocatively. Just who did Lin Feng think he was? Lin Shui, let's go, said Lin Feng, smiling at Mu Lin Shui. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed hers. Right? Mu Lin Shui smiled in a resplendent way and held hands with Lin Feng. Then, they passed in front of Yanfeng and walked away. Yanfeng was furious. He was proud. and Lin Feng had ignored him. Besides, he was taking his future wife away. When the crowd saw Lin Feng and Mu Lin Xue holding hands, they finally understood what was going on. Who's that? He dares flirt with Yan Feng's future wife. They thought. Yan Feng understands cosmic energies already. It won't be long before he breaks through to the Huang Qi layer. Thought more people. Members from the Yan clan frowned. Some of them even looked upset. Brother Mu, why are your people humiliating Yan Feng? Asked the leader of the Yan clan in a cold way. Lin Xue, shouted the leader of the Mu clan. Mu Lin Xue turned her head and said, I know what I'm doing and will bear responsibility for my actions. If the Mu clan wants to expel me, then I won't object. Mu Lin Xue had waited for that day for a long time, just like Yan Feng. She knew how strong Lin Feng was when it came to deployment spells, so she didn't care about the Mu clan's influence anymore. You... The leader of the Mu clan was furious. He glanced at Lin Feng and said, You're shameless. Mui's request is difficult. Thought Lin Feng. Because of Mu Lin Xue's social status, saving her was becoming even more difficult. He had to rank in the top 10, otherwise nobody would protect him. Not to mention he had to beat Yan Feng. I've always been audacious, said Lin Feng shrugging. He didn't know what else to say at this point. The tournament hadn't even started, he had already offended 2 groups. It's almost as if he was cursed to upset other people. Boom! A terrifying fire started burning on Yan Feng's robes. He was standing in the sky above Lin Feng, just 1 step away from killing him. Lin Xue, what is he doing? Asked Lin Feng, pointing at Yan Feng. I don't know, said Mu Lin Xue shrugging. They looked at Yan Feng just like they'd look at a monkey in a zoo. Mu Lin Xue was pleasantly surprised. She didn't realize that Lin Feng could have a sense of humor in such worrying circumstances. Yan Feng wanted to scare him and had provoked him, but it hadn't worked, and now Yan Feng looked like a buffoon. Yan Feng was furious. He released more energies, but nobody paid attention to him. He slowly recalled his cosmic energies and said coldly, Mu Lin Xue, you will regret that. After the tournament, when we get to the Yan clan, nobody will be able to save you anymore. And you, said Yan Feng turning to Lin Feng. You don't even know what you did to yourself now. Lin Xue, let's go, said Lin Feng, smiling at Mu Lin Xue. No need to waste their breath with him. All right. Then the 2 of them held hands and walked away. Was he really going to get married with the most beautiful lady from the Mu clan? From everybody else's perspective, she was holding hands with another young man. Who's that guy? He's got some balls to upset Yan Feng. Some people thought. Lin Feng didn't have time to think about those things. It wouldn't be long before they were going to start the tournament. That seaman Nan from the eastern part of the city. It is said that he's already a level 2 professor. The only thing is that he hasn't come to the Goldfire Tower yet, so they haven't been able to check. Some people were talking about 2 people who were approaching. Seaman Nan from the eastern part of the city, Guqing Feng from the western part, Yan Feng from the northern part, and Hen Changtian from the central part. They were the most talented people of their generation. Mu Lin Xue wasn't just talented. She was also very beautiful. When Mu Lin Xue saw Seaman Nan, she said to Lin Feng, That's Seaman Nan. He's one of the 4 most talented weapon craftspeople in Goldfire City. But he's discreet, so nobody really knows how strong he is. I'm guessing that he's at least as strong as Yan Feng. All right. Lin Feng nodded. It seemed like making a level 2 weapon wasn't enough to rank in the top 10 at the event. Guqing Feng is here too. He's a genius from the western part, said Mu Lin Xue. Guqing Feng was wearing silver clothes, and he looked majestic with the wind blowing his robes against him. He silently landed on the area after she identified him to Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced around, watching everybody arriving. Lin Feng, look, said Mu Lin Xue, pointing at the main bleachers. Those people are weapon craftspeople from the Goldfire Tower. The colors of their robes indicate their level. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, golden red, golden purple, of which those colors respectively mean level 1 to level 9. Lin Feng glanced at them. There was only one person who was wearing a golden-purple robe, 3 people were wearing golden-red robes, 7 people were wearing purple clothes, and most of them wore blue and cyan robes, which meant that there was mostly level 5 and 6 professors. Suddenly, a sword whistled, and everybody looked up to see several strong cultivators riding a magnificent silver sword. That must be Sword Mountain, thought everybody. The cultivators descended from the sky and went to the bleachers where the Yen clan was. It wasn't just Sword Mountain, many external forces arrived and sat with the weapon manufacturing groups they worked with. So many people, thought Lin Feng. He was surprised to see so many people gathering for this single event. A professor in a yellow robe arrived. Although he was a level 3 professor, he still looked quite young. Hen Chong Tian. Mu Lin Shui pointed him out for Lin Feng and said, Hen Chong Tian is a disciple of Goldfire Tower. His weapon manufacturing abilities are terrifying as he's already a level 3 professor. Being a level 3 professor was nothing exceptional, but Hen Chong Tian was so young, so it was amazing given his age. Only those who were 30 years old and under could participate in the tournament, and Hen Chong Tian was no exception. He came alone. Mu Lin Shui noticed. He must be confident. Of course, Hen Chong Tian was a level 3 professor, so it was probably difficult for him to find an assistant who wasn't older than 30 and was still strong enough to help him. Sister Lin Shui. At that moment, Mu Qingying and Mu Xiao weren't far from Lin Shui and Lin Feng. The Mu clan was there with them, but they looked depressed. What's wrong, Qingying? Asked Mu Lin Shui. There are so many people. I'm very nervous, said Mu Qingying, smiling embarrassedly. The Mu clan was under a lot pressure now. Mu Lin Shui smiled and said, Relax, you have nothing to lose. Mu Lin Shui said that even though the pressure was so much worse for herself, there were actual consequences for her if she lost. At that moment, Mu Lin Shui sensed that someone was looking at her. She looked to her side and saw Yen Feng. Apparently, he was going to be fabricating weapons not that far from her. At the same time, the 7 professors who wore purple robes rose up in the air and looked at the crowd. Everyone raised their heads and saw that the sun was directly above them, indicating that it was high noon already. After choosing your place, you cannot move again. You must be at least 10 meters away from the other contestants as well, said one of them to the crowd. The first round will last for an hour. If you fail to make a weapon, you'll be eliminated. Also, you'll be eliminated if you don't make an imperial weapon. When you leave, don't disturb anyone around you. You'll only have one opportunity. People had prepared themselves for this, but hearing it now made them feel nervous. Only one opportunity, and if they didn't manage to make an imperial weapon, they'd be eliminated. This time, the test was about determination and the ability to make weapons, so failing was forbidden. Now start making weapons, shouted the weapon manufacturing master. Phew. Mu Qingying took a deep breath. With Mu Xiao, they still couldn't manage to make imperial weapons every time, only sometimes. But no matter, they couldn't fail this time. They glanced at Mu Lin Shui and Lin Feng. Mu Lin Shui had already taken out a cauldron and materials, and she was starting the fire. She had prepared everything, and just making an imperial weapon was already easy for her and Lin Feng. The first round shouldn't be a problem for them. Good luck, but remember that if you fail, you'll be mine, said Yen Feng in a cold way, taking out his own things. Yen Feng was using an ancient snake cauldron which had snakes and dragons carved on it. After he released his fire, Lin Feng was surprised to see a powerful fire cosmic energy burning. It was fierce, brutal, and wild. The fire he uses is a green-scaled snake fire. The Yen clan killed some green-scaled snake emperors for him and stole their cosmic fire to improve his own, said Mu Lin Shui to Lin Feng using telepathy. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Disciples from rich families seemed to always be spoiled. Their families spent a lot of money for them, and Yen Feng was no exception. Lin Feng noticed that many other people had special types of fire as well, especially the other geniuses. Hen Chong Tian specifically caught his eye with his golden fire. That tournament wasn't fair at all. Mu Lin Shui's fire and cauldron weren't bad, but their quality was much lower than everyone else's. Yen Feng glanced at Lin Feng. Seeing how the first round wasn't that difficult, he didn't need to focus that much. After a short time, Yan Feng shouted at the person who was with him, "Carve the marks!" His assistant was a girl wearing black clothes. She wasn't as beautiful as Mu Linxue and her chi was very cold. However, she was an expert at carving marks, and her speed was noteworthy. Very quickly, a sword started whistling above Yan Feng's cauldron. Feng is already a master when it comes to making swords, so the first round should be extremely easy for him, said the leader of the Yan clan, smiling. Yan Feng was the fastest one. He doesn't even need to try this round, said a strong cultivator from Sword Mountain. All the cultivators from the Yan clan focused on swords because they cooperated with Sword Mountain. Humph, Mu Linxue is shameless. I wonder if she should even become Yan Feng's wife, said the leader of the Yan clan in a cold way. Mu Linxue and Lin Feng seemed to have an intimate relation. How could Yan Feng want a woman who was sleeping with other men? How could she even act proudly and arrogantly like that? Yan Feng's sword whistled in the air. Then a few seconds later, Hen Changtian and the others also finished making their imperial weapons. One of the 7 purple-clothed strong cultivators from Goldfire Tower smiled. How will those 4 rank in your opinion? No idea. In terms of level, Hen Changtian could be the strongest one, but he's making weapons alone. Yan Feng and the others have assistants, so it's much easier for them, said another one, smiling. They didn't care if anyone could hear them. I think Yan Feng is the best. He makes quality weapons, his fire is great, and he is the fastest. I think he might rank first, said another one, smiling. It was the guy who wanted Yan Feng as his disciple. Gu Qingfeng is not a weakling either, said another one, smiling. Let's see. We won't learn much in the first round after all. Maybe some of them will make level 4 imperial weapons later, said one of them. His eyes were twinkling. Indeed. Look at that girl, the one from the Mu clan. She's good, but her fire, cauldron, and pace aren't as good as Yan Feng's. However, the young man next to her is good. They could rank in the top 10 if they work together. After all, she's already a level 2 professor, said another master wearing purple clothes. Hee, that girl is going to become Yan Feng's wife, said Yan Feng's future teacher. They all smiled at him and said, You already know Yan Feng's attitude, but if she does rank in the top 10 and doesn't want to get married with Yan Feng, then nobody will be able to force her. Yan Feng's future teacher looked surprised. Indeed, if she managed to rank in the top 10, then Goldfire Tower would have to protect her. But the Mu clan and the Yan clan have an agreement, so you're not quite right. Besides, it's too early to talk about that now. First, she has to rank in the top 10, said Yan Feng's future teacher. Even though he wasn't Yan Feng's teacher yet, he already considered himself as such. We'll see, said another one, smiling. At that moment, Lin Feng rose up in the air and started carving deployment marks. It was nothing too difficult for him as he was using a shattering spell. That team is great, that boy's deployment marks are perfect for Mu Linxue, thought the professor who thought highly of Mu Linxue and Lin Feng. He wasn't the only one to think that way. Some of the other professors were also pleasantly surprised. Yan Feng looked at his assistant, the girl in black clothes, and asked, What do you think of her? Yan Feng looked angry asking, but he still wanted to compare himself to them. She's all right. I'm not amazed, but she's not bad either. I don't think they can win at least, said the girl wearing black clothes. Yan Feng nodded. He didn't think about it too much after that. Lin Feng's deployment marks weren't too complex. It was only the first round, and making an imperial weapon was the only requirement. After carving the marks, he started hammering the weapon. Finally, they made a sword, an imperial weapon. The Mu clan watched as the sword rose up in the air. They were surprised. Mu Linxue's assistant wasn't bad. There were no mistakes in his deployment marks. But they still felt uneasy. Just where did Lin Feng come from and who was he? In any case, it was far from being enough. To rank in the top 10, they had a long way to go still. Even though it was only the first round, the crowd had already noticed many geniuses. Mu Qingying didn't pay attention to anyone else. Her forehead was already covered in sweat. She was using her full strength to make that imperial weapon. Mu Xiao and Mu Qingying couldn't succeed that easily, so they couldn't afford to get distracted. In the end, they did succeed in making an imperial weapon. Afterwards, Mu Qingying looked very happy. We did it. I can move on to the next round, thought Mu Qingying, looking at her weapon which was floating in the air. She then glanced at Mu Linxue and Lin Feng. They had finished before her and were patiently waiting. Lin Feng fooled me, thought Mu Qingying, glancing at Lin Feng. Back when he first joined the Mu clan, he hadn't said much and he looked ordinary, but he was actually so good at carving deployment marks and casting deployment spells. He couldn't be any worse than Mu Xiao in fact. Miss Lin Shui, good luck. I'm sure you can rank in the top 10, said Mu Qingying to Mu Lin Shui, smiling. Thanks, you too. Your weapon is not too bad, so you should relax, said Mu Lin Shui smiling. Mu Lai and Mu Yu groaned coldly and said, with just you guys, we're the only ones who will be able to make the clan shine. Mu Lin Shui glanced at Mu Lai and smiled indifferently. Don't worry. In the future, nobody will try to steal your resources in the Mu clan, at least I won't. Mu Lin Shui's uncle wanted her to leave the clan and hand her over to the Yen clan because of his own children. They were talented, so he wanted the Mu clan to focus on them. Mu Lin Shui was a problem, but if she left, his children would become the geniuses of the clan. Then they would get all the resources from the clan for themselves. Because of this, Mu Lai and Mu Yu considered Mu Lin Shui as their enemy. You are aware of what you're worth, that's good. When you go to the Yen clan in the future, you won't have problems anymore. Of course, since your assistant humiliated the Yen clan, maybe they will reject you instead, said Mu Lai smiling mockingly, trying to infuriate Mu Lin Shui. Mu Lin Shui looked at him in a cold way, but Lin Feng smiled and said, Lin Shui, don't waste your time talking to them. It's obvious that they have no values. All right. Mu Lin Shui nodded and ignored Mu Lai. You've got a big mouth. Just wait and see, we'll know soon if you have the skill to back up your words, said Mu Li. At that moment, the 2 hours had already passed. One of the purple-clothed professors jumped forwards and shouted, those who aren't done can stop, you're eliminated, so you can leave. You were too slow. Many people left disappointed. Half of the participants had already been eliminated from the first round. The purple-clothed professor glanced at the remaining people, noting that there were a few thousand left. Then he said, all right, get ready for the second round. You have 2 hours again. During the second round, you can fail and try again if you finish within the allocated time, but only those who can make level 2 imperial weapons can move on. The maximum number of people who can move on to the next round will be 100. Therefore, the faster you are, the better. Everybody listened calmly. They weren't surprised because they knew that thousands of people were too much to work with. Level 2 Imperial Weapon, whispered Mu Qingying to herself. She smiled wryly. It seemed that the first round was her limit. She couldn't make a level 2 Imperial Weapon. On top of that, only the first 100 people could succeed. The second round starts now, said the purple-clothed professor before he jumped back. Scorching hot flames appeared all around. The participants couldn't waste time during the second round, so they all pushed their flames immediately. Lin Shui, make a sword, and use the best materials. I'll change the deployment spell to accommodate, said Lin Feng to Mu Lin Shui. They had already talked about the tournament, but they hadn't discussed the details of the second round. In any case, they didn't lack good materials. All right, I'll listen to you, said Mu Lin Shui smiling at Lin Feng. She was extremely nervous already. Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui hadn't made that many level 2 imperial weapons. Of course, she didn't have any doubts about Lin Feng's abilities to cast deployment spells, or her own abilities. If they focused, a level 2 imperial weapon shouldn't be a problem. The 7 purple-clothed professors glanced at the crowd and smiled. You said Mu Lin Shui was good? But Yen Feng has already released half of the fire required. While Mu Lin Shui just started releasing her fire, another professor was looking at them and smiling. Speed and power are two different things. She is slower than Yen Feng, but that doesn't mean she isn't as talented as him. This just means that she doesn't have the same advantages. All right, let's wait and see, said Yen Feng's future professor smiling indifferently. That round was more intense than the first round. Almost all the contestants were covered in sweat. Boom! Explosions sounded as a cauldron filled with materials exploded. The two participants were shaking violently. Their soul strength wasn't enough, and they hadn't been able to stand the fire. They smiled wryly and stopped. They instead decided to watch the others, hoping to learn something from them. Mu Qingying was nervous. Her throat was completely dry. She felt exhausted, and she looked desperate. With Mu Zhao's deployment spells, we can't possibly make a level 2 Imperial weapon. We should just give up too, thought Mu Qingying. Then her fire disappeared. Mu Xiao suddenly looked at her and said, "Miss, we participated in the tournament, which is good already, but we can't possibly pass the second round. Let's just watch the others instead." Mu Qingying was exhausted. She looked at Mu Lin Shui. Lin Feng was already carving deployment marks, and a sword shape had already formed. Those deployment marks are so complex. Mu Xiao couldn't possibly carve such marks, thought Mu Qingying, stupefied. She was very unhappy thinking that such an incredible deployment spellcaster had spent time with her and she hadn't realized. Even the first time she had seen Lin Feng, she told him that his deployment spell wasn't good enough. Lin Feng had never tried to defend himself in front of her. Just like he had said several times now, he hadn't joined the Mu clan for her. At that moment, Lin Feng was very focused. His carved deployment marks were intertwining in complex ways. What a powerful deployment spell. If Lin Shui doesn't make any mistakes, managing to make the weapon fuse together with the marks, then they will succeed in making a level 2 Imperial weapon, thought Mu Qingying. She seemed awestruck. Mu Xiao didn't look so happy. He knew Lin Feng was good, but he didn't know Lin Feng was that good. Those deployment marks are incredible. I wonder how many small deployment spells they contain, thought the professor, who had previously thought highly of Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. He looked pleasantly surprised. He found nothing to criticize as the marks were precise, distinct, clear, perfect. "Good!" shouted the professor next to him loudly. Yan Feng rose up in the air, having already made a level 2 Imperial weapon. He was the first one to succeed even. "Ha-ha! Good! Good!" People from the Yan clan stood up, feeling immense pride. Yan Feng also looked proud and arrogant. Then he turned to Mu Lin Shui and Lin Feng. Lin Feng was now hammering the weapon. "You overestimated yourself. I will take Mu Lin Shui in my arms and you will stand there watching us," thought Yan Feng angrily. Suddenly, someone else rose up in the air. It was Hen Chang Tian. He had also made a level 2 Imperial weapon. After Hen Chang Tian, Si-Man Nan and Gu Qingfeng finished their weapons. Even though it was difficult to say how strong someone could really become at their age, it was obvious that Hen Chang Tian and the three others had the most potential. The crowd in the Yen clan's bleachers were smiling happily. They chatted with the strong cultivators from Sword Mountain. On the Mu clan side, some people looked upset, while some only frowned. Only the leader of the Mu clan looked indifferent, calm and serene. Nobody could guess what he was thinking. With that speed, they can probably finish in the top 100 this round, but they won't rank in the top 10 in the third round, thought Mu Lin Shui's uncle, looking at Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. At least he hoped Mu Lin Shui wouldn't rank in the top 10 in the next round. More and more people managed to make level 2 weapons. The participants who weren't done were getting more nervous. The ground would shake every now and then as cauldrons exploded. It was easy to make mistakes, especially under such pressure. Even some participants who were outstanding were so nervous that they made mistakes. Some who failed tried again, but they had less time, so it was less likely they'd make it. Since Yan Feng was already done making a level 2 Imperial weapon, more people had turned to look at Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. Mu Lin Shui and Lin Feng were still concentrating. Nobody could distract them. Their movements were perfect, as if they had been coordinating with each other for a long time already. Lin Feng finally finished hammering the weapon. So now, Mu Lin Shui was putting on the finishing touches. "Relax, everything will be fine," said Lin Feng after he saw that Mu Lin Shui was sweating a lot. He whispered this in her ear while using his sleeve to wipe the sweat off her forehead. Even though Mu Lin Shui was a genius, she hadn't been through as much as Lin Feng in her life. That tournament was extremely important to her, more so than to Lin Feng, but she felt relieved to see Lin Feng so calm. She took a deep breath and continued. At that moment, the weapon manufacturing master in the golden-purple robe was sitting at the very top of the bleachers. In front of him were the three masters in golden-red clothes. One of them looked at Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui and whispered, "This time Chang Tian is working by himself and everybody noticed Yan Feng, but there are some discreet geniuses. With his experience and advanced age, he could see through some things. People who looked ordinary were often the strongest ones. Of course, that was not guaranteed." "Who's that?" asked a professor next to the one in golden-red clothes. He was referring to Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. "You mean that girl? I know her. She's from the Mu clan, and her name is Mu Lin Shui. She's very talented from what I've heard. The little boy from the Yen clan wants to marry her, but she doesn't want to," replied another professor, smiling indifferently. They didn't know all the young people from Goldfire City, but they knew the most famous ones, including Mu Lin Shui. "I'm not talking about her, I'm talking about the little boy next to her," said the professor, smiling. He was interested in Lin Feng. He had noticed how incredible Lin Feng's deployment spells were, not having made any mistakes. Even though he looked ordinary, he could become an incredible deployment spellcaster in the future. It was difficult to know how strong such people really were, but Lin Feng didn't look nervous at all. He even cheered Mu Lin Shui up. "I don't know, but he's just Mu Lin Shui's assistant. I don't know if he's a member of the Mu clan or not, but do you think he's that good? I can ask around for you," said another professor, smiling. "No need, I still want to watch him." "What about you, buddy? Anyone worth watching?" "Haha, it's a secret," said a professor, laughing wholeheartedly. "At the end of the tournament, I'll also know who the strongest ones are, so if you say nothing now, you won't be able to choose anyone then," said the other one, laughing. 56 people are already done making level 2 Imperial weapons. My fire isn't powerful enough, I still need to improve it, thought Mu Qingying. "Done!" shouted Mu Lai extremely loudly. Mu Lai and Mu Yu raised their heads. They looked overjoyed. They had done it. "Good!" Mu Lin Shui's uncle stood up and shouted with joy. Mu Lai and Mu Yu were a great team. They were even better than Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. After the tournament, Mu Lai and Mu Yu would become the heroes of the Mu clan. Mu Lin Shui was calm with Lin Feng standing beside her. With him there, it was as if the outside world had nothing to do with her. She didn't rush like most others. 63 people had succeeded, and at that moment, Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui's imperial weapon rose up in the air. It was a sword. Mu Lin Shui smiled thinly. She didn't even raise her head to look at the sword. She instead turned to Lin Feng and smiled thinly, but she didn't look surprised though. "Lin Feng," said Mu Lin Shui. Lin Feng smiled. "You're not going to thank me, right?" "No, I'm just thinking. Maybe we should make love at some point," said Mu Lin Shui jokingly. With that, Lin Feng smiled wryly. "Humph." Mu Lin Shui also smiled wryly after she heard that. She even stuck her tongue out. "Sister Lin Shui, congratulations," said Mu Qingying. She admired Mu Lin Shui. Even though she had given up during the second round, she felt even more determined after watching Mu Lin Shui. "Someday you'll do it too," said Mu Lin Shui, smiling at Mu Qingying. Mu Qingying nodded and looked at Lin Feng. He looked calm, as if they hadn't worked so hard. "It's almost the end. You'll definitely rank in the top 10, Sister Lin Shui," said Mu Qingying. "Top 10? Mu Lai groaned coldly and said, "You ranked 64 in the second round. How could you rank in the top 10, you morons?" Mu Lin Shui calmly glanced at Mu Lai, but said nothing. To her, Mu Lai and Mu Yu were insignificant. "Hee, Lin Shui, you're soon going to join my clan soon," said Yan Feng. Mu Lin Shui glanced at him mockingly. She didn't even reply to him. No matter what he said, she despised him. When the 100th team rose up in the air, one of the professors in purple stood up and smiled. "All right now, those who have been eliminated can move away." Many people then left. Very quickly, only 100 people were left on the stage. The tournament was nearing its end. The crowd looked at the participants. Initially, there were dozens of thousands of people, now there were 100 only. Maybe, in a few years later, they'd be incredible heroes. The last part of the tournament would be an opportunity for them to rise. At the same time, The 7 professors in purple clothes walked forwards and said, "Before we start the finals, the professor in golden purple clothes has an announcement to make concerning the prizes." The crowd grew excited, especially considering that Goldfire Tower was the richest group in Goldfire City. They probably had anything anyone could want. The level 9 professor slowly walked forwards with the 3 professors in golden red robes following him. They looked at the young people and smiled in a gentle way. "Hello, masters." The young people all bowed respectfully as a sign of respect. Those professors were already terrifyingly powerful. Those were probably already at the top of the Huangqi layer. "You're too polite. You're all outstanding young people, and if you continue making great efforts, then you'll be like us in the future, perhaps even surpassing us," said the level 9 professor smiling. "I'll be managing the finals," said the level 9 professor smiling. "The winners of the tournament will obtain a special fire. Our group, Goldfire Tower, killed a 9-headed snake which can swallow animals' fire. As such, medium-level emperors or below can't possibly stand that fire. If they get attacked by it, they could only die. We took that fire and it will act as the first prize of this tournament," said the level 9 professor. "A 9-headed imperial snake and a high-level emperor. If I could get it, I'd be able to make even better weapons. I could also easily kill most of my enemies," thought everybody. They calmed down again very quickly though. Very few of them thought that they could rank in the top 10, let alone first. "I must get that fire," thought Yanfeng. His eyes were twinkling with greed. He smiled and thought, "This time, I'll go back with a beautiful girl and a wonderful prize. All right, that fire is for the first-place winner. The second-place winner will obtain an armor, a level 7 imperial weapon. This armor can protect anyone from a medium-level emperor or below," said the level 9 professor. That item was priceless. The third prize is a level 7 imperial weapon, but it's an offensive weapon. A level 7 imperial weapon again, the prizes are even better than 30 years ago, thought some older people who had watched the last tournament. Those who rank 4th and 5th will obtain a level 6 imperial weapon, and those who will rank 6th to 10th will obtain level 5 imperial weapons. "I don't need to tell you what they are, you will just have to wait and see," said the weapon manufacturing master in the golden purple clothes smiling. "Apart from that, the first 10 will be protected in Goldfire City. You must understand what that means. If you attack someone who ranks in the top 10, you will become an enemy of Goldfire Tower. Besides that, I have some good news. The very best ones will have the opportunity to study with one of the 3 teachers wearing the golden red clothes for a year. Of course, if your relationship evolves and you become their disciples, I will only be very happy to hear it. Learning from level 8 teachers." Many people were overly excited at this point. However, if one of them notices one of you, they can also choose you, and if you agree, you can become their disciple. "I don't need to explain that. No matter, you are free to do whatever you want," said the level 9 professor smiling. "Finally, the top 10 participants or those I choose will have the opportunity to directly become members of Goldfire Tower," said the level 9 professor. Everybody smiled and nodded. Then he moved back as it was time to start the finals. "So many prizes," thought the crowd sighing. Those who ranked in the top 10 would get so many things, especially the very best ones. Yanfeng had shown how strong he was in the second round, so he would probably rank first. Gu Qingfeng and Siman Nan were also very strong. The level 9 professor and the professors in the golden red robes went back to their seats. The level 7 professor in purple clothes was still in the air as he said, "You have 8 hours for the third round. You can fail, but in those 8 hours you need to show your best imperial weapon. With that, we'll consider your best weapon for the ranking." 8 hours. They had so much time. "Now the finals can start," said the 7 professors in purple clothes at the same time. The 100 remaining participants immediately put their cauldrons on fire after they announced the start. Phew! Mulin Xue took a deep breath. Everything they had done so far had all led up to this moment. Her fate depended on the finals. Even though she had started to relax in the second round, she was starting to get very nervous again. "It'll be fine. We definitely have a chance to rank in the top 10," said Lin Feng gently. Mu Lin Xue nodded. Finishing in the top 10 wouldn't be a problem, but maybe that wouldn't be enough. Let's start. This time, Mu Lin Xue took out a black iron meteorite which looked incredibly dense. It also had a silvery outline. Sister Lin Xue took out a meteorite. That material is extremely hard, so she'll need a lot of time to burn it correctly, thought Mu Qingying. In the next 8 hours, she'd only be able to try 3 times with that material. Mu Qingying glanced at Yanfeng. He was using a red stone, but she didn't know what it was. Even though he hadn't started making a weapon yet, she understood it was a fire-type material. Mu Qingying had guessed right. Mu Lin Xue closed her eyes and started controlled her fire with her soul. It took her an hour to get the meteorite to melt. She was already covered in sweat and looked exhausted with that. Lin Feng closed his eyes. He just had to wait, and then he'd be able to carve in the marks. Yanfeng is using the 9-weapon transformation technique, and he's already finished the 3rd transformation. He will probably succeed with the 4th one too, said a strong cultivator from Sword Mountain. The 9-weapon transformation technique can improve the general level of the materials, but more importantly, it allows a cultivator to control the process even better by making their soul and the weapon fuse together. The chances of success are greatly increased whilst using that technique, said the leader from the Yen clan, smiling happily. The 9-weapon transformation technique was a technique which was passed from generation to generation in the Yen clan. They only had a part of the ancient scriptures, but it was already enough to make ordinary stones become gold. They had a saying in the clan: the 9-weapon transformation technique could make emperors become great emperors. Indeed, it's practically guaranteed that Yanfeng will rank first this time, said a cultivator from Sword Mountain, smiling. Mu Lin Xue continued controlling her fire, having made no mistakes so far. The embryo of the weapon had already appeared, and the outline of a spear was forming. A spear? The members of the Yen clan smiled coldly. They didn't have a lot of space to work with, so it was difficult to carve marks into them, and spears weren't considered special weapons either. Besides, at the same level, they weren't necessarily any better than other weapons. That was probably a bad choice on their part. She already gave up on the inside, thought Mu Lin Xue's uncle, smiling coldly. The one you liked sucks. Surprisingly, she's only making a spear. She can't rank in the top 10 with that, said Yan Feng's future teacher, laughing. The one who liked Lin Feng and Lin Xue frowned. He was just as surprised as everyone else to see that the embryo had a spear shape. Carving marks into such a weapon wouldn't be easy, especially seeing how the embryo of the spear Mu Lin Xue was making looked even more complex than an ordinary spear. It was more precise and more detailed. The masters of Goldfire Tower all had someone who had attracted their attention. Apart from those in purple, one master in a golden-red robe was paying attention to Mu Lin Xue. He was pleasantly surprised. He smiled and thought, finally, we're going to see his real strength. He had been paying attention to Lin Feng the entire time, but he found Lin Feng too mysterious. Lin Feng, said Mu Lin Xue, opening her eyes. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. He looked determined. Suddenly, a terrifying qi surrounded him, along with dazzling lights. Earth abstruse energies emerged from his hands as he started carving marks. The space around him shook violently as marks started appearing. Apart from Earth abstruse energy, he also used Immortal abstruse energy to carve. Boom! Lin Feng's hands shook, and the marks started intertwining. Empty space deployment spell? Many people were staring at Lin Feng now. Surprisingly, he was carving empty space deployment marks. Slash, slash, slash. Lin Feng seemed like he was dancing as he carved the mark. It seemed like the more difficult the mark, the faster he moved. Bzzz. Now destructive energies emerged, and the small deployment spells started intertwining. Very quickly, the deployment spells fused together. That's... Mu Qingying was astonished. Lin Feng's deployment spells were so powerful? People from the Mu clan and the Yen clan frowned. Mu Lin Xue's assistant could carve such terrifying deployment spells? Go down! Lin Feng shook his hand and his deployment marks all crashed onto the embryo of the weapon. Those deployment marks still aren't enough, said the leader of the Yen clan, smiling coldly. However, after he said that, Lin Feng shook his hands again and continued carving empty space deployment marks. He wasn't done yet. The leader of the Yen clan was surprised. He then added, even if you can make more deployment spells, Yen Feng is still going to rank first, or at least in the top 3, while you have no chance. Many people were finally noticing Lin Feng, but he remained calm and indifferent. Very quickly, Lin Feng carved more deployment marks which crashed onto the weapon again. Even then, Lin Feng still wasn't done. He continued carving marks again. Many people's hearts started racing at that moment. Mu Qingying was fixedly staring at Lin Feng's marks. Because the embryo of that spear was so complex, Lin Feng had to carve a wide range of deployment marks, which made things too complex and too easy to make mistakes. Lin Feng, however, did everything step by step without making any mistakes. Mu Xiao, back then, the deployment spell you showed me was Lin Feng's. Am I right? Asked Mu Qingying, as if she had been talking to herself, but Mu Xiao still heard her and started trembling. Mu Qingying had wanted to ask that question for a while, and now that she was done with the tournament, she had no reason not to. Miss Qingying, Mu Xiao bowed. He wanted to explain, but Mu Qingying ignored him. She shook her hand and said, there's no need to explain anything. Mu Qingying now understood that Mu Xiao had fooled her and lied. Lin Feng hadn't felt the need to justify himself or explain anything because he never really cared. Mu Qingying felt ridiculous and pathetic now. She was so confident in herself. Even till now there was a part of her which thought that Lin Feng had joined the Mu clan just for her. Lin Shui, why are you better than me in everything? Am I too stupid? Thought Mu Qingying. Mu Lin Shui had immediately noticed that Lin Feng was outstanding while Mu Qingying had always thought that he was ordinary. Mu Xiao didn't know what Mu Qingying was thinking. He was too worried about his future. What would happen to him now? Hee, I knew it. That little boy is special. I'm not stupid in thinking that those two might rank in the top 10. Said the professor in purple clothes who had noticed Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui before. He was smiling indifferently, but the professor next to him groaned coldly and said, do you have so much faith in those two? At the very least, I don't think they're that bad, replied the professor. The Yen clan and the Mu clan gambled with Mu Lin Shui and Yen Feng's fates at stake. How about we bet too? Said Yen Feng's future teacher, smiling in a cold way. Yen Feng was using the 9-weapon transformation technique, so he could probably make a level 3 imperial weapon. With that in mind, how could Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui compete with him? What do you want to bet? Asked the other one. If Yen Feng wins, you show me your weapon fabrication technique. If he loses, I'll show you mine. What do you think? Said Yen Feng's future teacher. He had always wanted to know what technique that professor used. The professor was surprised. Apparently, Yen Feng's future teacher had a lot of faith in his future student. Can I think about it more? Asked the professor, smiling indifferently. Of course you can, said the other one, smiling. He knew what the other professor was thinking. He wanted to see how far Lin Feng's deployment mark technique went. Now he paid even more attention to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was still carving empty space marks. The holy marks on the weapon were becoming more and more dazzling. He's carving a great deployment spell using so many small deployment spells. All the while those small deployment spells are perfect for the weapon. Thought the crowd. Many people had hidden their true powers, but Lin Feng was the best one so far. So, what do you say? Asked Yen Feng's future teacher. The professor narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Feng's deployment marks. He shook his head and said, all right, I accept your bet. Good. But don't go back on your word now, said Yen Feng's future teacher. I never lie. All right, everybody here is a witness. The 5 others smiled and nodded. Haha, maybe the champion of the tournament will be Chang Tian, said another one. Chang Tian was very strong. Even though he worked alone, he had already finished making the embryo and was now carving marks. He was making a big tower which was 3 meters high and was entirely made of gold. Apparently, carving marks didn't seem to make him too tired, but he was having to carve a lot. If his golden tower had any special powers, and if he managed to make a level 3 tower, then it'd be better than most ordinary level 3 imperial weapons. That was why that professor thought highly of him. Gu Qingfeng was making a fan which contained ice-cold energies. Seaman Nan was making a pair of gigantic wings. Yan Feng's weapon was the most ordinary amongst the four geniuses. He was making a sword, again. Slash. Slash. At that moment, 2 hours had already passed. Lin Feng seemed to have finished carving in his marks. Their weapon was still only an embryo, but its energies were terrifying. That deployment spell is explosively terrifying, thought the crowd in awe. It seems like those two aren't going to try a second time. They made such great efforts anyways, they couldn't possibly put as much energy in a second weapon. Thought the crowd. Boom! A scorching hot fire hit the stage. Yan Feng's sword embryo was absorbing terrifying amounts of that fire. At that moment, he glanced at Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui and said in a cold way, "You hid your real strength, but it looks like I'll still have to disappoint you." Fourth transformation. With that, the bright red sword embryo's shape changed again. Its fire became even more terrifying. "Rise!" shouted Seaman Nan at that moment. His wings embryo surprisingly rose up in the air and shook. He had hidden something too. Those wings could definitely be a level 3 Imperial weapon and the quality wouldn't be low. Thought everybody after they saw the embryo of Seaman Nan's wings. On top of that, Seaman Nan and his assistant were carving marks together. They were using wind-type strength to carve marks and their energy was ever increasing. Gu Qingfeng's fan was an ice fan, which emanated a frost which would send a chill down anyone's back. "No, you can't," said a young man as the ice energies surrounded him. Not only him, his cauldron also started freezing, his fire fading. His assistant had moved back silently. "That's..." The crowd was speechless. They couldn't attack others, but Gu Qingfeng hadn't done it on purpose. It was just that his energies were too vast. A professor in purple clothes looked embarrassed. The young man broke through the ice, and besides the shivering, he looked furious. It had been so difficult to get to the finals, and now he was going to get eliminated like that? You still have time. Go to another place and continue making your weapon. In any case, with your strength, you wouldn't have ranked in the top 10. You still need to improve a lot, said one of the professors in purple. That young man lowered his head and remained silent. Then he took his cauldron away. He didn't want to make a weapon anymore. He was too upset, and he knew that he couldn't compete with those people anyways. Watching up close wasn't bad either. At that moment, golden lights filled the stage as Hen Chong Tion's tower reached the clouds, its energy oppressing down on everyone. That's a level 3 Imperial weapon. Who could defeat him? Thought the crowd. "Marks condense!" shouted Lin Feng again. In a flash, dazzling lights emerged from his marks as they intertwined together. "Hammer!" shouted Lin Feng. Instantly, Mu Lin Shui threw the hammer at Lin Feng. He moved his hand and caught it without even looking up. Then he started hammering the weapon relentlessly. "Is that the final version?" thought the crowd. The energies were already explosive, so how much stronger could it get? Nobody could be sure. That deployment spell could definitely make a level 3 Imperial weapon, and it would be a powerful weapon at that. But is it enough? Whispered Yan Feng's future teacher. The other professor in purple clothes smiled and said, "It seems that you're starting to regret. The tournament isn't over yet, so don't get so happy too early. That spear is great, and the deployment spell is explosive, the materials are the best, and finally, I'm certain that it can kill low-level emperors. All in all, there's nothing Yan Feng does that they can't do," said the teacher who thought highly of Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. He looked calm outwardly, but on the inside he was nervous. Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui's weapon was extremely complex. Lin Feng's deployment spell was actually too complex. If they had made a sword, it would have already finished by now. "Haha, you'll soon be disappointed," said Yan Feng's future teacher, smiling wholeheartedly. He felt like he had already won the bet. At that moment, Yan Feng opened his eyes again, flames bursting out of them. Even his blood started boiling and roaring. "This is the power of my blood," said Yan Feng. Suddenly, blood started drifting out of his body. The embryo of his weapon started shaking violently, even emitting whistling sounds. 9 Weapon Transformation Technique. 5th Transformation. Blood Transformation. Black. Yen Feng spat out his blood onto the weapon, darkening it to a dark red shade. The leader of the Yen clan stood up. The champion is going to appear soon. Quickly after, he was surrounded by a cloud of red colors. The sword was condensing, and the red color was turning into a red weapon cloud. Weapon cloud! The crowd shivered. Was Yen Feng going to make a level 4 imperial weapon? But could he? No wonder he chose a sword, thought some people. No wonder the Yen clan is so sure that Yen Feng is going to win. They knew he could make a level 4 imperial weapon. Haha, buddy, I'll definitely get your technique now, said Yen Feng's future teacher smiling. He already knew that Yen Feng could make level 4 imperial weapons. The professor next to him looked distraught. Maybe he really had made a mistake. Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui were a great team, but he didn't know that Yen Feng could make level 4 imperial weapons. He turned rigid and said, "The tournament isn't over, we'll see." All right, we'll wait until the end of the tournament. Yen Feng's future teacher smiled happily. Cough, cough. Mu Lin Shui had noticed Yen Feng's weapon cloud, and she was looking upset. She started releasing even more fire. Don't worry, Mu Lin Shui. After the tournament is over, I'll take good care of you, said Yen Feng arrogantly. Mu Lin Shui's mouth was bleeding as she bit her lip, but she continued releasing more fire. Do your best and leave the rest to me, said Lin Feng to Mu Lin Shui in a calm way. Mu Lin Shui nodded and looked at the weapon. She could feel Lin Feng's confidence, which made her feel more confident too. Lin Feng suddenly stopped and then released a terrifying strength. He put his fingers on the weapon and continued carving more deployment marks. He's carving marks again? The crowd frowned. He wasn't done? How courageous! He's making a double embryo and using 2 deployment spells, thought the teacher who thought highly of Lin Feng. He had hope again. This time, Lin Feng didn't carve the marks so quickly. He also didn't use immortal strength, instead they were pale and mysterious. Nobody knew exactly what kind of marks he was carving. Is that wind or illusion strength? Thought the professor wearing golden red clothes. That little boy's deployment spells were incredible, having exceeded all their expectations. No matter what the result of the tournament was, he wanted to invite Lin Feng to join him at Goldfire Tower. Even if he didn't make weapons, his deployment spells were useful. The spear appeared indistinctly as lights and sharp energies rolled in waves. A powerful hurricane also formed. Weapon cloud! The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui had created 2 embryos and a weapon cloud had appeared. Kacha! An explosion sounded next to Lin Feng. Mu Lai and Mu Yu's faces were black after their cauldron had exploded. The tournament was over for them. They both raised their heads and saw Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui's weapon cloud. They were furious. Were Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui actually better than them? Mu Lai and Mu Yu had lost, and their father, Mu Lin Shui's uncle, looked furious. His dreams were ruined. The clan wouldn't raise his children after this, especially after Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui's made that weapon cloud appear. His cheeks felt extremely hot. Everybody from the Mu clan was staring at him. Mu Lai and Mu Yu are not resilient enough. How can they become strong that way? Said the leader of the Mu clan indifferently. Mu Lin Shui's uncle was petrified and furious. Master, there are success rates for these things. People who make weapons can't succeed every time. There are hundreds of teams and some people fail, it's only normal. Mu Lai and Mu Yu aren't the only ones who failed. Besides, there aren't many people in the clan who are as good as Mu Yu and Mu Lai. Please forgive them. They're not bad at making weapons and failing isn't a problem either. The problem is that they were influenced from seeing Lin Shui's weapon cloud. Of course, only time can tell how they'll evolve, said the leader of the Mu clan indifferently. If Mu Lin Shui defeats Yen Feng, what will the Mu clan do? Thought Mu Lin Shui's uncle. His heart was pounding. Would the Mu clan have to give up Mu Lin Shui? If Mu Lin Shui and Lin Feng defeated Yen Feng, they'd have to rank in the top 3. If that was the case, Goldfire Tower would have to protect them, even if the Mu clan changed their mind. Impossible, even with a weapon cloud they can't win, thought Mu Lin Shui's uncle. Everybody had different thoughts. For example, the teacher who thought highly of Lin Feng and Mu Lin Xue suddenly felt relieved. He even whispered, "Weapon cloud. Haha. They can win." He glanced at Yan Feng's future teacher who was next to him. They were both wondering who would win. Lin Feng had exceeded all their expectations. Yan Feng looked upset, but he immediately took a deep breath and tried to control himself. He spat out more blood, making his sword become redder. His cloud was also looking thicker. Boom! At that moment, Hen Changtian had begun hammering his tower. A weapon cloud had appeared as well, but at the same time it seemed like it wasn't condensing. Changtian can make level 3 Imperial weapons on his own. It's just a pity that he doesn't have an assistant who can help him with the deployment spells, thought the members of Goldfire Tower. With Lin Feng's deployment spells, Hen Changtian could have made a terrifying weapon. This tournament is great. There are so many geniuses this time, thought the level 9 professor, smiling. Even though many people had failed, there were also many who stood out. Around 20 teams could make level 3 Imperial weapons. Hen Changtian, Gu Qingfeng, Siman Nan and Yan Feng's weapons would have a strength at the top of the 3rd level. Yan Feng might even make a level 4 Imperial weapon. Mu Lin Xue and Lin Feng were also amazing. A cloud had appeared which meant they might succeed in making a level 4 Imperial weapon as well. If you think highly of someone, do your best to keep them, said the cultivator in golden purple clothes, still smiling. By now, you've probably already noticed someone you'd like to recruit. The little boy with the amazing deployment spells is interesting. The girl he helps is interesting, but her fire is too weak. However, if she was raised properly, she could become quite strong, said the one who thought highly of Lin Feng. He said that because he was afraid that those next to him would choose them. You're getting too enthusiastic. His deployment spells are good indeed, but he's just helping. He might not be interested in making weapons. I think Yan Feng is better. He's aggressive and arrogant, but he's still young. I like his style, said the professor in golden red clothes, smiling. What about you? Asked the professor in golden purple clothes to the last one. That one, said the professor pointing at a young man. He had remained calm the whole time as if the outside world had nothing to do with him. Haha, I noticed him too. He's not bad indeed. He's still young and doesn't have incredible techniques, but he can make level 2 weapons and isn't risking making a level 3 Imperial weapon, said the professor in golden purple clothes, smiling. The advantage of the finals was that they could focus on certain people, even if those people didn't win. At that moment, Lin Feng was done carving marks, and their weapon was surrounded by cyan lights. No one could tell what Lin Feng had carved. Lin Feng put the embryo of the weapon on the cauldron again and continued hammering it violently. Yan Feng was almost done. His red cloud practically blotted out the entire sky. He had sacrificed his own blood 7 times, and now he looked exhausted. His chi had started looking weaker, but no matter what, he had to defeat Mu Lin Xue and Lin Feng. Almost done. If Yan Feng succeeds, then nobody will beat him. The leader of the Yan clan stood up, looking at Yan Feng's weapon. Many other members from the Yan clan also stood up. They could already see Yan Feng becoming the champion. Yan Feng grabbed the sword with both hands. Then his hands turned scarlet red as his blood penetrated the sword. His hands shook 9 times, all the while his sword kept whistling. Go! He shouted furiously. His sword pierced through the sky, the red cloud completely being sucked up by the sword. It's a success! The members of the Yan clan were overjoyed. Mu Lin Xue. Yan Feng turned to Mu Lin Xue and Lin Feng. You can't disturb other people, shouted the teacher who thought highly of Lin Feng and Mu Lin Xue. Right now was a crucial moment for them. Yan Feng looked upset, but then he glanced around and saw that it was a level 7 professor who had scolded him. He recalled his chi, quietly remembering that person for when he became stronger. Hee, it's getting intense, said Yan Feng's future teacher, smiling indifferently. I still think you will end up giving me your technique. Humph! Another one groaned coldly. Hen Changtian and Gu Qingfeng had succeeded too. They didn't manage to make a level 4 Imperial weapon, but a level 3 Imperial weapon was still rather good. Only Lin Feng and Mu Lin Xue still have a chance at defeating Yan Feng now, thought the crowd. Mu Lin Xue was soaked in sweat. She looked exhausted. Lin Feng was helping her control the fire now. There were 3 of Lin Feng's clones around the cauldron helping. Their cloud is not as vast as Yan Feng's, so even if they manage to make a level 4 Imperial weapon, it still might not be as good as Yan Feng's, thought the crowd. Lin Feng and Mu Lin Xue's weapon cloud was quite small and cyan in color. Seaman then also succeeded. His wings were whistling with strength. With those wings, cultivators could travel at incredible speeds, not to mention their defenses would be amazing too. These were also a level 3 Imperial weapon. Amongst the 4 geniuses, only Yan Feng had made a level 4 Imperial weapon. Yan Feng's 9-weapon transformation technique was very special, and probably the only reason he succeeded. It seems that the champion has already been decided, thought the crowd. Lin Feng and Mu Lin Xue's weapon cloud still didn't look impressive enough. Lin Feng and Mu Lin Xue could still rank in the top 3 if they managed to make a level 4 Imperial weapon, thought the crowd. 4 hours had passed already, which meant that they still had 4 hours to work with. Qing Ying had thought that 8 hours would be enough to make 3 or more weapons, but it seemed that making just 2 weapons in 8 hours was impossible. Congratulations, said a strong cultivator from Sword Mountain to the leader of the Yen clan. They already felt that Yan Feng had won. Hee, we knew this would happen. Yan Feng has never disappointed us, said the leader of the Yen clan happily. I wouldn't have thought that the champion would be Yan Feng. Even I'm surprised, said Yan Feng's future teacher. Even though he talked that way, he clearly didn't mean it. His colleagues knew what kind of person he really was. The tournament is not over, so don't talk too fast, said the one who thought highly of Lin Feng. I can't wait to see what kind of weapon he'll make, said Yan Feng's future teacher, smiling coldly. He looked at Lin Feng and Mu Lin Xue. Finally, they were finishing the spear, and if they succeeded, they might have a level 4 weapon. Then they might still rank second. Lin Xue, let's start the condensation part, said Lin Feng. Mu Lin Xue nodded. The spear was already surrounded by destructive energies which were dashing to the sky. Finally, the spear rotated in the sky. They did it, it's a level 4 Imperial weapon. The crowd looked at the weapon. It was different from Yan Feng's weapon, it was a pale white spear. They ranked second. Surprisingly, Yan Feng and Mu Lin Xue, who were at the center of the Mu clan and Yen clan's bet, ranked first and second, thought the crowd. After the 4 geniuses and Lin Feng and Mu Lin Xue finished, the crowd turned to the others. Time passed, and more of them finished their weapons, but most of them only made level 2 weapons. By now, the first 5 winners were already known. If the crowd wasn't wrong, the ranking list would be Yan Feng's team, then Mu Lin Xue's team, then Hen Changtian, then Gu Qingfeng, and then Siman Nan. Of course, those who were the most impatient were the members of the Yen clan. They were certain that the 9-headed snake fire was theirs. Lin Xue, are you ready to join my clan? Asked Yan Feng, smiling indifferently. Mu Lin Xue glanced at him and smiled coldly. You're still dreaming? Hee, our clans have an agreement and you can't go against it. Try if you dare though, said Yan Feng, glancing at the clans. He knew that since Mu Lin Xue had ranked second, the Mu clan might have some ideas, so would have to put some pressure on them. Many members of the Mu clan had mixed feelings. They didn't know what to do. They couldn't go against the agreement, and after joining Goldfire Tower, Yan Feng would try to get his revenge against them. Lin Feng glanced at Yan Feng and frowned. He found Yan Feng ridiculous as he said indifferently, Yan Feng, since when are you a referee for the tournament? Yan Feng glanced at Lin Feng and frowned. I've never said that. Since you haven't, why do you already consider yourself as the champion of the tournament? The professors of Goldfire Tower haven't said anything concerning the ranking yet, said Lin Feng in a calm and serene way. Yan Feng was surprised, but he smiled at Lin Feng and said, Do you think your weapon could be of higher quality than mine? Of course, said Lin Feng. Yan Feng smiled. He was amused, so he replied, I like your sense of humor. We'll see, said Lin Feng stubbornly. Mu Lin Xue's eyes twinkled as she looked at Lin Feng. Actually, She didn't know how powerful their weapon was. She didn't even know if it was better than Yanfeng's weapon, but Lin Feng seemed confident. That guy is really confident, I wonder why, said Yanfeng's future teacher, smiling in a cold way. Some time passed and finally, the 8 hours were over. Many people looked happy while some looked desperate. The 7 professors in purple clothes all walked forwards at the same time. They had to discuss the ranking. If they didn't agree on something, the professor in the golden purple clothes would act as a referee. Everybody, let me tell you what I think. The 10th one should be him, do you agree? Said one of the professors, pointing at a young man in black clothes. The 6 others nodded in agreement. All right, so we agree, said the professor. Then, he smiled at the young man and said, Congratulations, you ranked 10th. You may take 3 steps forwards. Thank you, masters, said the young man nodding. He had ranked 10th, that was great. Many people were nervous. After all, those young people represented their groups in Goldfire City. After that, the professors also announced who had ranked 9th, 8th, 7th, and 6th. When it was time to announce who had ranked 6th and 7th, the professors started to disagree. When this happened, if only one professor didn't agree, their opinion didn't count, but if 2 or more professors disagreed, then everyone had to reconsider. For those who had ranked between 6th and 10th, the professor in golden clothes didn't need to interject. With that, it was time to decide who had ranked 5th. Si-Man Nan ranked 5th in my opinion. Do you all agree? Asked one of the professors in purple. Si-Man Nan shivered, he obviously wasn't happy. I agree. I agree too. I think Si-Man Nan should rank 4th. He made wings which can make a cultivator both extremely fast and defense-heavy. Said one of them. I think so too. He should rank 4th. Said another one. The professors couldn't agree again. Maybe those who had objected only thought highly of him because they wanted to recruit him. Maybe there was a connection between them and Si-Man Na, just like Yen Feng had with his future teacher. Of course, maybe they really thought that Si-Man Nan had done better than Guqing Feng. All right, we need someone else's opinion then, said the cultivator, turning to the 3 professors in golden red clothes. We all agree that Si-Man Nan should rank 5th, said one of the professors in the golden red clothes. All right, said the professor in purple clothes, nodding. Since the professors in golden red clothes agreed, it was decided. Of course, if the 3 professors in the golden red clothes hadn't agreed, they would have needed the opinion of the professor in the golden purple clothes. The rules were fair, even if the professors had their personal opinions. Of course, they couldn't let the professor in golden purple clothes decide everything on his own. If he liked someone, then he might favor them just as these purple-clothed judges had. Man Nan was disappointed that he had only ranked 5th. The 4th one should be Guqing Feng, do you all agree? Asked the professor. This time everyone agreed. After all, Hen Chong Tian's tower was extraordinary. Besides, he had made it alone. Guqing Feng understood the skill that was required. The 3rd one had to be Hen Chong Tian. Even though he had made a weapon on his own, Yen Feng and Mu Lin Shui's team had each made level 4 imperial weapons, so Hen Chong Tian couldn't compete with them. Who's going to rank 2nd? Thought the crowd. They're high from the anticipation. They were almost sure that Lin Feng was going to rank 2nd and Yen Feng 1st, but since Lin Feng sounded so confident, they couldn't wait to hear what the professors had to say. All the members from the Yen clan stood up. The next sentence would be decisive. The members of the Mu clan also all stood up. You each made level 4 imperial weapons. Yen Feng's cloud was wider, which might mean that his weapon is of higher quality. However, Mu Lin Shui's weapon is strange. I can't understand it properly. It's probably because of the deployment marks. Show us the power of your weapons and I'll decide after, said the professor in purple clothes. No, Yen Feng's weapon is of better quality, so he is the champion. Just tell us what you think, and we can talk about it. Why make things so complicated? Said Yen Feng's future teacher. Actually, he was also curious. He didn't understand Lin Feng's deployment marks either. I want to understand the power of their weapons clearly. That's the only way to make a proper decision, said the professor. What do you think? It would be fair to see how powerful their weapons are first, said the professor who thought highly of Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. The others agreed, so they said, Yen Feng, you start first. All right. Yen Feng nodded and condensed cosmic energies in his hands which powered his sword. Attack! Shouted Yen Feng. His sword dashed to the skies, making the sky turn red. Then a terrifying blood strength fell, along with a furious, bloodthirsty dragon which was emitting large fire jettisons. Mu Lin Shui and her assistant, show us the power of your spear, said the professor to Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. I'll do it, said Lin Feng. He grabbed the spear firmly and slowly raised it to his shoulder. Then he shouted in a deep voice, Go! Bzzz. The spear shook and suddenly disappeared. Kacha! A destructive strength filled the sky. The spear instantly appeared in the sky, and it was still rising. An illusion? Surprisingly, the crowd had lost track of the spear before it had reappeared higher up in the sky. That weapon was very dangerous. It's hard to say what level of cultivator could be killed by it. Eventually, the spear came back to Lin Feng's hand. Then he turned to the judges and said, My spear is incredible in terms of attack, speed, and illusion. It's better than his sword, and I'm sure that you must understand that now. Eh? The crowd was speechless. Lin Feng was saying that his spear was better than Yen Feng's sword in all aspects. Ridiculous. You're talking nonsense, shouted Yen Feng furiously. The cloud is a sign of quality, and yours wasn't as good. Yen Feng should rank first, said Yen Feng's future teacher indifferently. I think that Mu Lin Shui and her assistant should rank first, said the teacher who had made a bet with him. What do you think? Asked the professor in purple to the others. They had each made an incredible weapon, both a sword and a spear. Yen Feng's sword had created a better cloud, and it was incredible in terms of defense, seeing how it could summon a fire dragon. Lin Feng's weapon was incredibly dangerous. Its cloud wasn't very dense, but it was terrifying. I think Yen Feng should win. I think Mu Lin Shui should win. The 6 other professors said what they thought. 3 thought Yen Feng should win, and 3 thought Mu Lin Shui and Lin Feng should win. The main professor still had to say what he thought. Our 3 colleagues will have to decide then, said the professor, looking at the professors in golden red clothes. We all disagree too. Our master can decide who the champion is, said a professor in golden red clothes. The crowd frowned. The professors in golden red clothes had also disagreed. The suspense. Mu Qingying looked nervous too. She was fixedly staring at the professor in the golden purple clothes. He slowly rose up in the air and looked at Lin Feng and Yen Feng. Then, he smiled indifferently and said, You are both outstanding, but there can be only one champion. I have to make a decision, so please don't be angry, even if you're second. So I say that Yen Feng's team ranks second, said the professor in golden purple clothes. Yen Feng ranked second? What? Congratulations, said the level 9 professor to Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. Mu Lin Shui looked dumbstruck, but happy. She looked at Lin Feng. They had won. They had won the tournament. Yen Feng's eyes were filled with flames of fury. He looked furious as he said, Yen Feng, don't accept this decision. The members of the Mu clan didn't know how to react. But they knew that Mu Lin Shui had only won because of Lin Feng. Mu Qingying was astonished. She glanced at Lin Feng and thought, if Lin Feng had helped me, what kind of weapon could we make? However, people didn't have time to think too much. Yen Feng had already said he didn't accept the results. Of course, Yen Feng didn't accept that decision. He had already considered himself the winner. Many people also considered him the winner. In the end, though, the professor in the golden purple clothes said that Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui were the winners. Master, the Yen clan doesn't accept the results either, said the leader of the Yen clan, bowing. He didn't dare act too aggressively. The teacher looked at the leader of the Yen clan and said indifferently, What you mean to say is that I should listen to you to decide who the winner is? Master, we wouldn't dare, said the leader of the Yen clan, shaking. Even though he really meant that, he didn't want to say it openly. If you don't dare, then what exactly do you mean when you say you don't accept the results? asked the professor in golden-purple clothes indifferently. Master, I just want the tournament to be fair. Maybe we could compare the two weapons in a fight, said Yanfeng bowing. He was furious, but he didn't dare act too recklessly. He couldn't afford infuriating the level 9 professor. That's a joke. Using weapons to compare strength is ridiculous. Do you think that a high-level emperor with a level 1 imperial weapon couldn't kill a low-level emperor with a level 9 imperial weapon? Said the professor in a cold way. Weapons represented an external strength. Even though they had made level 4 imperial weapons and could threaten medium-level emperors, that was just an expression. In a real fight, a medium-level emperor could probably still kill them. Even if a Zun cultivator had a level 9 imperial weapon, couldn't do much against an emperor. Yanfeng said he wanted to fight against Linfeng to compare their weapons because his level and Linfeng's were different. Therefore, the master in golden-purple clothes didn't even consider that as a possibility. Master, I don't mind trying, said Linfeng. The level 9 master looked at Linfeng and then at Yanfeng and said, since he agrees, you have one chance. Thank you very much, master, said Yanfeng excitedly. Then, he suddenly turned to Linfeng and looked at him in a cold way. Surprisingly, Linfeng had taken the initiative to accept the battle. How ridiculous. Yanfeng was holding his long sword while releasing fire cosmic energy, making it fuse together with his sword. Linfeng was holding his spear in his right hand, but looked rather calm. Some destructive qi was slowly emerging from it. Everybody will see that I, Yanfeng, deserve to be proclaimed champion of the tournament. Yanfeng released more fire, causing his sword to whistle. Then he jumped forwards. Linfeng didn't say anything. Talking was pointless at that moment. The only thing that mattered was strength. Wind chant. Linfeng suddenly moved like the wind, turning into a shadow as his spear started rotating. Attack! Shouted Yanfeng furiously, raising his long sword. At the same time, Linfeng threw his silver spear. It instantly tore apart the terrifying red dragon, making it explode into countless pieces in every direction. Then, Linfeng suddenly shook his head and his spear disappeared. Yanfeng sensed danger coming at him from every direction. He was even worried for his life now. Go! Yanfeng shook his head and threw his sword. With it, a metallic sound rang, and the destructive energies turned into a terrifying tornado. Even with this, the red dragon continued breaking apart, pushing Yanfeng's sword back. Then Yanfeng sensed a horrible pain as his sword moved back towards his chest. He groaned with pain and blood splashed. He was propelled backwards by a few thousand meters. His face was deathly pale, and he looked confused, but he tried to ignore the pain. He had lost, though. His sword had been pushed back by Linfeng's spear. This proved that the level 9 professor had made the right decision. Now there was no question that Linfeng and Mu Linshui were the champions. I like your sense of humor, Yanfeng. Even before the end of the tournament, you firmly believed that you were the champion, said Linfeng, smiling indifferently. The professor who thought highly of Linfeng and Mu Linshui smiled. He had won his bet, so he turned to the professor next to him and said, You also asked me for my technique before the end of the tournament. I too like your sense of humor. It's time you give me your technique. His interlocutor's mouth twitched. His heart was pounding. The professor who liked Linfeng was making fun of him. You refused my decision, then you wanted to fight. What about now? Do you accept my decision now? Asked the level 9 professor to Yanfeng in a cold way. Initially, he didn't have anything against Yanfeng. Ranking second wasn't bad either, but Yanfeng and the Yen clan had questioned his decision and hadn't given him face. He didn't need to give Yanfeng face. Yanfeng was only a young man while he was a level 9 professor. Yanfeng shivered. What could he say now? Now, he had to talk again and say if he accepted the decision or not. I have a headache now, thought Yanfeng's future teacher. It was fine to be arrogant when you were young, but they still had to be careful. Yanfeng had acted arrogantly in front of someone whom he should have respected. The members from the Yen clan felt sorry for him. If he had lost against Hen Changtian, it would have been fine, but he had lost against Mu Linshui from the Mu clan. I lost. Finally, Yan Feng took a deep breath and admitted he lost. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was looking at Lin Feng in a cold way. He had told Lin Feng not to get close to Mu Lin Xue several times, and not only had Lin Feng gotten close to her, he had also developed an intimate relationship with her. "That's all?" said Mu Lin Xue. "Yan Feng, you lost. So in the future, I never want to hear you call me your girlfriend again." "Mu Lin Xue, you can't escape from me," said Yan Feng. "Before the tournament, you thought you were the winner. You even questioned the master of Goldfire Tower. But now you're just a shameless loser, and that's all you'll ever be," said Mu Lin Xue mockingly. "Humph!" Yan Feng groaned coldly. He looked at the level 9 teacher and bowed. Then he said respectfully, "I offended you. Please forgive me. I am too young and impulsive." "Enough," said the professor. He didn't care about young people that much anyways. He looked at the crowd and said, "The tournament is over. Now it's time for the winners to get their prizes. Everybody stand up." Lin Feng and Mu Lin Xue moved forwards. Yan Feng was standing next to them. "The prize for the winner of the tournament is fire," said the level 9 professor. He shook his hand, and suddenly, an imperial fire snake appeared. "If you want to modify that snake, remember that you'll need the help of a medium-level or high-level emperor. Otherwise, you could get hurt," said the level 9 professor to Lin Feng and Mu Lin Xue. The level 9 professor sealed the snake in a purple empty space and smiled at Lin Feng and Mu Lin Xue. "To whom should give I the prize?" "To him." "Give it to her." Mu Lin Xue and Lin Feng talked at the same time, making them laugh. Everybody was speechless. If it had been anyone else, they would have fought for it. "You should take it, we only won because of you," said Mu Lin Xue to Lin Feng, smiling. He had helped her so much, and now he even refused the prize. Mu Lin Xue was still confused. Why did Lin Feng do so much for her? Lin Feng shrugged and said, "You should use it. Your current fire is holding you back the most from fabricating better weapons. But you also control fire, and it could make you stronger," said Mu Lin Xue, shaking her head. "You don't know everything about me. I'm quite strong without it," said Lin Feng, smiling in a gentle way. Mu Lin Xue just rolled her eyes. "All right. I've never seen two people like you. Who is going to take it?" asked the level 9 professor, smiling. Mu Lin Xue wanted to say something, but Lin Feng said, "If you refuse again, I'm leaving." Mu Lin Xue was speechless, but then she nodded and took the fire. "That armor is a level 7 imperial weapon. Who wants it?" asked the level 9 professor to Yan Feng and his assistant. "Me," said Yan Feng impolitely. Then he immediately took the armor. After that, the professor continued distributing the prizes. After that, he took out a few Goldfire Tower talismans. Each had a fire tower carved on them. He distributed them and said, "To those who have this talisman, if you're in Goldfire Tower, and you break it, a strong cultivator will immediately come to your aid." All right, as we said, the top 3 participants can choose a teacher in golden red clothes. They'll be your teacher for at least a year, said the level 9 professor, smiling. Then the 3 professors in golden red clothes walked forwards. One of them nodded at Lin Feng and Mu Lin Xue. "Lin Feng, we can choose that one," said Mu Lin Xue. She had seen him nod, so she bowed in front of him. "Haha, I would be happy to teach them," said the professor, smiling. Yan Feng chose the one who had noticed him as well. Then, it was Hen Chong Tian's turn. He was already a member of the Goldfire Tower, so choosing a teacher was less dramatic for him. "And you," said the level 9 professor to the 7 professors in purple clothes. He had told them that if they wished, they could recruit some disciples as well. The professors then chose some disciples. "Yan Feng," said Yan Feng's teacher. "You lost this time, but it doesn't mean much. You're a great weapon craftsman." Yan Feng nodded and bowed before his teacher. "I feel honored to have you as a teacher. All right, I'll teach you how to make better weapons. My colleagues in golden red clothes will also help you," said the professor, smiling. He sounded happy. Even if Yan Feng had lost to Lin Feng and Mu Lin Xue, he had ranked second. "Show me your technique." Everybody heard our bet. said the professor in purple clothes who had bet for Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui winning. Relax, I promised it, so I will do it, said Yan Feng's teacher. All right, I'm waiting then, said the professor smiling. He then smiled at Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui and said, Do you want to become my disciples? Lin Shui, said Lin Feng. Mu Lin Shui was smiling at all of these new opportunities. Lin Feng knew what she was thinking when he saw her smile. He looked at the teacher and said, Master, I already have a teacher and I would like to stay with them. Besides, I'm not going to stay in Goldfire City for too much longer. Lin Shui would love to be your disciple though, if you'd accept her. No wonder. Your teacher must be an incredible deployment spellcaster, said the professor nodding. Lin Feng had incredible deployment spells, so his teacher was probably incredible. Lin Feng couldn't join them, which was a pity, but Mu Lin Shui wasn't bad either. She was worth having as a disciple. If you accept, I would be happy to have you as a disciple, said the professor smiling at Mu Lin Shui. Thank you, teacher, said Mu Lin Shui, bowing happily. Now she was officially a disciple of Goldfire Tower and she had a teacher. The Mu clan wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Her life was finally in her own hands. Mu Lin Shui stretched out her arm and grabbed Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng smiled at her and said, Everything is all right now. Indeed, everything's good now, said Mu Lin Shui nodding. The other professors then chose their disciples. Only a few of them refused to become a professor's disciple. Sister Lin Shui is now a member of Goldfire Tower. She has a teacher, and she will even learn from a teacher in golden red clothes, thought Mu Qingying sighing. The difference between her and Mu Lin Shui was widening. The members of the Mu clan didn't know what to think. They didn't dare face Mu Lin Shui anymore. Little boy, are you sure you don't want to join Goldfire Tower? Asked the level 9 professor, smiling at Lin Feng. The reason why he had decided Lin Feng was the champion was because of his deployment spells. He could see that Lin Feng's deployment spells were powerful. Besides, he could tell that Lin Feng would become stronger in the future. I'm sure, master, replied Lin Feng smiling. No problem. Even though you don't want to join the Goldfire Tower, you can come and leave as you wish. You're a permanent guest of honor here and the rules here don't apply to you, said the professor. Lin Feng smiled. How could he refuse such an offer? A permanent guest of honor? The professor wanted to befriend Lin Feng, which made everyone else feel jealous. Yan Feng pulled a long face. He should have been the champion of that tournament and now everyone was looking at Lin Feng and not at him. Even the level 9 professor preferred Lin Feng over him. Master, thank you. I wouldn't refuse such an invitation, said Lin Feng smiling. He was now a permanent guest of honor at Goldfire Tower. Haha. You're the youngest permanent guest of honor at the Goldfire Tower, and I don't even know your name. Lin Feng, said Lin Feng smiling. Lin Feng, if you need anything, feel free to ask me, said the professor nodding. Then he walked to some other people. Mu Lin Shui pulled on Lin Feng's hand and smiled. The youngest guest of honor of Goldfire Tower. After the members of the Goldfire Tower chose their disciples, many people from powerful groups started choosing their new disciples, many of which landed next to Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. Lin Feng, what do you think? Asked Mu Lin Shui to Lin Feng. It was as if Lin Feng had become her personal advisor. If those people don't impose their rules on you, you should accept, said Lin Feng to Mu Lin Shui. Then, he looked at everyone and said, Everybody thinks highly of us. I, Lin Feng, won't be staying here for too long, but thank you for your kindness. Concerning Lin Shui, it's only a matter of time. All right, I understand, Lin Feng. If you have time, please come to Wine Valley as our guest, said an old man, smiling. The others also expressed their opinions. Lin Feng nodded back to them all. Thank you, if I have the opportunity, I'll come and see you. Then those people left. Lin Shui, said someone at that moment. Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui turned around and saw that the leader of the Mu clan was talking to them. Lin Shui, you are the champion of the tournament and we are extremely proud of you. In the future, we'll do everything we can to make you stronger, said the leader of the clan. Mu Lin Shui's social status was now different. She was a member of Goldfire Tower, and she had a direct teacher. She could even consult the professors in the golden red clothes. As the leader of the Mu clan, he knew he had to repair their relationship. Proud? I thought you wanted me to go to the Yen clan? If I weren't the champion of the tournament, you wouldn't be saying that, said Mu Lin Shui mockingly. Lin Shui, you should understand the difficult position the Mu clan faced, said her grandfather. Grandpa, said Mu Lin Shui. He was good to her and he had always tried to help her. Concerning the difficulties the Mu clan faced, she knew what he meant. Lin Feng, tell us what you think, said Mu Lin Shui's grandfather. He knew that she was stubborn, but she still listened to Lin Feng. Lin Feng hadn't expected the old man to ask him for help. He viewed things from outside, so he was a bit wiser. For Mu Lin Shui, staying in the Mu clan wasn't a good thing at all, and even if she went away, she'd remain a member of the Mu clan. Lin Feng thought about Muyi, but he didn't know what Muyi wanted. Lin Shui, listen to your heart, said Lin Feng to Mu Lin Shui, smiling. Mu Lin Shui nodded. She knew what he meant. She turned to her uncle and said, Back then, my father was expelled from the clan. Instead, I want him to be expelled and my father to come back. She was pointing at her uncle, who instantly turned pale. Making Muyi come back? Even though her uncle had done all he could to get Muyi expelled from the clan, expelling Muyi was a decision from the whole clan. If he had decided alone, Muyi wouldn't have been expelled. Mu Lin Shui wanted to vent her anger, so she chose him. Lin Shui, he's your uncle, said the leader of the clan. Do you think telling me that is useful? You know how evil he is to me. If you don't want to expel him, then I'll expel myself, said Mu Lin Shui. The leader of the Mu clan remained silent and then said, All right, I accept. Master. Mu Lin Shui's uncle looked horrified. Don't call me master. You're no longer a member of the clan, said the leader suddenly. Even Lin Feng was happy with this decision. Thank you very much, master, said Mu Lin Shui, smiling. Her uncle was furious. He glanced at everybody, but nobody defended him. I'm going back to the clan to get some things. Mu Lai, Mu Yu, we're going, said Mu Lin Shui's uncle to his children. At the same time, all the professors from Goldfire Tower were standing above them in the air. They had all seen what had just happened. In a few dozen years, those young people will become stronger. Some of them might become pillars of support for the Goldfire Tower, said the level 9 professor, smiling. Unfortunately, Lin Feng doesn't want to join the Goldfire Tower. Maybe he just wanted to help Mu Lin Shui. He isn't interested in weapons, he didn't even want the fire. In the future, Yen Feng and Hen Changtian will become prominent figures in Goldfire Tower, said Yen Feng's teacher. The level 9 professor didn't look so happy to hear that. He really didn't like Yen Feng. Many people were now looking at Yen Feng. Lin Feng had refused to join any group, so they wanted to try their luck with Yen Feng. Yen Feng looked at Lin Feng and smiled indifferently. Lin Feng is the champion of the tournament, but we still don't know how strong he really is. Many people were surprised. Yen Feng was still angry. Lin Feng, Mu Lin Shui, you both won the tournament, but maybe we should have a battle without using imperial weapons. I'll even fight against both of you at the same time, said Yen Feng sharply. Mu Lin Shui frowned. Yen Feng really was a scumbag. He controlled cosmic energies and his fire was terrifying. It would be difficult for Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui to defeat him. Lin Feng looked angry. It seemed that he would have to teach him a lesson again. Many people looked at Lin Feng and Yen Feng. Yen Feng had thought he'd be the champion of the tournament and now he was very unhappy. Although he was childish, Lin Feng and Yen Feng were both at the same level, so it'd be a humiliation to them if they didn't accept Yen Feng's request. Lin Feng looked at Yen Feng's indifferent smile, and then the corner of Lin Feng's lips curled upwards. He said, I don't like exchanging views on cultivation. I only do battles to the death. Eh? An eerie silence filled the stadium. Some people even looked excited. Battle to death. Goldfire Tower protected the 10 best participants from the tournament, but if 2 of them challenged each other and accepted the fight, then nobody would interject. Of course, you don't need to fight against the both us. Just one of us is enough for the likes of you. It's best not to overestimate yourself, said Lin Feng laughing. Yan Feng's pupils narrowed. He knew that Lin Feng was trying to pull him in. This time, Lin Feng is taking the initiative. If you don't dare, then never bark in front of me again, otherwise people will make fun of you, said Lin Feng mockingly after he saw Yan Feng remaining silent. Mu Lin Shui looked at Lin Feng, that guy. She knew Lin Feng's deployment spells were powerful, but she still didn't know how strong he really was. She also didn't know what abstruse energies Lin Feng understood. She had seen him use a few at the maximum level already, including immortal and fire energies. Yan Feng had taken the initiative to challenge Lin Feng, so how could he refuse? He jumped forwards and shouted furiously, "Come here!" Lin Feng looked delighted. Mu Lin Shui had ranked first, while Yan Feng had ranked second, and in the future, they'd be in Goldfire Tower together, so he could pose a threat to her. This way, Lin Feng could take care of one more concern he had before he left. Lin Feng looked at the level 9 professor and said, "Master, Yan Feng challenged me, and I accept his request. If I die, it'll be my fault, and I won't blame Goldfire Tower for not protecting us." "All right," replied the professor, nodding. "Yan Feng, are you sure you want to fight as well?" asked the level 9 professor. "If I die, it will have nothing to do with Goldfire Tower. We agreed to a battle to the death, so this is personal," said Yan Feng. The members of the Yan clan were frowning. They knew how strong Yan Feng was, but Lin Feng sounded confident. "All right, since you two agreed, then there's no problem," said the professor indifferently. The 3 professors in golden red clothes and the 7 professors in purple clothes were also interested in the fight. Yan Feng looked at Lin Feng, stretching out his hand, and exuding fire from the palm of his hand. His eyes were quickly filled with murder. He was thinking that even if Lin Feng had hidden his real strength, he was still going to kill him. Bleck. Yan Feng spat out blood onto the fire in his hand, making it become larger and brighter. "Arg!" Yan Feng shouted furiously, and then 3 flames appeared behind him, all of them turning into an ocean of flames. Alanite fire! Yan Feng shook his hand and terrifying fire cosmic energy appeared. How strong, thought some people. The Yan clan was a clan who valued fire, and Yan Feng's spirit was made of fire. I wouldn't have thought that Yan Feng's Alanite fire would be so strong. I was worried for nothing. He will definitely kill Lin Feng, thought the leader of the Yan clan, smiling. Mu Lin Shui looked extremely worried. Yan Feng could already threaten emperors with a regular attack, let alone a level 9 Zun Qi cultivator. Lin Feng looked calm though. He was simply looking at Yan Feng, also thinking that if Yan Feng's fire reached him, he would die. "You will die!" shouted Yan Feng as he started running forwards, leaving a trail of fire behind him. "Die!" shouted Yan Feng. 3 fireballs flew through the sky, turning into ferocious fire dragons. Lin Feng couldn't face him head-on, so he moved like the wind and dodged. By the time the 3 fireballs arrived, Lin Feng had already disappeared. How fast? Thought the crowd. It wouldn't be easy for Yan Feng to kill Lin Feng with that speed. Yan Feng immediately gave chase, surrounding Lin Feng once more with an ocean of flames. But again, Lin Feng disappeared before the attack reached him. Some time passed, and there was fire littered everywhere. Yan Feng stopped moving and shouted furiously, "That's how you fight? You're just a coward." Yan Feng's fire is terrifying, but if I can't kill him in one strike, the Yan clan might intervene to save him, thought Lin Feng. After thinking about it for a moment, his gradually became pitch black and he looked emotionless like a demon. Yan Feng noticed these changes, so he continued running after Lin Feng, but still unable to catch up. Eh? At that moment, Yan Feng's realized that Lin Feng wasn't dodging this time. He was running towards him. This is my chance to kill him, thought Yan Feng. Alanite fire. He condensed fire in his right hand, and a vortex of fire appeared. That attack could kill or at least badly injure a low-level emperor. "Stop!" shouted Lin Feng, releasing a force which was multiplied by 1,000, which quickly surrounded Yan Feng. Force multiplied by 1,000, that bastard, thought Yan Feng petrified. He looked at Lin Feng and looked directly into his pitch-black pupils. "Death," said Lin Feng. This time he released demonic and cursing energies. Yan Feng's face turned rigid, his eyes turned black, and death chi started invading his body. His fire greatly weakened at this point. Lin Feng shook his hand and shattering holy marks formed. "Explode!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. The marks on the ground quickly moved towards Yan Feng. "Oh no!" The members of the Yan clan suddenly looked desperate. "Yan Feng!" shouted the leader of the Yan clan furiously. He wanted to force Yan Feng back to his senses. At the same time, he started running towards Yan Feng to save him. He wasn't the only one. Several strong cultivators from the Yan clan also followed. "They agreed to fight," said Mu Lin Xue's teacher, smiling coldly. He jumped forwards, wanting to prevent the Yan clan from attacking. "Bastard," thought Yan Feng's teacher. That guy surprisingly wanted to let Lin Feng kill Yan Feng. "Go!" shouted the leader of the Mu clan. The members of the Mu clan jumped forwards too. They also wanted to prevent the members of the Yan clan from intervening. The leader of the Yan clan shouted to make Yan Feng come back to his senses. But the ground under his feet was already collapsing, and Yan Feng's situation was looking bad. His large fireball turned into a gigantic dragon before it exploded, throwing fire out in all directions. Yan Feng raised his head and saw Lin Feng standing above him in the sky. He still had that demonic-like pair of eyes staring at him. "No!" Yan Feng suddenly shouted. The demonic and cursing energies further corroded his body. "Nobody can save you today," said Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng released even more cursing energies making Yan Feng feel like fainting. The ground beneath him started to collapse at this point. "How dare you!" The leader of the Yan clan shouted at Lin Feng furiously. However, Lin Feng ignored him. His target was Yan Feng and wouldn't stop until he was killed. "Die!" Yan Feng bit his lips, trying to come back to his senses. Suddenly, sharp swords emerged from his body, all of which were imperial weapons he had made. The situation was out of control and he didn't want to die. "You're using imperial weapons?" said Lin Feng. They had both agreed not to use imperial weapons, but without them, Yan Feng was going to die. How could a cultivator accept death while they still had a way to defend themselves? Lin Feng took out some talismans and threw them at Yan Feng. Some of them exploded on him, while some of them collided against the imperial weapons. "Ah!" Yan Feng gave a horrible shriek. The shattering energies had injured his internal organs. Lin Feng moved back after he threw them. Even though he had made those talismans, he didn't want to get caught up in their explosions. By this point, Yan Feng's face was deathly pale and he was overwhelmed with pain. However, Lin Feng didn't stop. He moved like the wind and continued oppressing him with a force which was multiplied by 1,000. "My force is only multiplied by 900, so I can't resist his force," thought Yan Feng. He was getting desperate now, so he suddenly released even more fire which engulfed himself, turning him into a fire monster. After that, he started to run away, trying to avoid Lin Feng's force. A cloud appeared above them. It was filled with a terrifying strength. "What?" Lin Feng was surprised. "Cosmic energy." The members of the Mu clan and the members of the Yan clan suddenly stopped fighting. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. "He's gonna break through to the Huangqi layer," thought the crowd. Yan Feng and Lin Feng were both terrifying cultivators, and seeing how Lin Feng kept oppressing Yan Feng was constantly being pushed to his limits. As Yan Feng thought he was going to die, he suddenly understood force even better, and his cosmic energies were already at the maximum level. With those, he was finally going to break through to the Huangqi layer. The cloud of cosmic energies condensed, their energies falling onto Yan Feng's body. Yan Feng's fire cosmic energy began burning more passionately. Even his body seemed like it was going to burn. Yan Feng closed his eyes and raised his head, welcoming the cosmic energies where were cleansing his body. "Good. That's the genius of our clan." The leader of the Yan clan looked excited. "It seems like we should be grateful," said the leader of the Yan clan, looking at Lin Feng. If Lin Feng hadn't threatened Yan Feng, it would have been difficult for him to break through to the Huangqi layer. But even if we're grateful, things are not over. The battle must end, said the leader of the Yen clan. Of course, he meant that Yen Feng and Lin Feng still needed to kill one or the other. You can stop the battle now, said Mu Lin Xue's teacher indifferently. Finish the battle? Do you think the battle can stop only because you want them to stop? They must finish and there must be a winner, said Yen Feng's teacher coldly. Humph. Lin Feng had the advantage, yet you all intervened, and now that Yen Feng has broken through to the Huangqi layer, you want the battle to continue? Do you all hear how ridiculous you are? Said Mu Lin Xue's teacher. I intervened. I admit that I made a mistake, but it has nothing to do with their battle. Since they agreed to it, the battle must finish, said Yen Feng's teacher. Indeed, the battle must continue. How could we stop here? Said the members of the Yen clan, all whom were smiling coldly. Many people looked at Lin Feng, who was still standing in the sky. He was calmly watching as Yen Feng broke through to the Huangqi layer. Seeing someone break through to the Huangqi layer was a mysterious scene and got Lin Feng thinking. Since he understood several different types of abstruse energies, when he broke through to the Huangqi layer, would several types of cosmic energies enter his body? Finally, Yen Feng opened his eyes and a light made of fire streaked across the sky. It seemed that Lin Feng couldn't use his demonic eyes to deal with him anymore. Lin Feng, you're surprised, right? Said Yen Feng smiling. He had broken through to the Huangqi layer and he felt good, powerful even. Now, kneel down and cripple your own cultivation. Only then will I let you leave, said Yen Feng. He looked proud and arrogant. He had almost forgotten that a moment before, he could have died. You're broken through to the Huangqi layer, but I have the feeling that you haven't progressed at all, said Lin Feng, glancing at Yen Feng. Lin Feng had already fought emperors. In Yaoyi Island, he had also learnt from emperors, fighting their emperors millions of times. Even though he had lost or escaped each time, he was confident in his abilities now. Lin Feng, said Mu Lin Xue. She was scared to death. She was still looking very, very nervous, which wasn't surprising because Yen Feng had become an emperor after all. That guy doesn't seem worried, thought Mu Qingying. Didn't he know that there was a huge difference between emperors and Zun cultivators? Bang! Yen Feng took a step forwards, releasing terrifying fire cosmic energies. The sky turned red as he released these energies. Yen Feng, kill him, said the leader of the Yen clan. After releasing all these energies, Yen Feng started running towards Lin Feng again. He raised his hands and his fists turned into two dazzling fireballs made of cosmic energy. Lin Feng shook his hands as demonic lights appeared in the sky, quickly turning into demonic marks which contained terrifying shattering energies. Die, said Yen Feng. His fire surrounded Lin Feng, making him look like a tiny ant inside that fiery mountain. Lin Feng, shouted Mu Lin Xue. Why hadn't Lin Feng dodged? Why? Celestial death curtain, die, said a voice. Lin Feng, who was practically bathing in that ocean of flames, launched pitch-black death energies which collided with the fire. What kind of power is that? Thought the crowd. Lin Feng still had the strength of the Zunqi layer, but was still competing with Yen Feng, who had broken through to the Huangqi layer. His death energies didn't seem any weaker than Yen Feng's energies. All the emperors from Goldfire Tower were open-mouthed, speechless. Lin Feng could resist an emperor's cosmic energies, which meant that he was 100 times stronger than ordinary cultivators of the 9th Zunqi layer. What a guy, thought Mu Lin Xue. She too was speechless. Yen Feng was no exception. He too was speechless. Lin Feng raised his hands and released shattering energies, filling his celestial death curtain with an indestructible strength. The sky shook as the fire cosmic energies broke apart. At the same time, the celestial death curtain seemed like it was also falling apart. But Yen Feng still felt oppressed. Die, said Lin Feng as he raised both of his hands and used his deadly demon punch. Yen Feng's face turned deathly pale. His cosmic energies weren't enough. Great earth destruction, shouted Lin Feng. He moved like the wind and pierced through the fire. Then he continued moving towards Yen Feng. At that moment, Yen Feng couldn't block anymore. He didn't have any strength left. He had just broken through to the Huang-Chi layer, so how could he die now? A beam of light appeared, causing the space around Yan Feng to distort. He was going to die. Yan Feng had millions of thoughts racing through his mind. In the blink of an eye, he had gone from hell to heaven, and now he was going right back to hell. "No!" shouted Yan Feng desperately. The members of the Yan clan were astonished. How? How could that happen? Yan Feng had broken through to the Huang-Chi layer. They couldn't save Yan Feng by this point. Yan Feng's skull started cracking and then his body exploded. He was dead. Yan Feng's body disappeared, and only Lin Feng remained. He killed an emperor? The crowd remained speechless. This was surreal to them. Crack. The level 9 professor clenched his fists tightly. Lin Feng had killed an emperor, so he knew what that meant. Lin Feng was even more important to them than he had previously thought. In his celestial death curtain, I sensed death, demon, wind, empty space, and earth energies. Then in his great earth destruction, I sensed mainly earth energies, but it also contained demon, empty space, and thunder energies. Thought the professor, closing his eyes as he tried to remember Lin Feng's attacks. There was no doubt that Lin Feng would probably become a famous emperor in the future. It also meant that after breaking through to the Huang-Chi layer, he would be able to kill emperors of the same level easily, just like he could kill Zun cultivators of the same level now. Yan Feng's teacher's facial expression was interesting. He looked completely confused. He had just recruited a disciple, then that disciple broke through to the Huang-Chi layer, and a few minutes later his disciple was killed. Mu Lin Shui made friends with a future god. Thought the members of the Mu clan, astonished. Lin Shui, Lin Feng is beyond incredible. Mu Qingying had already walked over to Mu Lin Shui. Her eyes were wide open, as if she had just witnessed a miracle. She had never heard of a Zun cultivator who could kill an emperor, and Lin Feng made it look easy. I didn't know he was so strong. I've never seen him fight before, whispered Mu Lin Shui. Mu Qingying smiled wryly. She remembered her reactions in the past. She felt ridiculous now. Could Lin Feng have joined the Mu clan for her? You dared kill him? Said the leader of the Yan clan furiously. Yan Feng was the most outstanding disciple the Yan clan had. You killed him? Shouted the leader of the Yan clan furiously. Yan Feng was the most outstanding disciple of the Yan clan. Everyone from the Yan clan were furious. Yan Feng had just broken through to the Huang-Chi layer. He had become a rising genius, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had killed him. Lin Feng turned to the leader of the Yan clan and smiled amusingly. He's already dead, why do you ask? Said Lin Feng mockingly. The leader of the Yan clan shook his hands and a gigantic fire hand appeared in the sky, instantly moving towards Lin Feng. Such powerful cosmic strength. Lin Feng frowned while looking at the fire hand. That hand could kill 10 people at the same time. Lin Feng groaned coldly and moved back. At the same time, he took out the talisman from Goldfire Tower. The level 9 professor groaned coldly and attacked to defend Lin Feng. Terrifying cosmic energies appeared, and they sky shook. With that, the cosmic energies from the leader of the Yan clan exploded and disappeared. Does the Yan clan want to be exterminated? Asked Mu Lin Shui's teacher. The professors in golden red clothes and Mu Lin Shui's teacher moved forwards, all of them looking at the members of the Yan clan. You said you wanted the fight to happen, otherwise Yan Feng wouldn't have died. Now, Lin Feng killed Yan Feng in a fair battle and you dare attack him while still inside Goldfire Tower's territory? Are you trying to provoke Goldfire Tower? Asked a professor in golden red clothes. The Yan clan's leader's face turned deathly pale after he realized what he did. We wouldn't dare, we were just caught up in the moment. Please forgive us, said the leader, lowering his head. Even though he was asking for forgiveness, his eyes were bloodshot with rage. We forgive you this time. It wasn't easy for your clan to finish second at the tournament after all. However, if this happens again, we'll wipe the Yan clan off the map, said the professor, the golden purple clothes, indifferently. I understand, said the leader of the Yan clan with his head still lowered. Since you understand, then piss off, said the professor in golden purple clothes. With that, the members of the Yen clan then started leaving. A strong cultivator from Sword Mountain looked at the level 9 professor. His eyes looked fierce. Those people from Goldfire Tower are sly. Although Yen Feng could be an asset to Goldfire Tower, Lin Feng was a guest of honor who would amount to a lot more than Yen Feng. Lin Feng's future potential was limitless. Thought the strong cultivator from Sword Mountain. Alright, the tournament is over, everybody can do whatever they want now, said the level 9 professor to the crowd. Little Feng, if you have time, come to Sword Mountain. This is our talisman. If you need anything, use it to contact us. We will do our best to help you if you need, said the strong cultivator from Sword Mountain to Lin Feng. Everybody was astonished. Sword Mountain and the Yen clan had collaborated for a long time, and now that person was trying to befriend Lin Feng? If the Yen clan saw that, they'd be furious. Thank you very much, Master. This is perfect. I already have a good friend, who's like a brother to me, who's a disciple in Sword Mountain. If I have time, I'll come and visit, said Lin Feng smiling. The strong cultivator was surprised and asked, Who's your friend? Wuxia. I hope he's being treated well, said Lin Feng laughing. The strong cultivator smiled and said, All right, I wouldn't have thought that Wuxia was your friend. It's no wonder he's a genius. These days, Wuxia is locked up in a room practicing cultivation. He said he wouldn't come out until he became an emperor. I think that he's going to break through to the Huangqi layer soon. Wuxia is very determined. I have no doubt he'll break through to the Huangqi layer, said Lin Feng smiling. Indeed, Wuxia is a great cultivator. Back then, he chased a group of cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer, including cultivators of the very top of the Zunqi layer. In the end, he managed to catch up with them and kill them all. Because he's so merciless, many people in Sword Mountain have noticed him. You guys are beasts, said the strong cultivator smiling. The strong cultivator smiled and said, All right, I'm leaving now. Please come to Sword Mountain when you have time. You and Wuxia will be able to have a few drinks together. Then he left. Lin Feng, this the talisman of our sect. You can come to Tian Yu Feng whenever you want. A few more strong cultivators gave their talismans to Lin Feng. Lin Feng politely took them. Whether or not he'd choose to go, he expressed his appreciation and gave them face. Everybody only pays attention to him, thought Hen Chong Tian and Gu Qing Feng smiling wryly. Mu Lin Shui smiled in a gentle way. Everybody had forgotten about her too. Sister Lin Shui, Lin Feng joined the Mu clan for you, so does he like you? Asked Mu Qingying. Mu Lin Shui's smile became rigid. She looked embarrassed and confused because she didn't know either. She shook her head and whispered, I don't know what he wants. Well, Sister Lin Shui, did you fall in love with him? Asked Mu Qingying smiling. Mu Lin Shui blushed. She didn't look at Mu Qingying's eyes for she was too shy. You spent so much time together and he's so outstanding. If you fell in love with him, it would only be normal, whispered Mu Qingying after she saw Lin Shui's reaction. Lin Shui, said a voice at that moment. Mu Lin Shui turned around to see Mui. Father. Mu Lin Shui hadn't seen him for a long time. Lin Shui, congratulations, said Mui, smiling in a gentle way. He had made the right decision in asking Lin Feng for help. You decided to leave back then, so why did you come back? Asked Mu Lin Shui in a cold way. She was blaming her father for leaving her in such a difficult situation. Even though he had been expelled, he shouldn't have left like that. Mui smiled wryly and said, Lin Shui, I know you're angry at me, but I didn't give up since then. I missed you and I really wanted to help you. Help me to do what? You only came back now that everything's fine, said Mu Lin Shui. Her face was red from anger. Lin Shui, Uncle Mui really wanted to help you, said Lin Feng in a gentle way, walking to them. Mu Lin Shui was suddenly confused. Lin Feng called her father uncle? Lin Feng, you? Indeed, Uncle Mui took me to Goldfire City to help you. I didn't know about Goldfire City before and I didn't know about the tournament either, said Lin Feng. Mu Lin Shui was still red, but not from anger. She looked at her father, having understood everything now. Her father had asked Lin Feng to join the Mu clan. Why didn't you tell me? Lin Shui asked Lin Feng and Mui. Lin Shui. I told Lin Feng not to tell you anything. You have a bad temper, so if you had known that I had sent Lin Feng, you would have only gotten angry, said Mui smiling. But now everything is fine. You and Lin Feng are close to each other, aren't you? Mu Lin Shui remained silent for a few seconds. Then Lin Feng walked closer to her and smiled. Uncle Mui has been studying deployment spells very hard these past few years, and after getting to know you, I understood that all his effort was for you. But then he met me and had asked me to come instead of him. You understand why he did all that, right? Mu Lin Shui raised her head and saw Lin Feng's gentle smile. Finally, she nodded and said, Father. Mui looked sad and happy at the same time. He smiled at Lin Feng. Mui, we've been treated you so poorly. The Mu clan owes you an apology, said the leader of the Mu clan to Mui. I understand, master, said Mui nodding. Good, let's go back to the clan then. Lin Shui is now a member of Goldfire Tower, so she probably wants to go there now, said the leader of the Mu clan. All right. Mui knew why he had to go back. They also understood that Mui had made Lin Feng join the Mu clan, so if they were good to Mui, they'd also be friends with Lin Feng. Lin Feng, please take care of Lin Shui, said Mui, smiling in a deep and meaningful way. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and smiled. You look really cute together. Haha, I'm off. Then, Mui left with the other members of the Mu clan. Lin Feng, don't listen to my dad. Sister Lin Shui, I also think that you're a perfect match. I'm off, said Mu Qingying laughing. Then, she left with the other members of the Mu clan as well. Lin Feng watched as Mu Qingying and Mu Xiao left. Then he glanced at Mu Xiao indifferently, making him shudder in fear. But Lin Feng didn't cause any trouble. Mu Qingying already understood what Mu Xiao had done, so she could deal with him on her own. The crowd dispersed, leaving only the professors of Goldfire Tower left. Mu Lin Shui's teacher approached her and smiled. Mu Lin Shui, you obtained the 9-headed snake fire, so I'll help you modify it. I think your weapon crafting will improve a lot with it. Thank you very much, teacher, said Mu Lin Shui smiling. She couldn't wait to use the fire. If my colleagues in the golden red clothes could teach you their ways of controlling fire, then it'd be even more perfect, said her teacher. A teacher in golden red clothes walked towards them at that moment and said, I'd be happy to help her, of course. Thank you, master, said Mu Lin Shui. Don't forget about our bet, said Mu Lin Shui's teacher to Yan Feng's teacher. Lin Feng, come and have a walk inside Goldfire Tower. If you changed your mind, you can still become one of our disciples, said the professor in golden purple clothes while smiling. Lin Feng nodded politely. Thank you, master. Let's go. Let's show all the new disciples our territory as well, said the professor. Everybody nodded and then they followed. The gate to the tower was gigantic and possessed a magnificent golden gleam. They crossed the gate and suddenly, the landscape changed like night and day. From outside, I thought the chi wasn't that great and that it would be small, but actually it's another small world, thought Lin Feng. That small world was filled with fire cosmic energy, practically rolling in waves. One could also hear hammer sounds in the distance. You should mentally prepare yourselves for what'll come next. All the disciples from Goldfire Tower are weapon manufacturers who practice non-stop, every day. That means you'll have to hammer weapons every day, said the professor in golden purple clothes. Everybody nodded, they already knew that. Of course, you have to become stronger to make more powerful weapons. So Goldfire Tower provides its disciples with all sorts of things. Prizes, cosmic energies, deployment spell, ancient scriptures, said the professor. Let's go and see. They continued walking through the small world, soon arriving in another empty space. There were many pavilions and lofty buildings, each building possessing a different chi. Earth chi, thought Lin Feng, glancing at a tower. Indeed, that's the Earth Tower. We don't only cultivate fire chi in Goldfire Tower, there are also earth, ice, wind, life, and death towers, explained the professor. The world of cultivation is vast, and Goldfire City is only the tip of the iceberg, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you're a guest of honor here, so you can use all the towers as you wish. You should spend some time here and practice. You can also stay here forever, I wouldn't mind," said the professor laughing. He knew that Lin Feng knew several types of energies, so those towers were very useful for him. A few professors took Lin Feng to several towers and then they left, allowing Lin Feng to do what he wanted. After they left, Lin Feng picked a tower and chose the 3rd floor, of which there were 9. The atmosphere was distorted inside the tower. A heavy energy surrounded Lin Feng as soon as he walked in. Even though he was seated, he still felt heavily oppressed. He had chosen the Earth Tower first. Lin Feng's Earth abstruse energy had already reached the maximum abstruse level, but he hadn't started learning cosmic energies yet. To understand Earth cosmic energy, he had to truly be one with the Earth. Fire cosmic energy was brutal and aggressive, while Earth cosmic energy was heavy. Those towers must have been built by some incredible cultivators, thought Lin Feng. He raised his head and looked at the other floors. If he continued to go up, the energies would get denser and heavier. I can't understand Earth cosmic energy yet, but I could try some of the other energies to see if I can understand them better, thought Lin Feng, standing up. Then he left the tower. Some time passed, and Lin Feng visited all the towers. He didn't waste any time. He had already spent a lot of time studying deployment spells, so now he needed to improve his cultivation again. He had to break through to the Xianxia layer. Time passed as Lin Feng studied all sorts of energies. Without him noticing, half a year passed. At that moment, at the top of the fire tower, 2 people were sitting there and cultivating. One of them was wearing purple clothes and was a level 7 professor. The other one wore a pale dress and drew a lot of attention from both genders. That was Mu Lin Shui and her teacher. Even with the help of her teacher and the teacher in golden red clothes, it had taken her half a year to modify her snake fire. "Lin Shui, you should have a rest. You've made great efforts this past half year," said her teacher, smiling. "I'm all right, and I should be thanking you for the efforts you've taken to help me," said Mu Lin Shui in a gentle way. "Since I'm your teacher, it's only natural. You've already modified the snake fire, now becoming stronger will be even easier for you. After you break through to the Xianxia layer, you'll be able to absorb the rest of the fire and modify it yourself. I'm sure you'll become stronger than me in the future," said the teacher. Mu Lin Shui smiled. She hoped that she'd become very strong, of course. "Teacher, you must be tired, you should have a rest." "Don't worry about me, I'm just going to have a walk," said Mu Lin Shui, smiling at her teacher. He said, "What you mean to say is that you want to go and see your lover, eh?" Mu Lin Shui looked shy and said, "Teacher, Lin Feng is just my friend. He only came to help me because of my father." "So what? You're very close to each other, and usually people are friends before they start a relationship," said the teacher. Mu Lin Shui's heart started racing after she thought about it. Lin Shui, the continent of the 9 clouds is vast. Goldfire City is only a small part of the continent. Lin Feng is extremely talented, so he'll certainly amaze the continent of the 9 clouds someday. You and Lin Feng are close and you like him, you should take the initiative while you still have it. If you miss your chance now, you'll regret it someday," her teacher explained. Mu Lin Shui remained silent for a moment, then saying, "Teacher, I'm going." She smiled at her teacher one last time, and then left. Lin Feng. Mu Lin Shui found Lin Feng rather quickly. She had arranged her hair while walking over and was now smiling sweetly at him. "Lin Shui, you've become even stronger," said Lin Feng. "I still don't know how strong you are though. Back then, your force was multiplied by 1,000, and your abstruse energies were also at their highest levels. One more step and you'll break through to the Xianxia layer." Mu Lin Shui was praising him. "Maybe," said Lin Feng, smiling. He didn't admit it, but indeed, one more step and he'd break through to the Xianxia layer. However, that was easier said than done. He needed an opportunity for that, and he didn't know when it would come. "Where are we going?" Mu Lin Shui asked as Lin Feng seemed to be taking them somewhere. "I want to go and see the professor in the golden purple clothes," and asked him for a map. "I'm not familiar with the continent of the 9 clouds." She was surprised to hear him say that. It meant that he was planning on leaving. The continent of the 9 clouds is too large. It might even be endless. The professor can't have a map of the entire continent. We're in the Dark Knight region, but I'm not even sure you could find a map of the entire region, said Mu Lin Shui. Lin Shui, where does that name come from? Asked Lin Feng. Mu Lin Shui was surprised. Lin Feng didn't know something so ordinary. I'm not sure about the details, but the continent of the 9 clouds is divided into 9 major plates: the 9 clouds, the godly clouds, the dark clouds, the green jade clouds, the red clouds, the bright clouds, the jade clouds, the blue pale clouds, the purple clouds, and the supreme clouds. Of these, Goldfire City is in the dark clouds. Mu Lin Shui explained. What about the holy city? Does it exist? Asked Lin Feng. In the small world, people had said that the great world was the holy city. The holy city exists indeed. It's an important celestial city, one of 18 in the Dark Knight region. Although I've heard about it, I've never been there because it's very, very far away. Replied Mu Lin Shui. It really exists, whispered Lin Feng. And it was a famous celestial city at that.